1 week ago at Richmond, Denny Hamlin won his 6th race of the year, clinching the top seed for the 2010 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. But right behind Denny, Jimmy Johnson is seated second with 5 wins, and the drive for 5 is definitely alive. Speaking of alive, that describes Clint Bowyer as he clinched the final spot in the chase, giving Richard Childress 3, challenging for the 2010 NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. And practice for round number 1 is about to begin. Take a look at the numbers as we come into the first of the final 10 races in the race for the chase for the Sprint Cup. And you see Denny Hamlin with that 10-point margin over Jimmy Johnson thanks to those 6 wins. Kevin Harvick, the winner in the regular season, 30 markers behind along with Kyle Busch, then 40 to Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart, Greg Biffle 50 out, and then the remaining group from Jeff Gordon on down 60 points behind. We talked about the fact that there was rain overnight here, and you can see it's still overcast, but the rain has actually pushed through. It should get sunnier as the day goes on, and let's talk a little bit about this racetrack, DJ.
They couldn't start the chase in a more difficult place as far as most drivers are concerned. This racetrack, it's almost like you're at a different place every time you come back here. You have to go out there and kind of get yourself familiarized with the track surface again, where your braking points are, and it's just a very difficult challenge. There's no banking to speak of in the corners, so these guys have their hands full coming here trying to get their setups right for this race weekend.
Yeah, you hit it there. You're talking about the lack of banking. This flat racetrack is really hard to get a car to turn, and it almost makes it like a knife edge for these crew chiefs to try to get their car balanced. You really try to get the front end to turn, and the next thing you know, all of a sudden the back end's hanging out. You're loose, so you got to work on that. So it's a real difficult challenge for the crews to get right here at this track.
Well, the guys who have conquered the challenge in the chase, and we'll show you the wins that they've racked up here at New Hampshire. As you can see on the right side of your screen, Jimmy Johnson has 3, Kurt Busch has 3, Jeff Gordon has 3, but there's 2 that stand out. Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards. And Dave Burns and Vince Welch are down in pit road. Vince, give us an update on Carl's situation.
Well, Carl has not won here, and he's not won this season, but one could also argue that he is the hottest driver entering the chase. You see, over the past 10 races, no driver has scored more points than Edwards and this 99 team. That's good news as they enter this race. Now, granted, hasn't won here, hasn't won during the course of the season, and in fact, his history here has not been all that good outside the top 15 the last 3 New Hampshire races, but he enters this weekend hoping his recent momentum changes his New Hampshire fortunes for a positive start in the chase. Dave Burns?
And Vince, one of the guys with a New Hampshire win here is the top seed, Denny Hamlin. That came back in 2007. Has an average finish of 8th here, so Loudon isn't bad for him. I asked crew chief Mike Ford how they were going to take the 90 minutes of practice today. Were they going to do it all in race trim? Or were they going to work only on qualifying? Last week, they did a lot of race trim and even sacrificed 1 mock qualifying run so that they could race better, and they won. So today, I asked him, so what's it going to be? Mostly qualifying, mostly race? He made me answer, and of course, I was wrong because I said just qualifying. And then they emphasized track position here. You've got to be both. They plan to take mostly race trim, do a mock qualifying run at the end, but they won't be afraid to throw it out once again if they need the time to make sure they're good in race trim. Marty?
All right, thanks, Dave. And Mike up on top of the hauler, taking a look at this 1-mile track from his perspective. Let's talk a little bit more about Denny Hamlin. He's out on track, guys.
Yeah, and people might wonder, okay, they've got practice sessions tomorrow and the weather looks good. Why would they be worried about it? And this is one of the things that you see right here, locking up the brakes and going into these corners, especially turn 3 seems to be a little worse than turn 1. You saw Denny do that. But they have all day tomorrow, 2 practice sessions tomorrow. But it's important that they get in a little bit of race runs today, kind of give them a direction on what they need to think about and work on overnight to get their car ready for tomorrow. And it makes it a little simpler to do that.
Well, and I'm watching this too right here with Denny Hamlin. He's going out on fairly low air pressures. You saw him lock that left front up, but he's going out here, going after it pretty hard right off the bat. So trying to figure out exactly what they were doing. I thought maybe they were doing some qualifying runs, so we saw the tire pressures were pretty low.
Yeah, I think maybe it's one thing is, if you have green flag pit stops here, you kind of want to know what your car will do as you go and take off. So I think maybe Denny's trying to simulate that. These guys look at all angles as they get ready for this chase.
Well, he qualified 4th last fall. That was his best start in 9 New Hampshire races. Jimmy Johnson, of course, has done pretty doggone good, as you can see right there on the numbers. Leads all chase drivers in these categories.
I talked to the guys down there in the garage. This is the car they ran here the last race, so feel pretty good about it. But I do hear a lot of teams, a lot of teams down there in top 12 have new race cars here for this race.
Yeah, well, it worked well for him back here in July. That was he had a great run, a great battle with Kurt Busch right at the end of the race. But as you said, Andy, a lot of people are building new stuff, and be interesting to see. And as you go out here and practice, if you've got a race type set up in, your 4th, 5th, even 6th lap might be your quickest as those air pressures do build up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the top of the board at Jeff Gordon. He only ran 2 laps. It makes me think maybe he is in kind of a qualifying type mode.
Shift our coverage over to Tony Stewart right now. And Tony, on the 8 tracks that we've already run that are part of the chase, he really does not have the numbers that back up a championship run.
No, he doesn't, but that was all early in the season. They were trying a lot of different things early in the year. I think when they settled in on exactly what direction they needed to go, they have performed very well. So that's what I look at more, that he has a lot of momentum coming in, and he is Tony Stewart, and he's actually my pick to win the championship. A lot of people look at me crazy, but...
Well, I think you got to feel pretty good about that after watching his interview after the race at Richmond, and he didn't have a great race at Richmond. But he still had a real upbeat attitude about the chase. He felt like they were going to have a really good chance to win this thing.
Well, he qualified 2nd last September, and you can see the red flag out. I guess there is some debris or something out on the track. We'll check it down with NASCAR, so everybody will be rolling back in. Give everybody a chance to get some adjustments made and see what they have as far as tire pressure. You see the Goodyear guys giving temperatures over on the right side of your screen. Gives us a chance to tell you about what's coming up on ESPN and the family of networks. Sprint Cup qualifying later today at 3 Eastern right here on ESPN2. And then Sprint Cup Series Sylvania 300 from New Hampshire, Sunday, 1 Eastern over on ESPN. Then the O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals for all the drag racing fans. Qualifying is Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. The finals that night, Sunday, 7 Eastern. Both of those on ESPN2. So while we've got a stoppage here on the track, we'll take a stoppage along the way and return to practice here at Loudon.
At Pizza Hut, everyone loved our $10 any pizza deal, so we've made even bigger changes. We've lowered the price of every pizza on our menu. Now, a large pizza with up to 3 of your favorite toppings is just $10, or any medium specialty pizza is just $10 too. Only at your Pizza Hut.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Look, we've all dealt with the itching of athlete's foot. I can't just wash it away. Killing it takes clinical strength. I only use Lotrimin Ultra. Its powerful formula can even cure severe cases of athlete's foot. Nothing cures better. Lotrimin Ultra, the killer cure.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles.
Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear, get there.
The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games.
What if I told you winning is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, Tuesday at 8, part of ESPN Films 30 for 30.
Hey fans, to find the largest selection of my gear, log on to NASCAR.com Superstore.
Jimmy Johnson, just as we were going to show you, he was checking tire wear. One of the crew members walked right in front of the shot. Obviously didn't know the camera was going to be on him, but he's talking it over, and they're checking everything out as down to business. And you were saying this is one of the few teams in the chase that did not bring a new car.
No, I talked to the crew guys. They had obviously a good car here the last race by winning, so they felt like that was the car they needed to bring back. But they're one of the few teams in the garage area that did not, in the top 12, that didn't bring new cars here. Saw Jimmy looking at that tire. What he's looking for, I suspect that he locked that left front up somewhere, wanted to check, see if he had put a flat spot on it anywhere, because they're limited on how many tires they can use right now up until when they qualify.
A.J. Allmendinger right now is looking at 6th on the speed charts. He was fastest on this second grouping out as far as after the caution, the red flag that we had. Tony Stewart has gone a little bit quicker to move into the 5th spot overall. It's Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Tony Stewart, and now Clint Boyer has just moved in to the number 5 position.
Yeah, AJ's had some pretty good runs here lately, so not surprising to see him up towards the top. He looks like certainly in race conditions. See a little bit loose right there. Entrance to the corner. That's the one thing these guys will fight. Loose in, a little tight in the center, and then depending on how you try to adjust, loose or tight off the corner. But very seldom do you get it perfect around here.
We talked about the man who was leading the regular season. There he is, Kevin Harvick. He has 1 pole, 1 win here, both in the fall of 2006. And if you want to flash back, we can show you exactly what it looked like, guys.
Cars look a lot different, I can tell you that.
For sure.
Of course, he was in the Reese's machine that day, the familiar number 29, and taking the win. And the celebration began. Will he celebrate on Sunday? Well, as we take a look at his chase resume, it's his 4th appearance. He's had 30 starts with 2 wins and his average finish of 12.3. And I watched you guys on NASCAR Now, DJ and Andy, when you were talking about where you had to finish average over the course of this chase to win this year, in your opinion.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it's somewhere around 8th. So obviously Harvick's going to have to do better than that 12th place average that he's had in those 4 years. But I look for him to do that because that's about what he's been all year long. But I think that you're going to have in the top 10 an average finish because the competition is just so close.
Yeah, and we talked about this being a wide open chase and anybody can win it. I think the reason we're saying that is we don't think that Jimmy Johnson is going to have that kind of season where he puts up that 5.0 or 5 point whatever it was that he did to win some of these titles. So I think that 8th place average might get you a lot farther along than it has in previous years.
Right now out on the track, Jeff Gordon is the fastest. He has a run, only 2 laps. Let's get an update from Vince Welch.
Well, Gordon is one of those guys in a new car, a brand new car, as you guys were discussing earlier. And as Andy speculated when Gordon was on the track initially, he is indeed in qualifying trim. Gordon went out, ran 2 laps, put the fastest time up on the board, and felt like they were hitting a little bit in the front end, so they've come in and made some adjustments there. Gordon has, you saw that note, has 5 second-place finishes here at New Hampshire. He's a 3-time winner here, and even though he didn't win during the regular season, boy, what a great lift it would be for this 2014 if Gordon could get his first win of the season to open the chase. Dave Burns?
And Vince, the second fastest car right now on the boards is Kyle Busch, and that, too, is a brand-new race car. Now, I want to start first with the fact that Kyle's team told me this morning they're going to do all qualifying runs during this session. That's opposite of teammate Denny Hamlin. Dave Rogers told me he wants to slow things down. They came in qualifying trim. They're going to tweak it just a little as they go along. Slow the day down. I said, does it really help? He goes, well, we couldn't really quantify it when we tried it earlier this year, but we want to try to do whatever we can to start up front here on this track position sensitive racetrack. So all qualifying runs for the 18. And back to the new car, well, he told me, you know what, from week to week, we discover things that might be better about our race car. And I want to talk to Tim Brewer in the Craftsman Tech Garage. Tim, how in the world can a week's time make that much difference on finding lightweight parts for these race cars?
Tell you what, Dave, it comes back to one thing. When you take a brand new car to the racetrack, you beat it up a little bit, you have to put a little body filler in it, maybe to cover up a dent. These guys don't want that. I've seen guys go to the racetrack and come back and they change sponsors. Well, the guys in the body shop think, well, we'll just kind of wrap it again. The guys make them tear both wraps off and rewrap the car. But weight is so important right here. Years ago, we used to use this rubber hose, convoluted stuff. The airflow, we started using the carbon hose in this area right here. It's lighter and it flowed 30% more air. But anytime you can eliminate these products, you can come back. The hose clamps, their weight that goes around the carbon, you eliminate that. The tire wraps. For instance, look at this particular bolt head right here. Look at this one right here. Anything you can do to alleviate weight up here. What the purpose is, you're trying to put more tungsten in it. This is 70% heavier than lead, and what you're trying to do is lower the center of gravity, put all the tungsten you can in here to make the car go around the racetrack even faster.
Yeah, we've developed these cars to a point now that even you saw those little screws, all that stuff adds up and makes a difference. And when you build these cars, and that's why these new cars are always lighter. Every time you build a new car, you find a way to eliminate something, make something smaller or lighter. So, oh my goodness, you see this 46 now is pounded the fence. That's what that caution's for.
Let's go back and show you exactly what happened because we are under our second caution. Michael McDowell.
Wow, that thing went straight. Like something wrong there. I don't know what that was.
Something broke there.
And he had only turned one lap, guys.
It's coming off the corner.
Yeah.
So that was lap number 2.
Took off to the wall. Man.
Yeah, maybe it could have been something rubbing the inside of the tire. And might have blown that right front. Well, no, the tire's up, so it wasn't that.
So a tough break for McDowell and the team as they're going to have to go back and try and fix that. As we mentioned, it's still Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Tony Stewart, Clint Boyer. That is your top 5.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Was Abe Lincoln honest?
Does this dress make my backside look big?
Perhaps it will. Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Is having a snowball fight with pitching great Randy Johnson a bad idea?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe this was a bad idea.
From an early age, Timothy Richmond understood that with knowledge comes confidence. In junior high, while abroad, he explained how jellyfish stings can be neutralized with vinegar.
L'aceto alevia dolore.
In perfect Italian. As an adult, Timothy's knowledge of storm cells and tornadoes saved the Newbury Prep cheerleading squad. But when it came time to buy a new car, he was just as nervous as the rest of us. So Timothy got his knowledge at Cars.com, regained his confidence, and got the perfect car at the perfect price.
When NASCAR fans think about NASCAR, they think performance. They think precision. They think quality. And when NASCAR fans think about their own car, they should expect nothing less. When looking for automotive brands that represent performance, precision, and quality, look for the NASCAR Performance family of automotive brands.
You might have beaten me to Bristol, but there ain't no way you're getting to Dago for me.
Driving mighty slow to be talking like that.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor. Let me know how my taillights are working.
See you at the track. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound up. Got 10 Street, east of 29.
Are your credit cards maxed out? Just making minimum payments or even behind on your bills? Call us now. Freedom Debt Relief's mission is to help you get rid of your credit card debt. We could reduce your debt up to 50% while you make just one low monthly payment. Now you have a choice. We offer the successful alternative to bankruptcy, credit counseling, or taking on new loans.
I had over $25,000 in credit card debt. Then I called Freedom Debt Relief and got my debt cut in half. I was debt-free in less than 24 months.
I went through a divorce and ended up with $17,000 in credit card debt. Then I called Freedom Debt Relief. They were able to settle all 7 of my credit card bills with one low monthly payment.
This program has saved our clients over $100 million. Don't pay another credit card bill until you've talked to us. This is a unique program that will get you relief and on your way to being debt-free. Make the most important call of your life today.
Call Freedom Debt Relief now at 1-800-652-0335. That's 1-800-652-0335.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice is brought to you by Pizza Hut and the new Big Italy Pizza. Almost 2 feet long with a big taste to match.
The campgrounds, talking to the officials here at the track, an increase from the race earlier this year. In fact, they said in the paper this morning they have just under about 7,000 total seats before they would have a complete sellout. Let's talk a little football because it's going to continue with 2 full national coverage games. First, Mac Brown's Texas Longhorns face a tough road test in Lubbock against Tommy Tuberville's undefeated Texas Tech Red Raiders in the Dr. Pepper Rivalry Series game. And Brian Kelly's Notre Dame Fighting Irish hit the road to face the Michigan State Spartans. It's Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines. It can be seen nationally on either ABC or ESPN2 tomorrow night at 8 Eastern. And both games are also available online at ESPN3.com. We were under the red flag for a crash involving Michael McDowell, and we're getting reports from down on pit road, guys. He may have lost the motor, and that may be what the smoke was we saw.
It's either a motor or oil line, something got on those front tires, and he couldn't turn it at all coming off the corner. See right here, the smoke just all of a sudden, and then the car goes straight.
Yeah, you'd have to think maybe an oil line came loose and got under there, and he couldn't turn. Vince?
Yeah, tough way to get the day started. Second lap for Michael McDowell in heavy contact, and what did happen?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We'll have to take a look at it, but just came in the middle of turn one. The car just turned hard right. I'm not sure if something broke in the right front suspension. A lot of oil, too, so maybe a line came off. But, yeah, just everything was fine, no signs of it, and then just took hard off.
Looks like a pretty heavy impact. Saw you flexing the leg a little bit. How are you?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to go to the backup, which is tough for us at Whitney Motorsports because this is a Chevrolet ECR and Dodge upstairs, so not a long practice. We'll have to get the backup out and get ready to go qualify.
Yeah, tough start to the day for Michael McDowell, Marty.
Certainly is, and again, not one of the heavily funded teams, so every time they bang the wall, it rings the register in the wrong direction. Jeff Gordon right now still the fastest on track, and he is back out. But, if obviously back in the chase. But let's take a look 1 year ago, because Jeff, although he did finish third, it was one of those stories where, guys, he had those moments where he was really good, but started off New Hampshire like in 15th, picked up 2 second-place runs at Kansas and out in California. But then Talladega and Texas really hurt. A 20th, a 13th. Then a 9th at Phoenix, and finishing off with the 6th at Homestead, Miami. And Jeff ended up third in the championship just 1 year ago. And as we continue to watch Jeff out on track, how about a look at all of his Chase Championship runs? His 4 titles in the first 9 seasons. And, of course, Jeff Gordon fans will always point to you and say, hey, if we were still under the old system, he'd have 6 championships right now. But we're not under the old system.
Yeah, you won't hear him say anything about it either. He knows the rules, and things kind of changed, and you got to figure out a way to win it under these circumstances.
Yeah, and you don't know how other people would have raced if it would have been that other. So you can't say any of that. But all he's going to do is try to go win that 5th this year. They came so close early in the year to winning a number of races. If they can get back to that form, then he obviously knows how to get the job done whenever things get really tight and ready to win championship.
Trying to break that 55 race winless streak. Checking in on Casey Kane, not in the chase obviously this year, but right now he and A.J. Allmendinger are the 2 quickest on the track right now of those not involved in the chase. 6th and 7th, followed by Sam Hornish Jr., Ryan Newman, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. So group of guys in that mix.
You see Casey Kane chasing that 47 of Marcus Ambrose, and Ambrose had just an outstanding run last week at Richmond. I think that's going to probably carry over just a little bit here at this track.
Yeah, you'd think that it would, and I've seen Marcus run well at this racetrack too, so hopefully that team's got things kind of turning around and getting better finishes now. They've run decent. They just haven't had a lot of good finishes throughout the season.
Well, that 5th back at Richmond was his best oval track result of the season. And there goes Casey around the 47, and Joey Logano right behind him.
Well, speaking of good runs last week, Joey Logano did a fantastic job. We just looked at his progression on Monday in the show and just showed how he really just throughout the entire race was getting better and better. And we commented last Saturday night that for the last 100, 120 laps, he was literally the fastest car on the racetrack. He just didn't have the track position, never got a caution.
Yeah, the key was he didn't get a caution. If he could have got one, he would have been up there with those leaders and his teammates and maybe gave him a run for that win.
Well, you saw that win that Joey had here at New Hampshire. He is the youngest ever in Cup to win, and that was his first win. He was 19 years, 1 month, and 4 days. And in fact, the oldest used to be held by a guy in this booth, Andy, until last year.
Well, I know it wasn't me, and it wasn't you. So.
Are you glad Mark won that?
No, I'm glad for Mark that he won. Yeah, but no, that's okay.
It's okay to be the oldest winner?
Yeah. Nothing wrong being old. I'm getting older every day.
I remember Dick Greer. Dick Greer back at the Daytona 24-hour race. He did not want to be known as the oldest winner in his class. Kurt Busch right now, and you saw his numbers there. 24th on the speed charts right now. And again, this is a team that they've got one challenge. They're the only one-car team in this Chase Championship, guys.
That depends on how you look at it. I think they are looking at it like we get all of the focus from our manufacturer on our team, and we can, channel that to our success. And I think maybe that's the way that they're looking at this.
Yeah, I would think that, of course, obviously we see that he can win here, knows how to win. The one thing that I would see as a detriment to this race team, and it's just that Sam Hornish and Brad Keselowski and the Cup side of it, I'm not sure how much help they're going to be to him. So they're kind of out there on an island themselves. They don't have teammates that they can really rely a whole lot on at this point in time, and that may hurt them a little bit.
Well, and let's go back to that graphic that everybody just saw while it was up there. I mean, he does not have momentum going on his side either. It's been sort of a bit of a roller coaster.
Well, it has been that, but these guys have won here in different ways. Kurt Busch, he's dominated races, and then they won a rain-shortened deal a few years ago, so they know how to do strategies. You just have to get it going here. You might not have had it, but you believe now this is a new season. We've got 10 races to get it done. Hopefully, we'll take everything that we had and put it all together here.
And we've seen the momentum shift a lot, both ways, for Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, even Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon started out with a lot of great runs in the beginning part of the year, kind of fell off a little bit towards this part of the season. But, it's like you said, Dallas, what you do from here to the end.
Yeah. It is. We've tried to handicap this this week on shows and things that we've done. It would be so easy to sit down and literally this year make a case how each one of these 12 drivers could possibly win this championship.
Kyle Busch back in the garage area, and obviously they're still working on the setup. He'll be coming back out on the track a little bit later. Kevin Harvick in the cockpit. In fact, Kevin's doing double duty. He's running the truck race, as is Kyle Busch. Busch was first. Harvick was third in the first truck practice.
In this life, you only get a few chances. It's what you do with them that separates the horses from the ponies. Better know when it's time to put the pedal down and leave the pack. Cause at the start of the chase, the door's wide open for the best to get that cup. Why? Cause it's racing.
The chase begins with the Sylvania 300 at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Today is the day.
The day I ignore the voice of reason. The day I talk to the girl from accounting.
The day I ditch the bun.
And demand 2 meaty fillets.
2 slices of cheese.
And 2 pieces of bacon. Yeah, I said bacon.
Today's the day I double down.
The KFC Double Down. Double meat, double cheese, double bacon, double awesome. Get yours today.
So good.
So S-O-G-double-O-D good.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles.
Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear. Get there.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
On September 28th, own the biggest action event of the year.
Tony, I got my eye on you.
Iron Man 2. Own it September 28th on Blu-ray and DVD.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
That's cool. 1800 just poured me a shot. What can your top do? Nothing. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
Back here at New Hampshire, Denny Hamlin quoted in the paper this morning, loving the fact he is the #1 seed, first time in his Chase career. Tony Stewart, the only man who has won under the old format and under the Chase format. And, of course, Jimmy Johnson, who's dominated the last 4, the drive for 5, the focal point of the 48 team. And the fastest car today is his teammate, Jeff Gordon. Went out and did a mock qualifying run right off the gate and is at 28.97 seconds. And there's Jeff talking it over with Steve Letarte.
Yeah, and going out here, I was going to mention, I talked about how difficult this racetrack is. I can't begin to tell you how tough it is to come here and how much confidence you have to have in your crew and your car to go out there and run qualifying type laps right from the get-go, because that makes it very difficult.
It does. It's very hard doing it. I watched him the second run. He actually went just a little bit quicker on that second run, while Kyle Busch, who was second on the board, he went just a tick slower on his second run.
Matt Kenseth out on track, and there's something going on with the 17. What is it, Vince?
Yeah, Kenseth is one of those 2 drivers, he and Edwards, the 2 that have not won here at New Hampshire. And a little bit of a mechanical hiccup as you listen to the radio, as he had run 14 laps early on.
Same time as Jimmy. I got 0 oil pressure until I rev it to 3,000. Okay. Trying to keep it revved up here through the garage. It's 0 until it gets to 3,000, then it gets to just about 10, and that's it.
Did you notice how much it was on the straightaway?
I didn't look at it on the track. I just noticed the light when I was coming in the garage, so I was looking at it. I'll look this time, though.
And for further explanation on what Matt Kenseth and the 17 team are dealing with, let's go to Tim Brewer in the Craftsman Tech Garage.
Thanks, Vince. We've got an external oil pump on all the cars. It's belt driven. And this valve right here, that's where we actually adjust the oil pressure. But back over here in the valve train area, we've got restrictors that we can restrict the oil fluid to the lifters and up in this area here. But the squirters come over here and keep the valve springs cool. But when you ain't got any oil pressure, what's going to happen down here in the bottom end of the engine, you don't have any lubrication in the connecting rods and the main bearings. And, that's like Andy was saying a while ago. Gordon's got 3 gauges in the car. The reason you don't need 3 gauges because the drivers don't look at them anyway.
Yeah, I used to ask your driver. I said, well, what's the water temp? Well, I'll look at it and tell you in a minute. But they don't study them. They don't have time to do that.
Well, it makes it difficult to do that, especially at a place like this, in doing that.
Well,
but
tell me the truth. How many times did you look at your gauges?
When they asked me to. Pretty much.
Yeah, the gauges today, though, they've got these colors that the gauge will actually change color if it gets out of a threshold that you can set. So it gets the driver's attention when he does need to look at it.
Well, there's the Kenseth car on the right side of the screen. He's 24th on the speed charts. Biffle is 25th, and we've been watching it, and it looks like it's got a bit of a hiccup when it's going around this track.
Yeah, you see some sparks coming out of it. There are some areas, especially at the entrance and next to these corners, where you have a transition. Whoa. Man, that's close to the wall, but Biffle does that all the time. But you can see some sparks. So, I don't know, that's probably something they're going to have to work on. That's a little more than the splitter there, and they wouldn't really be creating the sparks.
Yeah, they got some kind of parts of the hard parts of the car that are
here, guys.
That splitter definitely would not throw sparks. They had a really tough time last week. They didn't have a good race at all. I mean, talked to the crew guys. He said that they were just out to lunch really all night.
And if you were out to lunch there, coming to a place like this is even more difficult. Doesn't give you a lot of hope.
All right, Jimmy Johnson getting back behind the wheel of the 48, Dave.
Engine is fired, and the 48 driver is taking his second run of the day. Count them as one of the teams that are only doing practice qualifying runs, or mock runs, as they like to call them. That means he goes out, makes a qualifying run, comes back in. He's been in for about 15 minutes, and then goes back out again. But one of the interesting things is that practice day spotter Randy Bradshaw has to find him exactly the right spot to go out in all this traffic. Andy and DJ, how difficult can that be?
Well, it's sometimes really hard if you got a lot of cars on the track. You want to go out there and make this run without any traffic around you, and you don't want distractions for the driver. You don't want him dealing with somebody coming off the track in front of you or pulling up to speed. So it's sometimes really hard to get that communication and get that hole. But it looks like he's got a good hole right here, maybe.
Yeah, and you can see just as Jimmy tried to get going, this is one of the most, it's the most difficult track to get your car up to speed. There's no banking there. The tires, you can see Jimmy still spinning the tires, and now he's trying to get some heat in the tires. So makes it difficult. You can see he's got a big hole there, so he's pretty fortunate this time.
We talk about this track, and to give you some perspective, the banking at Indy is 9 degrees. The max that it is here is just 7 degrees.
And that's where you don't race. That 7. If you're in that 7, you're in trouble.
I want to go measure it and see if it's really 7. I don't think it's that much.
I'm not even sure it's 2 down there. But I tell you, when you're running around here well over 100 miles an hour, then sometimes it looks like all of it's off camera actually banked the other way.
Well, we'll get an idea of Jimmy trying to get her up to speed right now.
And we saw Jeff's his second run. He ran a 28.97. We'll see what Jimmy can do in the same configuration, both of them in qualifying trim. His first lap is a 29.61, and you expect that first lap to be just a little bit slower. This second lap should be a lot quicker. I saw the same thing with Jeff Gordon. He ran about that same lap time on his first lap and came back and ran that 28.97.
There you see Chad on the box. Everybody in jackets because it's around 58, 60 degrees today with the overcast, damp air.
Yeah, their 2 weeks of summer is over up here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, the one thing Jimmy Johnson jumps up to the 7th spot, so you're right, Andy, picked up a lot on that second lap, but he's still, close to half a second off of what Jeff Gordon is. But the one thing these drivers and teams may face today, we as you mentioned, Marty, we have a lot of cloud cover here right now, and even though the temperature might not get up, if the sun comes out and heats this racetrack up a little bit, it could make it difficult in trying to get your setup for qualifying.
Let's listen in on the radio.
Randy Bradshaw, if you got me. Yes, sir, 10-4. Okay, right there, you let him go way late. When I said, behind the 20, he's halfway down the back straightaway. If you weren't ready to start telling him where that car was, you shouldn't have sent him, all right? 10-4, I got you. We're on qualifying runs, right? Yes, Randy.
Exactly what you guys were just talking about.
Well, it's all about communication and making sure everybody's kind of on the same page, and sounds like Chad's got them in that order now.
Yeah, if you're out there doing race runs, you don't really care. You don't mind running traffic and get out there, with some guys running too wide or so, but you definitely don't want anybody around you doing a qualifying run.
First look at David Rudeman. He's running the Tums colors this week in the 00. He's hoping that he doesn't need any of that through misfortune out on the racetrack. Right now, though, he's 30th on the speed charts. There you see his numbers.
29.57. You see it's pretty tight all the way down through there. Jimmy Johnson just ran a 29.33, and he is up in the top 10, 7th spot. So you see how tight it is.
Yeah, and looking at the number of laps that he's run, which is 11, tells me he's probably been out there in race runs most of the time.
It's another guy that's in race trim. Oh, man, don't hit that wall. Oh, my goodness. He's trying to get just a little more than that car had in it coming off of turn 4.
Yeah, looking at that, Jeff makes me think that maybe they'd switched over to qualifying trim here, but since he's slowed down.
I see a lot of laps on the board for Burton. He's got 16 laps, so they're probably in race trim by running that many, but man, I guess he's trying to find the limit. Vince, what are they working on?
Yeah, they are indeed in race trim, and Jeff Burton just said it's just not turning in the center, and then when he gets back on the gas, it doesn't want to turn. So not happy with the way it's handling in the corners, and he says it's loose late. So they're still trying to get a handle on it, but the adjustments they made on this last trip to the garage did not help it turn any better.
Well, as we take a look at the replay, his first of 573 starts was here back in 1993, the inaugural race. Look at that.
This is what I talked about earlier when we came on the air about how this is like a knife edge. You want to get that front end to turn, but then you got to be really careful not to have that thing snap loose like that.
Yeah, but if it's not turning in the center, then that can create that loose exit part too. So I think if they make it turn better in the center of the corner, then that may go away too.
Practice positions of those in the chase on the right-hand side of your screen. Hamlin 16th, Harvick 19th, 25th for Matt Kenseth. Stay with us. We've got more practice.
Saturday Night Football, Texas Tech, and Notre Dame, Michigan State.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
So any changes?
Just a little bit faster this time, that's it. Chad, you're good. Okay. Stay away from Michael, get in there, actually check that out. Chad, you all right?
Yeah, no problem.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah. Is it stable?
The box catch it?
Yeah. The lift one.
The seriously heavy-duty Cobalt 41-inch tool chest.
Look at that. Definitely on the box. Chad, can I have a screwdriver, please?
It's a symbol of confidence, honor, and trust. An unspoken bond that, while common among men, is exceedingly rare among companies. The Ram 60-day handshake. Ram.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
I wish it were as simple as me versus 11 other guys, but it's not.
It's me versus the car in front of me and their bumper. Me versus that line of sweat running down my face. Me versus the expectations of an entire sport.
Versus the loose lug nut
On lap 112.
versus 4 turns and 2 straightaways versus history.
Most of all, it's me versus my will to win.
My dedication. My dedication. My dedication versus myself.
The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Who will be the last man standing? Sunday starts here. Boomer, TJ, Chris, Key, and Coach Ditka get you primed and ready for kickoff. Sunday NFL Countdown, 11 a.m. on ESPN.
Absolutely beautiful countryside here in Loudon, New Hampshire as probably in about a couple of weeks, the leaves will really start turning. Temperatures got down into the 40s the last couple of nights, but not cold enough yet to get the leaves to start that annual fall coloring. But boy, it is certainly beautiful up here as we pull back here at the 1 mile layout at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, the Granite State. And speaking of granite, Jerry Gappens, the man who's in charge here, they said, wait, we need a trademark, sort of like the yard of bricks. Well, there it is, 2 feet of granite carved with the New Hampshire Motor Speedway emblem and logo. Nice touch.
It's very nice, yeah. And the people, what was, to me has always been great about coming up here, the fans are so passionate about racing up here. And, of course, they love where they live, too. But I always see a big crowd, and I'm sure we'll see that again on Sunday.
Well, like we said, they're just a few thousand away from a complete sellout, and this is well over 100,000 seats that we're talking about. All right, we mentioned the fact Matt Kenseth was, actually the lowest of the chase group, and there he is back out on track, and he is right now in the 26th position, guys.
He's got a lot of laps on the board, 21, so sure he's in race trim.
Meanwhile, one of the guys that's got to make it in on time, Mike Bliss. Let's take a look at some of his numbers. He's 40th right now, but solidly ahead of a couple of the other of the go-or-go-homers. We've got a total of 45 cars that will be qualifying later today, 3 o'clock Eastern time. You'll see it here on ESPN2.
Yeah, I think he still needs a little more speed, though, because he is in qualifying trim.
David Gilliland in the number 37 with the Taco Bell Ford. You see the numbers on him. Gilliland right now 29th on the chart. Tony Raines currently 45th and struggling. I mean, he's run a total of 15 laps.
This is, again, for teams, this is a difficult racetrack. And it makes it so hard if you're off just a little bit and can't find that speed, doing things to find speed in the car to where the driver can really get after it, because these are 2 of the most difficult qualifying laps that you'll encounter.
Tony is in the top 35 in the points, so he's okay, even though he is 45th right now on the charts. And there's Andy Lally.
Whoa, he's chasing that car a little bit now. He does. He's 43rd on the sheet. He's running a lot of laps, but he's got to pick it up just a little bit. He is locked into the field.
You'll be glad of that when it comes time to qualify.
Look at that right there.
Yeah.
Now, one guy we haven't talked about at all is,
a little bit of left front lockup.
That was Andy, but the one we haven't talked about, Carl Edwards. There he is.
Well, you see Dale getting down into that corner, just how rough that transition is. You see a car really bounces hard. It's almost bump stop, so it's going to be a rough ride for the drivers, and that's where that left front tire will lock up as you go over those bumps. Vince, you got more on Carl?
Yeah, I talked to Carl before he went out initially this morning, and they were going to focus on qualifying trim today, feeling like the weather is going to be good enough for them tomorrow that they can focus on the race car. You guys talked about the importance of track position here in a good qualifying effort, getting off to a good start of the chase. Edwards really feels like qualifying is important, and they're giving it that attention here today.
This is a track where qualifying is extremely important. It's just hard to pass, you know, not just for the pit pick. You want to do that everywhere, every week, try to qualify up front, but it's really difficult to make passes on this track. He did run his fastest lap, that lap. No, he did. I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong one. He's actually a 4/10 off his fastest lap.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson just jumped up to the second spot.
You're talking about qualifying and how important it is. 5 of the 13 fall races have been won from the front row. 4 from the pole, 1 from second. And more than half of all races here have won from the top 10. There's Jimmy Johnson, moved up to the number 2 spot right behind his Hendrick Motorsports teammate, Jeff Gordon. Looks like he's out making another qualifying run, guys.
Yeah, we've been told he was on sticker tires there, and his first lap was actually the quicker of the 2.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that. I didn't know that stickers would get going. A lot of times when the track's cool.
On the free side, the forward bite is there as I got my line back to what I know. Rolled in, little nervous, turning right the whole way through there, and until I got back to the gas firmly, was free.
Yeah. I know he's a great race driver. That's hard to do, especially when you go out here, get ready to qualify, because invariably as a driver, you're going to try to get a little bit extra. So if you're already loose, then you can find that thing stepping out a little bit more, and trying to carry that speed through the center is where your qualifying effort is going to be the best. So
really good rolling through 3 and 4 on your first lap. Carried a lot of speed through there.
It's really hard to.
Yeah, it's M4.
I've seen this track be, you know, when you got cloud cover, it's cold out here. Sticker tires sometimes are hard to get going on, and that's pretty surprising they could go that quick right off the bat on that first lap. So that's a good sign for Jimmy.
Well, I think by what I'm hearing there, though, is he said that first lap he really rolled through the center of turns 3 and 4, and I think that was just the tire holding it in. And then the second lap he probably didn't go quicker because he was still loose and he didn't have the grip of the tire to hold him anymore.
We always talk about this team being ready for the chase, and that's the big question mark right now. Not coming in with the kind of momentum that they have experienced in other years during that 4-year run, but it's almost like nobody wants to wake up the sleeping giant.
Well, everybody in that garage, even though they all talk about, and that's what they have to say, is that, you know, they feel like that they are a lot closer to this 48 team. They have to know that coming in here, he still has to be considered the favorite because they've done it 4 times in a row, and until you unseat them.
What was it, Clint Boyer? I think he said it last week before Richmond. Superman's cape is still there, but it's not quite as long as it used to be.
Well, it's had a target on his back, I mean, for years now, and the teams are getting tired of getting beat. They're going to work, they're working hard, and they feel like they're close.
Well, in fact, Denny Hamlin said, I want to be the one to snap it, and he says, if I can't, I want Jimmy to win it again so that I can do it then next year.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
Hi, folks.
Hi. We're ready to switch our car insurance to Progressive.
Today just seemed like a great day to save. Oh, it's not just today. With our free loyalty program, you earn great stuff like accident forgiveness and bigger discounts just by staying with us.
Oh. So what you're saying is it gets even better with age.
Oh. Tell me we're still talking about insurance.
Rewarding loyalty. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles.
Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear. Get there.
The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games. And I'm not a good loser. I want to win.
The Yankees are moving to a new stadium with the same name, working for a new boss with the same name.
My family believes we have a commitment to field a championship caliber team.
What if I told you that winning,
Dad, this one is for you,
is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, directed by Barbara Koppel, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Part of ESPN Films 30 for 30, presented by Cadillac.
IRS problems? A tax relief agreement can help you. What you're about to see and hear is real.
I settled my tax debt for $800. This IRS tax relief program really did do what it's designed to do.
We owed the IRS over $134,000. Our attorney recommended that we use an IRS tax relief agreement.
Saved us $122,000.
Thousands of taxpayers across the nation have settled their tax debt for less than what they owed.
We needed help fast.
And the IRS accepted our offer, and we settled our tax debt for only $6,008.
This is now your opportunity to get a fresh start and settle your back taxes for less than what you owe.
I owed the IRS over $47,000 and I qualified for the IRS tax relief program. It enabled me to finally settle my tax debt for only $3,800.
Yes, you can do something about your IRS tax problems, and yes, the IRS tax relief agreement can help you.
For a free consultation, call 888-775-9482 now.
Well, the overcast skies are still with us here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, but the forecast is calling for clearing later today and sunny Saturday and Sunday. Here's our current track conditions. 62 degrees, track temperature just 71. Light breeze, gusting as high as 15 miles an hour, but just keeps it on a cool side. Almost feels like autumn up here in New England. As Tim Brewer, let's talk a little bit more about this situation as far as how this weather condition could change everything.
Tell you what, the weather being cool is a good thing because that enables us to take a lot of equipment out of the car. A lot of hoses that the driver needs to stay cool. This intercooler, we call it, in the words of Daryl Jarrett, it's not an air conditioner. It makes the air just a little bit cooler. But by the time you take all this out of the car, when it's a cool day, you can put more tungsten in the car. And this tungsten, the lower center of gravity, it's my friend because the question to the driver is, hey, you don't need this on race day, do you? And we're hoping he says no.
Yeah, it'd be hard to wrestle that helmet cooler away from a lot of those drivers on race day.
Temperature Sunday is supposed to be about 75 degrees. How much will that change everything?
Well, it's just going to change it a little bit. I still think they'll probably end up running that cooler in most of the cars. But, it is important to the fact that what Brewer's talking about, they'll qualify. All these cars in qualifying trim will have just single ignition boxes. They won't have that second ignition. Their backup ignitions in there. They'll have those helmet coolers out of the car. They'll keep all of that out just so they can do just what Tim said is try to have all that weight as low as possible.
Yeah, and going back to race day and not having that cooling system there, what air blows into your helmet. But I can assure you that it's always going to be 40 to 50 degrees hotter inside that race car than what the outside temperature is. So even if you're talking about a cool day around 60 degrees, you're still going to be 100 degrees inside the race car. So it just helps you in that.
Get a glimpse at Jeff Green. You saw the numbers of how he's had 15 Cup races here. His most recent was back in September of 2007. He's also raced here in the Nationwide Series 7 times with 4 top 5 finishes. Jamie McMurray has just gone to the top of the charts on lap 18.
There's your new fast man right there. And I think a lot of teams are probably getting back more towards that qualifying trim.
I thought that was slower than race trim. Horrible.
Well, it's not as bad as you think.
Yeah.
you did good throwing away the first lap or sliding away. Yeah, I didn't do anything. It just drove that bad. That's not the first time I've heard that here. I think out of your mouth. Same comments, same speed stuff.
And about 90% of the other drivers are going to say the same thing about their cars, too. They just didn't feel very good. It's just a matter of getting speed here. It's not about getting it to feel very good, especially for qualifying.
I've never seen him give a trophy for a car that felt the best.
A.J. Allmendinger about, and it looked like he had stickers, according to our reports, coming off of pit road. You see him right there, currently 16th. Let's see if he can pick that up. Getting ready for qualifying later today. You'll see it on ESPN2 at 3 o'clock Eastern.
I think they may have switched over here. It's about time for these guys. They've got a little less than 45 minutes. A.J. goes up the mark to about the 7th spot now, 29.07.
And the 18 of Kyle Busch is finally going back out on track. He's turned a total of 9 laps so far today, Dave.
Yeah, and this change that they made on the car this time, it's super secret. Listen.
Okay, 10-4. We're going to go up on scales here. We're going to try that other thing you and I talked about. Go ahead and jump out. Actually, guys, Wes, do you need him in it for this then? I don't know what you talked about. By now, you should read my mind.
So secret they might not have even told the car chief. But they got Wesley on board, and the whole team made the changeover, and you saw Kyle wiggling it there, getting it up to speed, and warmed up for another mock qualifying run.
And as you finish up, A.J. Allmendinger goes to the top spot now as he's turned a lap at 28.74 seconds.
Yeah, he really upped the game, too. He's 2/10 faster than Jamie McMurray, who was second. So, man, that's a good lap at 28.74.
Well, we're going to find out what Kyle's got. Kevin Harvick also on a run.
Yeah, Harvick's been what looks like race trim before this time. I think this might be his first attempt at maybe a mock qualifying effort.
You know, one of the problems with going out there like Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and just staying in qualifying trim right off the bat is the track's going to rubber up a little bit. You see it was a little green when we started. So track can actually change a little bit as this practice goes through, and they might not have what they think they had if they made those runs early, and Harvick jumps up to the second spot there.
Yeah, I think we could say he was on a run.
1, 2, 3, and 4, really good. The second lap, been pushing hard enough. 1, 2.
Yeah, that's what.
Time at 3 and 4. 4. I mean, it drove really good the second lap, like Richard said. It just chatted the tires all the way around. First lap.
Yeah, they'll do some things with the air pressures to try to do that, but that's typically what you're going to find here at New Hampshire whenever you go out there and start. You get a little bit of chatter with that. And I'll let you know Kyle Busch has gone up to the third fastest spot at a 28.80.
And we get a look now at Dale Earnhardt Jr. He just jumped from 22nd up to 11th. You can see his best finish here back in 04, the September race when he came home third.
Yeah, they qualified inside the top 10 last week at Richmond, but that didn't say anything about how they were going to perform in the race. Well, they were very unhappy about their performance there. So they'll not only be trying to get another good starting spot, but also get that race back just a little better.
Time. There's a couple out there. We're going to have to wait until it cycles back around. There's 3 of them out there. Our car is getting into 3 now. It's the 87.
Yeah, they're going
with
to go.
plenty of room behind them.
They're going to go behind the 87. You see, he's going to sit right there on pit road and spot will tell him to go right when that 87 gets by. Looks like the 87 might be the one coming by the start-finish line now. And there you go.
Outside, and there you go.
You can see just how difficult it is to get up to speed. It's just like that when you drive off of pit road, just like you drive onto ice.
Yeah, you can hear just somebody saying there's just a little mist in the air out there, too, and that always makes it more difficult.
Yeah, that's just what you want to see on a track that doesn't have any grip to start with.
Yeah, especially when you're going to go out there and try to run your fastest lap that you've run all weekend.
Vince, what do you got?
You know, it's interesting that you made the comment about it feeling like ice, because just a moment ago, Clint Boyer came in and he had gone out and made a mock run on sticker tires, and he said, it feels like I'm out there like a hockey puck. So the comparison about being on ice literally was the one that Clint Boyer used, especially guys when they go out with those tire pressures, especially on sticker tires, as Boyer found out with the mist in the air, and it is definitely misting down here in the cool temperatures. We've had several drivers in the garage area talk about how challenging that first lap out on the track can be today.
Well, as long as he doesn't hit the wall like a hockey puck.
He jumped up pretty good, though. That first lap was a 29.08 or 09. That's a pretty good first lap.
That'll move him into the number 9 spot. A.J. Allmendinger is still at the top of the charts, followed by Harvick, Kyle Busch, McMurray, and Jeff Gordon.
You might have beaten me to Bristol, but there ain't no way you get to Dago for me.
Driving mighty slow to be talking like that.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor. Let me know how my taillights are working.
See you at the track. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go, and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound just got some other sweet east of 29.
Beer and wine and cupcakes.
I was doing the corporate grind like everyone else. But to be successful, I knew I had to be different. Ink, 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 ink. I mean, I love that card. It does things differently, too. Great customer service, going above and beyond to help me out as a small business. It's accepted in twice as many places around the world as American Express. And if I ever need to give my employees ink cards, they're free.
Make your mark with ink. Chase what matters. Go to chase.com/ink.
Today is the day.
The day I ignore the voice of reason.
The day I talk to the girl from accounting. The day I ditch the bun.
And demand 2 meaty fillets.
2 slices of cheese. And 2 pieces of bacon. Yeah, I said bacon. Today's the day I double down.
The KFC Double Down. Double meat, double cheese, double bacon, double awesome. Get yours today.
So good.
So S-O-G-double-O-D good.
From an early age, Timothy Richmond understood that with knowledge comes confidence. In junior high, while abroad, he explained how jellyfish stings can be neutralized with vinegar in perfect Italian. As an adult, Timothy's knowledge of storm cells and tornadoes saved the Newbury Prep cheerleading squad. But when it came time to buy a new car, he was just as nervous as the rest of us. So Timothy got his knowledge at Cars.com, regained his confidence, and got the perfect car at the perfect price.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra, a revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine, and nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra motor oil. If you were going to create the ideal NASCAR driver, how would you begin? How old would they be? How tall?
What color would you make their eyes, their hair, their skin?
Would English be their first language? O su segundo?
How long would their hair be?
The definition of ideal has never been more wide open. The NASCAR Drive for Diversity ensures the only barrier drivers have to cross is the finish line.
Let's set the schedule for the rest of the weekend. We've got NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying later today, 3 Eastern, here on ESPN2. And the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, the Sylvania 300 at New Hampshire, Sunday, 1 Eastern on ESPN. And the O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals, they're down in North Carolina. Qualifying is Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, and the finals Sunday night at 7 Eastern. Both of those shows on ESPN2. As we come back here to New Hampshire Motor Speedway, the top 10 looks like this, with a couple of surprises up there, guys. A.J. Allmendinger and David Rudiman now, 1 and 2. And then we get into some of the guys in the chase. Brad Keselowski has slipped into the number 6 spot. Jamie McMurray, 8th. Elliott Sadler, 10th. And we were talking about how hard it was to get off pit road. Well, Denny Hamlin is back in after running 3rd quick, but this was leading up to it.
You can see right here as he tries to go out, just as he gets onto the asphalt of the racetrack, spins out. Came back and ran a 3rd lap, though.
Okay, well, it's spun out. You know that, right? Let's see, just a little too free. We'll talk about it here in a second.
And, of course, the discussion was about putting a little heat in the right rear especially, and but maybe not try to put that much into it. So you guys talked about the difficulty, and Denny just experienced it. The guys were smiling down here through the radio transmission, so they seem to be in good spirits about it, even though it was technically a mistake.
Well, and as we said, Davey went right back out and ended up moving up to the number 3 spot behind Allmendinger and Rudiman and ahead of Harvick and Edwards. Let's check in on a car that, well, last year won this race. Mark Martin behind the wheel, and when you look at the 10-lap averages, Mark is at the top of the charts. Not that many cars have done 10-lap averages. There he is for the 1 lap, 29th. And let's take you back to last year. Mark came in, and boy, everybody thought after this, he was on his way to maybe his first championship.
He gave it a nice run. Did a great job here on the outside. Montoya being able to hold on and going on to get the checker.
And as we always say, what a difference a year makes, but in Mark's case, not the kind of year he wanted.
think we've all been surprised at just the lack of finishes and really just being competitive on a week-to-week basis from this team that was right there every single week last year.
Well, Mark, one of 5 guys that were in the chase last year that are not back this year. And as we switch our coverage, let's check in again on Marcus Ambrose. You can see right now he is 34th, but it looks like he's getting ready to do a mock run.
Yeah, he expects to jump way up here. We'll see how fast he can go.
That spot right there when you come out on your tires trying to get up to speed and carry a lot of speed because you want to come to what would be the green flag carrying a lot of speed makes it difficult. That's whenever a driver's really earning his dollars on qualifying day. See, as we follow Marcus around here, that the low line, there's not really lines down there. If you get down to where that yellow line is, you're literally down on what is more of the apron of the racetrack, and that's about as low as we've seen anybody run right there. See how it works out for Marcus if he can jump up the charts.
Yeah, he does. Moves up to the 19th spot on that first lap. See if he can pick up on his second lap. He'll maybe move up a little more. Our early leader, Jeff Gordon, has dropped down to 12th spot. See a little bit of smoke there. That's coming from that splitter dragging the racetrack a little bit.
You can see Marcus almost caught a car there. So we were talking about that spot, and he jumps up to the 6th spot now. But you can see he almost caught the 66 right there. So they almost didn't give them quite enough room.
Yeah, Johnny Sauter is in that 66, and he's in one of the go or go home group. He's 40th right now. You see his numbers. And again, only 2 are going to be on the trailer heading out of here tonight. Or I should say 3.
Sam Hornish has jumped up to that 3rd spot. Only 2 100ths of a second off of what A.J. Allmendinger ran.
Sauter moved up to 38th, so he's still searching for some speed.
I wait for this 78. All clear, lots of room.
And you hear the spotter giving the clear, and so Dale Jr. brings it out onto the track to see if he can move up the charts. He's 21st right now.
See all of these drivers really working the wheel and trying to get just any kind of heat that they can in these tires.
While this is going on, we can tell you it's right now Allmendinger, Ruderman, and now Sam Hornish Jr. up to the number 3 spot. If I'd have said this late in the session that 3 non-chasers would be leading, would you have said I'm crazy?
Well, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised to see, the 3 cars that are up there ahead of these chasers because, I've done some research out there. A lot of these chase teams have put a lot of effort in these last 10 races, bringing out new cars. And, we'll see after the qualifying session itself is over where they really stack up.
Right in the middle top portion of your screen, 22 minutes, 41 seconds and counting as Earnhardt Jr. still 24th on the speed charts. Let's check in on Kyle Busch. Kyle stays the same, 11th.
Yeah, the other thing, you talk about those 3 at the top. We have 4 other non-chasers in the top 10 with Montoya, Ambrose, Paul Menard, and Brad Keselowski. So got 7 of those top 10 right now taking up those spots.
Could make for a very interesting race on Sunday if that would hold up through qualifying.
Well, these guys are here too to race. They have their agenda. They want to win races, run up front, learn as much as they can.
We can tell you both Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kyle Busch crossed the line. Neither one improved. Jr. still 24th, Kyle 11th. So as the time continues to wind down here in this practice session, it is still A.J. Allmendinger at the top of the charts.
Total's 1912.
1912 is the number of yards thrown by last year's leader against 4-3 defenses. Keep the change. Hey, honey, you all set?
I'll be ready in 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Last season, 5 running backs rushed for 10 or more touchdowns inside the red zone. I'll be in the car.
Get much deeper knowledge about the game within the games you love with the exclusive Samsung and ESPN Next Level.
Off to the gym, honey. You gonna miss me?
The batting champ missed only 13% of the pitches he swung at last year.
Love ya.
Love you.
Take your passion to the next level with Samsung and ESPN.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles.
Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear. Get there.
Video.
Sign up and play the first fantasy game with video. New at NFL.com. You want the NFL? Go to the NFL.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
At Pizza Hut, everyone loved our $10 any pizza deal, so we've made even bigger changes. We've lowered the price of every pizza on our menu. Now, a large pizza with up to 3 of your favorite toppings is just $10, or any medium specialty pizza is just $10 too. Only at your Pizza Hut.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
College football on ESPN continues Saturday night with 2 games featuring 4 unbeaten teams. First, catch Kyle Parker leading Clemson against Cam Newton and the Auburn Tigers at 7 Eastern. Then at 10:30 Eastern, Ricky Stanzi leads 9th-ranked Hawkeyes against Nick Foles and the Arizona Wildcats. It's college football primetime presented by the Hampton Hotels on ESPN Saturday. Both games are also available online and on your phone. No busy signal on the phone here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway as you get a look at Brad Keselowski out on track. We can tell you during the break, Tony Stewart on his 34th lap of this practice session went to the top of the charts, and boy, he laid down a nice one, 28.71 seconds.
Yeah, and we're talking about hundredths of a second making a difference in a couple of spots here. Brad Keselowski with his first lap back on the track here moved back into the top 10 in that 10th spot. See if he can pick it up a little more.
Yeah, Keselowski 14/100ths of a second off of Tony Stewart, and that's only good enough for 10th. Shows you how tight the field is.
Yeah, he ran just a little quicker. That was his fastest lap, but it didn't move him up in the order. 28.84.
Well, let's get an update on Tony Stewart, who's back in the garage, Dave Burns.
And that is after their first mock qualifying run. 2 runs ago in race trim, he said, I don't quite have the feel I'm looking for. Still, everything's positive. They made one more run, must have been satisfied with it. And much as Crew Chief Darren Grubb told me this morning, they went about halfway or so and then switched over to mock runs, and that one was pretty darn good. Right next door, Kurt Busch just went out, having made the switch over on sticker tires. He will be making his first run in the 2-car in qualifying trim. Vince?
Well, on the 24, Jeff Gordon came out and put a quick lap on the board early and was number 1 on the speed chart for quite a while. And I don't know if you could just notice on that previous camera shot, you saw some moisture on the camera lens, and we're definitely feeling that down here in the garage areas. A variety of the teams have talked about the moisture and how cool the track temperatures are. Gordon spent a lot of time in the garage, and their main issue was the fact that he just felt like the car was bottoming out. And he said as he came in previously, we definitely have to fix that. So they spent a good amount of time in the garage. Gordon just rolled out with sticker tires. Let's see what kind of times he can put up here in these 2 or 3 lap runs.
Oh, you guys were talking about Tony Stewart, now Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, the 3 of them. Did you see yesterday they were racing radio control cars over at ESPN headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut?
No, I missed that.
Tony won, and Kyle spun out and went right down the middle of the track and tried to T-bone Tony's car and missed it by about 3 inches. Jeff was 3rd. It was a lot of fun watching. Hope everybody else got the chance to see it.
That time that Gordon ran back earlier that was at the top of the list, 28.97, is now just 20th fastest.
And that lap right there, his first lap back out, is a second off the pace or more.
Yeah, well off.
So are you saying you disagree with maybe their strategy now of going out?
No, I don't disagree. I just think that they get a little bit of false hope or whatever, and maybe even read the track a little bit wrong in the beginning. because the track is definitely different now than it was when the session started. It did move up just a little bit on the speed chart to 18th.
Yeah, that was 4/100ths faster than his fast lap, and we have a new leader at the top, too. You can still see a little of that moisture. Biffle to the top at a 28.70.
There he is. And everybody said keep an eye on the Fords coming into the chase. They found something with that new FR9. Vince, what are you hearing?
Well, Greg Biffle and Greg Irwin, his crew chief, have certainly been working on this car, trying to get it to handle properly. You see Greg Irwin coming down from the top of the hauler there and communicating with Greg Biffle. And this is a team that needs some momentum. After the past couple of races, they have finished 36th and 32nd. It's not exactly the kind of momentum you want to have as you come into the chase. They've obviously hit upon something and gone to the top of the speed chart here in this simulated qual run.
Yeah, Vince, I talked to some of the crew guys. Marty Lindley, one of the guys that works on this team, he said this is a brand new car, and it's the best they have to offer. This is all they've got.
Greg's going to be our in-race reporter. To ask him a question and maybe answer during our race coverage, go to ESPN.com. The keyword is Ask the Driver. Tune in on Sunday at 1 Eastern. See if your question is the one that DJ asks to Greg Biffle. Yeah, after the disaster that they had last week at, they finished 32nd at Richmond. Second straight result in the 30s. Remember, they were 36th at Atlanta. But don't also forget, he was the Pocono winner.
What's up?
Oh, my feet are killing me.
You should get some custom fit orthotics.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center. It recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your feet. And foot care scientists are behind it.
You get immediate comfort.
And you could save a couple $100. For locations, see drscholls.com.
Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
To find the largest selection of my gear, you can log on to the NASCAR.com Superstore.
ESPN has introduced our secluded time to the gift of sports through ESPN3.com.
Pitch running the Wildcat. I painted the shoulders crimson for the Tide. Go, baby, go, go. Look at that gator. If anybody from Auburn doesn't like it, they can suck an egg.
Hook 'em horns.
Get hundreds of college football games live on ESPN3.com. This weekend, watch East Carolina versus Virginia Tech, Alabama versus Duke, and Clemson versus Auburn.
Are your credit cards maxed out? Just making minimum payments or even behind on your bills? Call us now. Freedom Debt Relief's mission is to help you get rid of your credit card debt. We could reduce your debt up to 50% while you make just one low monthly payment. Now you have a choice. We offer the successful alternative to bankruptcy, credit counseling, or taking on new loans.
I had over $25,000 in credit card debt. Then I called Freedom Debt Relief and got my debt cut in half. I was debt-free in less than 24 months.
I went through a divorce and ended up with $17,000 in credit card debt. Then I called Freedom Debt Relief. They were able to settle all 7 of my credit card bills with one low monthly payment.
This program has saved our clients over $100 million. Don't pay another credit card bill until you've talked to us. This is a unique program that will get you relief and on your way to being debt-free. Make the most important call of your life today.
Call Freedom Debt Relief now at 1-800-652-0335. That's 1-800-652-0335.
Jimmy Johnson last year was never lower than second during the entire 10-race chase. In fact, he won 4 races. The Texas race was the only blemish when he finished 38th that this team felt like, maybe it was potentially getting away. And then they came right back at Phoenix to win and finishing it off at Homestead, Miami with a 5th place run and their 4th straight championship. And he'd like that party to continue as he's back in the garage area. What about it, Dave?
I'd like another party to continue as well as we see what kind of birthday card you get from Lowe's. A huge one, industrial strength. By the way, his team wanted him to remind everyone he's not 48. It's actually 35 today. On the inside, it's pretty cool. They printed up messages from fans around the country, and if I can go back to the industrial theme, look at the seam on this thing. I don't think it'll ever come apart. Anyway, happy birthday, Jimmy, and the best news right now is that his last report to Crew Chief Tech announces that last change helped me. I guess that's thanks for helping me on my big day.
Do you know who he shares a birthday with, guys? One of the motorsports legends, Sterling Moss, is 81 today. Maybe it runs somehow, what is it, the horoscopes? 14's getting ready to take a run. Smoke. Right now he's been bumped down to the number 3 spot. A.J. Allmendinger has retaken the top spot. Took it away from Greg Biffle while we were in break. Then Tony Stewart's 3rd, Rudeman 4th, Sam Hornish Jr. is 5th, Denny Hamlin 6th, Casey Kane 7th, Ryan Newman 8th, Kurt Busch and Kevin Harvick round out the top 10. Well, the weatherman has done it to us again. The forecast said by early afternoon it should be sunny, and we are getting a report that the mist is continuing. Kyle Busch has said, okay, I'm going to go out anyway.
Said, I'm not scared.
You see the clock right there at the top of the middle portion of your screen. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's thought better about that, too. Unless he just went out to scuff these tires in, which is a very real possibility.
Dale, I see some raindrops just dropping off our pit studio right now, so it's definitely picking up.
Yeah, and the red flag is out, so everybody will be pulling in, and you can see on the lens right there that it is starting to rain. So here we are through this first practice, and it looks like it may be it for practice. There's Clint Boyer running back over to the garage area. I guess my question is, guys, who impresses you so far from what we've seen?
Well, I think the one that jumps out at me is Tony Stewart. He was fast whenever he was in race trim. Made the comment to Andy that he was up in the top 10 with his speed while he was still doing race runs. I wasn't sure that he would come out and back that up as far as the qualifying effort, but he seems to have a lot of speed in his car.
But how about A.J. Allmendinger? We want to talk about non-chasers. He's definitely making a statement. He has been at the top of the board a couple of times, and he ends this practice up on top of 21 total laps. And this might be a breakout race for him.
Well, and look at all the non-chasers in there. You got Rudeman, Hornish, Casey Kane, Ryan Newman. If this holds where it is as we go into qualifying, now we start the race with those guys. It could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, it could get even more so when we do get to qualifying, because I know I've said this, but these are the 2 most difficult qualifying laps that these guys will encounter all year.
All right, let's show you where everybody that is in the chase, where they currently stack up. And you see Denny Hamlin is 6th. As you move on down, not so good for Kyle. He's 22nd. Jeff Gordon 23rd. And they did do a mock qualifying run. And on down, 24th for Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, and I'll go back to what Andy's brought up. Jeff Gordon and Kyle Busch were 1st and 2nd whenever this session started. They were doing qualifying efforts, and they just haven't been able to improve on those times much.
So we'll step aside for a quick break. Maybe this drizzle will stop and it'll dry out just enough to get a couple more laps in.
It's a symbol of confidence, honor, and trust. An unspoken bond that, while common among men, is exceedingly rare among companies. The Ram 60-day handshake. Ram.
So any changes?
Just a little bit faster this time, that's it. Chad, you're good. Okay. Stay away from Michael, get in there, actually check that out. Chad, you all right?
Yeah, no problem, man.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah. Is it stable?
The box catch it?
The box held it.
Yeah.
The lift one out.
The seriously heavy-duty Cobalt 41-inch tool chest.
Look at that. Definitely on the box.
Chad, can I have a screwdriver, please?
Today is the day.
The day I ignore the voice of reason.
The day I talk to the girl from accounting. The day I ditch the bun.
And demand 2 meaty fillets.
2 slices of cheese.
And 2 pieces of bacon.
Yeah, I said bacon.
Today's the day I double down.
The KFC Double Down. Double meat, double cheese, double bacon, double awesome. Get yours today. So good.
So S-O-G-double-O-D good.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games.
What if I told you winning is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, Tuesday at 8, part of ESPN Films 30 for 30.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Well, we got our wish. The rain has dissipated, and we're back to final moments of practice here. The last few minutes, everybody's searching for that last ounce of speed, getting ready for qualifying, which you will see later today, 3 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2. Check in on Ryan Newman right now, 8th fastest. You see his best lap there.
Yeah, Ryan's on the pole for the modified race up here tomorrow.
Yeah, he won the last time he raced up here in the modifieds. No reason to stop that momentum, right?
Yeah, in the last race they ran, was it Bristol? He won that one too.
Yeah, did a nice job. Those cars are fun to watch.
Those modified guys don't even want to see him show up.
And you can see everybody lining up there. Matt Kenseth, Dale Jr., Kevin Harvick, all of them trying to get one more run in. But there isn't going to be a lot of open track.
No, there's not. And there's no rules there as far as having to sit there. Marcus Ambrose has now gone to the top of the list. That 47 car, 28.61.
We have been surprised with Allmendinger, with Rudeman, Horners, and now Marcus Ambrose. This is great. NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying. We mentioned it today, 3 Eastern on ESPN2. And then our Sprint Cup Series Sylvania 300 from right here in New Hampshire, Sunday 1 Eastern on ESPN. And for the straight liners, O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals down in North Carolina and Charlotte. Qualifying Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern. The race Sunday night, 7 Eastern. Both of those on ESPN2. So Marcus Ambrose, coming off that great run last week, right now finds himself top of the speed charts. There you get a look at Carl Edwards.
A lot of them picking up here. Jimmy Johnson just ran his fastest lap of the session, and Brad Keselowski also.
Yeah, Elliott Sadler had jumped up in the 8th spot. Couldn't even get it in fast enough. He's back to 13th already.
That's like every time we get missed on the track, it picks up.
About 3 minutes left here at the final or the first practice session.
Brad Keselowski up to that 4th spot.
Yeah, it's Ambrose, Allmendinger. Now David Reagan just moved in the number. Whoop, he just got moved to 4th by Kyle Busch. That's how quick the leapfrog is progressing here. I can't even get it out.
It's hard to read.
Red's out. Red's out. We got to spin it 2. Slow it down here. The red flag is out.
A.J. Allmendinger got it turned around. I'm wondering if he was coming out of pit road just like before with Denny Hamlin.
Carl Edwards goes number 1 while we're doing that.
So Carl has taken it down to 28.55 seconds and has taken over the number 1 spot. Allmendinger did not hit anything in that spin. And again, we're taking a wild guess here that he was coming out of pit road and just like everybody else.
Yeah, and Carl and him, after sitting on the pole last week at Richmond, being strong early in that race, ended up finishing 10th. And the race didn't have the handle on it quite for that, but looks like they've learned some things here to get a lot of speed out of this car.
And he's heading for the garage area. There are the guys still wanting to try and get one more run in. There's the 77 on the right-hand side of your screen, Sam Hornish. And they're getting ready to roll back out. 87 to Joe Nemechek. There goes Kyle Busch. Looking at the charts, guys, who's the biggest disappointment? We've talked about guys who have surprised us. Who are you surprised at not performing as well?
Well, if we're just going to look at the chart, I say it'd be Jeff Gordon, because we thought the way he jumped out there at the beginning of this practice that he had something, but not been able to pick it up much, and he's still only 25th fastest.
Well, for me, it's Matt Kenseth. He has not been higher than where he is right now. Really, he's been mired in the mid-20s, and he is 26th place. What about you, DJ?
Yeah, when I look back at it, it's not in the chase, but I still see Mark Martin struggling to try to find some speed. He's back in the 31st spot.
Well, we've got about 45 seconds. Can Denny Hamlin, who's currently 14th, put a number on the board before we get out of here?
The car looks really solid through the corners.
And he does not. He stays in that number 14 spot. Well, in 2 hours, we're going to be back to bring you Sprint Cup qualifying. 3 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2, and the chase kicks off Sunday at 1 Eastern over on ESPN. Coverage will begin with NASCAR Countdown at noon on ESPN2. But now, coming up next, the 2010 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup preview. For our entire ESPN crew, this is Marty Reed. Till we meet again.
This 99 car might be one that Kevin Harvick will have to deal with.
New leader, Clint Boyer, pulling away now. Here comes that 11 car.
Picture perfect night thus far for Denny Hamlin.
And here comes Gordon. Jeff Gordon has dominated this race.
It doesn't look like anybody has anything for Greg Biffle.
One thing has become pretty clear. If you're going to win here, you're going to need to beat Jeff Burton.
Jimmy Johnson can look in that rearview mirror and feel awful comfortable.
The Blue Deuce goes to victory lane again in Atlanta.
Matt Kemp is trying to put this one in the books and close it out. Tony Stewart has got it wound up, and he is charging to the front.
Kyle Busch taking everybody to the woodshed this afternoon.
For NASCAR's first 56 years, the quest for the Cup was a protracted campaign of grace and endurance, where late-season competition often gave way to attrition, and championship celebrations gave way to exhausted relief.
It's just such a satisfying feeling. I could just, I don't want to talk or anything else. I wish I had a hook back here you could hang me up and I'd just dangle.
In 2004, everything changed with the postseason chase. 10 races where only the top teams would battle for one cup. It's a format that Jimmy Johnson has mastered, winning 4 straight titles.
The pressure that comes with the chase and how people perform under that pressure, I think, been one of our biggest attributes and what's helped us the most. We respond well to the pressure.
The quest for Cup 5 started in traditional Team 48 fashion, ending races in victory lane. But since his career started, Johnson struggled on road courses.
Jimmy climbs out of the car and says, "Yeah, guys, I'm okay."
So in 2010, Jimmy hit the road and honed his road racing skills in the Grand Am Series.
I love to drive different vehicles, and I've always raced different things through the years. I've always wanted to improve on my road course driving, and running that car with so many tough competitors has helped me. You only have a small window of opportunity to pass someone, and if that opportunity's gone, you're stuck. So guys are very, very aggressive trying to get by, and it's helped me grow as a road course racer.
Look at Jimmy Johnson picking him up and laying him down.
Better be ready to drink some beer here in a little bit.
For the first time in his career, he's going to win on a road course. Johnson wins the Toyota Save Mark 350X Sonoma.
With the success of the Grand Am crossover, Johnson's cross-training continued. As a charity dirt track race at Eldora helped prepare for a short track race he'd never won, Bristol.
Oh, yeah, babe, bring it home.
It will be career win number 50. It will be his first victory on the high banks of Bristol Motor Speedway.
You are hot. We did it, boys, finally. Woo!
The 48 had found success on new tracks, but instead of hitting their stride to end the regular season, they seemed to hit a wall.
AJ Allmendinger tempts Jimmy Johnson. A hard shot into the outside turn 3 wall.
Another wrecking 4.
Maybe we finally killed the 48 tonight.
Where things are right now, we've had a hard summer. We've had really good race cars and haven't been able to finish well with them. Some from our own mistakes.
Good, good. Back him up, back him up, back him up. Stop, stop.
I'm sorry, guys. Was the pit sign still out there? Or did I just blow through it?
He just kind of went through it. Maybe to get your eyes checked this week.
The thing that really matters is the championship and how competitive we are in the chase. I think we have enough going on where we can be a threat and we can win our 5th championship in a row.
Jeff Gordon is a fellow four-time champ, but he hasn't won the chase. And in 2010, he hasn't won a race. Yet he still has the look of a winner.
Now that 24 car is not playing today.
This looks like Jeff Gordon of old. You know,
Retro Jeff
when he
Gordon.
used to win 13 races a season. This is how he looked.
I can think through this season, 4 or 5 races that we could be sitting here with 4 or 5 wins, and we wouldn't be talking about, well, we haven't won. You know, we'd just be talking about how we're going to go win that championship.
I want you to pitch. Right side, right side. Clear, clear, clear. Hard, hard, hard. 5 looks like he took right. 48 might be on 4, but we'll be all right. Your first one out 4 tires there, brother.
Johnson finally gets alongside Gordon on turn 2. Johnson now takes the lead.
I don't know, man. Not much we can do about the 4 tires, but we're going to give it everything we got.
We went to Las Vegas and we were that dominant and didn't put enough tires on at the end, made the wrong pit call. When you leave there, you're very deflated because you never know if you're going to be that good again. So when we went to Texas, and in my opinion, we're as dominant as we were at Las Vegas.
Got the comfortable lead. Gordon's just kind of on cruise control right now.
That, to me, let Las Vegas go a lot easier because it's like, okay, we can win.
4 wide. 4 wide. Stewart going hard into Wilder and Edwards. Allmendinger.
What a wadded up mess.
The big one in Texas takes the driver who's led the most laps.
I'm disappointed, but I'll get over it. Gosh, what a race car we had, and that's what I'm bummed out the most about right now. What separates you from winning and what separates you from being a champion is so small. I think this is the strongest we've been in a long time.
New spaces to work, relax, and unfold at a value that's simply refreshing. Courtyard, it's a new stay.
At Exxon and Mobil, we're always working to engineer smart gasoline that helps your engine run more smoothly and leave cleaner emissions. So we started at the molecular level to create gasoline that helps remove deposits and cleans up intake valves. It's just one more way we make gasoline work harder for you. Exxon and Mobil.
This NFL season,
Papa's in the house.
not just this house, your house with Papa John's free topping football. Your choice of any 3 toppings free when you buy a large cheese pizza for just $10.
You like those vine ripened tomatoes from California? Yeah.
Order at papajohns.com and get a large pizza $10 with any 3 toppings free. That's right, 3 toppings free. Because every day is your game day.
The Bistro at Courtyard. Refreshing new options, same refreshing value. Courtyard, it's a new stay.
ESPN 3D is here. Watch nearly 100 live sporting events in amazing 3D. Contact your video provider or visit espn.com/3D.
Jack Roush is a hands-on owner who built a cup-winning powerhouse. But winless streaks and postseason struggles have resulted in a powerhouse divided.
Can't drive it at all. Gonna wreck. Not even really scratching the surface. How do we gotta adjust it a little bigger? It doesn't seem right. Like the car just goes slow.
The last year and a half, we have been trying everything.
It is not easy to be a Ford driver right now.
In fact, to put a historical perspective on it, the last time Ford went this deep in the season without a win, 1983.
Sometimes you don't know why you're struggling. Obvious, right? 18 months and the whole company's struggling.
Guys, I tried, man. I tried all I could.
Damn it!
As the team searched for their first win since 2008, hard times turned to dark days. When an airplane crash outside of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, left their owner hospitalized in serious condition.
Jack's always been very hands-on as an owner. His personality and work ethic definitely rubs off on the teams.
Him having that accident, for me, my initial reaction was, I thought, man, we're going to be lost without him. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do as a company. And I think everyone kind of took a step back and realized through that how important he is.
Roush Racing rallied. Every team together, every driver driven. At day's end, Greg Biffle put dark days to rest.
Greg Biffle has the line. Now he's got the lead. He'll flip in front of Sam Horner.
It had been a long time since Roush Fenway been in victory lane, and a long time since Ford had won a race.
The laps are winding down, and it doesn't look like anybody has anything for Greg Biffle.
And it couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
For Jack, guys. I hope Jack's watching.
Jack's got to be watching, and this is the best medicine he could have had.
That day, with what had happened to Jack and how we'd been running as a team, for Greg to get that win, that felt like a win for all of us.
From one win, a powerhouse united, an owner healed, and a team grew into chase contenders.
This year has kind of been a little bit of redemption.
Big day for the Cat in the Hats team.
We're on a roll right now.
Carl Edwards comes to the line in third. It'll be Greg Biffle getting fourth, and Matt Kenseth finishes in the fifth position.
But for Ford, for Roush Fenway, we just need to go out and win races, and we need to win this championship.
Jack Roush won the first chase with driver Kurt Busch. 2 years later, Busch moved to Penske Racing. Since then, the number 2 has seen a number of vacancies atop a pit box that is a hot seat.
It's a track far up, get the air out of the right rear. That was a stupid adjustment. Roger, we don't make any good adjustments during the race. If we started 39th, we'd be 3 laps down running about 35th.
Let's just drive this thing. Do the best you can. Well, we don't need a lot of rhetoric that's always negative, okay? I know it's not perfect.
In 2010, Kurt and new crew chief Steve Eddington found common ground from which to build a contender.
When we first met and started talking that one night at dinner and had a couple of beers and talked about what we wanted to do and what direction we wanted to go in, that I kind of felt good and comfortable about coming here to work with him.
The way you start out and just communicate and talk about race cars, talk about life, talk about the past, it seemed like we lived the same life but in different paths with one another. And when we came together, it seemed pretty easy.
Yeah.
Kurt Busch is going to win it for Roger Penske.
Here's your checkers, baby. Way to do it, champ. The nurse is back. Way to go, boys.
Busch carried momentum from Atlanta into Charlotte with a starring role on All-Star Night and an encore performance in the Coke 600.
Bring it to the line, Big Daddy. Awesome work.
Kurt Busch gets the victory and $1 million.
Way to go, boys. $1 million cool, baby.
Last Saturday night, it was Kurt Busch winning the Sprint All-Star race. This Sunday night, Kurt Busch will take the Coca-Cola 600.
That was awesome, buddy. That was freaking awesome. I have never seen anybody drive a race car and be as smooth as you were and hang in there like that, dude, when we got off and everything else. I appreciate it, dude.
Tony Stewart won the second chase and reached the postseason in the first year of Stewart-Haas Racing. Then troubles in the 2009 chase carried over into 2010.
Struggling to keep the back end underneath me here. My problem is handling. Hey, here's a really stupid question. What about the housing? Can we pull it back? Can we do that at all on it? No? Okay, never mind.
Tony Stewart, I'm hitting a bit of a slump.
People called it a sophomore slump, and it just didn't click like it did at the beginning of last year.
Oh, around he goes.
We don't really have a pinpoint on one specific thing that was costing us performance, but as soon as we had that down slump, everybody just realized, all right, now we have to shoulder this load.
Last year, we went out there with the attitude we're going to take everything we got, and we did. Nobody gave us anything.
We lost that. We're going back and taking it from here on out.
Stewart's solution was equal parts driver, owner. The owner stayed the course, and in Atlanta, the driver got back on track.
Definitely gotten the cars better, especially over the last 2 months.
The first time he's been to victory lane in 31 races, Tony Stewart is back in the win column.
Ring the bell, baby. Woo!
Tony Stewart garners 10 bonus points, and he gets hot at the right time of the year.
This time last year, we were kind of falling off the wagon, struggling and trying to figure out what we were missing. Where this year, I feel like we're looking uphill versus looking downhill.
5, 4, 3. 5, 4, 3. Quiznos 5, 4, 3. Value menu. Get a bundle of hearts up, woohoo, or 2 items from the Choose 2 menu. Over a fun flavor with a toasty torpedo for just $4. Or a toasty bullet for $3 with 5, 4, 3. Get them at Quiznos.
Toasty.
Beer and wine and cupcakes. I was doing the corporate grind like everyone else. But to be successful, I knew I had to be different. Ink, 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 ink. I mean, I love that card. It does things differently, too. Great customer service, going above and beyond to help me out as a small business. It's accepted in twice as many places around the world as American Express. And if I ever need to give my employees ink cards, they're free.
Make your mark with ink. Chase what matters. Go to chase.com/ink.
The path to glory. It's not the destination that defines a team. It's the journey, a pledge to learn from defeat and doubt, to see the impossible as opportunity and meet it with courage. And what you find along the way is the strength that will carry you a lifetime. The NCAA Fall Championships on ESPN.
IRS problems? A tax relief agreement can help you. What you're about to see and hear is real.
I settled my tax debt for $800. This IRS tax relief program really did do what it's designed to do.
We owed the IRS over $134,000. Our attorney recommended that we use an IRS tax relief agreement.
Saved us $122,000. Thousands of taxpayers across the nation have settled their tax debt for less than what they owed.
We needed help fast.
And the IRS accepted our offer, and we settled our tax debt for only $6,008.
This is now your opportunity to get a fresh start and settle your back taxes for less than what you owe.
I owed the IRS over $47,000 and I qualified for the IRS tax relief program. It enabled me to finally settle my tax debt for only $3,800.
Yes, you can do something about your IRS tax problems, and yes, the IRS tax relief agreement can help you.
For a free consultation, call 888-775-9482 now.
Kyle Busch came to the Cup Series with a rowdiness that can still be seen, and a talent whose limit has no end in sight.
Calm your ass down. I'm not going up against the last restart, dude. He's got him, I believe he's got him this time. Oh, he turned him. No.
I'm not sure how much security they have here at Richmond, but they better be calling more.
It's fun to go out there and antagonize and, have fun with the fans and the other drivers and, the other people on pit road.
Number 18, Interstate Batteries Toyota from Las Vegas, Nevada, Kyle Busch.
You want a guy that wants to go out there and attack all the time. If you're getting booed, you're doing something. You're making the fans acknowledge you.
That's just the way I am. I want to win as bad as anybody, probably more so than most. To me, it's to go out there and to win races.
Driven to race and fueled by passion, Kyle's road to the chase included a milestone moment as he became the first driver to sweep a weekend.
The triple's always on my mind when I go into these weekends. It hasn't been done since, the sport has brought on the truck series.
Kyle Busch will win at Bristol.
Oh, gosh! I can't believe it.
Here he comes. Kyle Busch is now 2 for 2.
Once we got into the nationwide race and we won that, I thought, okay, well, here's the shot.
There we go.
3 wide, double 0 on the 5, 2 wide.
Busch will win the drag race out of turn 4. He's in front.
Great job, bud. Great job. I know. We are in the presence of greatness. Swept the weekend at Bristol, baby. Oh, yeah.
For Kyle, the company of greatness includes teammate Denny Hamlin, who faced hurdles on and off the track to reach the chase. After his season started slowly, a knee injury could have ended it.
Playing pickup basketball in the off season and had a freak injury where I tore my ACL, which is about as bad as you can get as far as a sports injury is concerned.
Okay, Dennis, all right. Good shot.
It's a small part of your body, but it's I didn't realize so much pain come from such a small area. We didn't feel like we had enough time before Daytona to get it fixed and get it operated on, so we decided to wait to the end of the season.
But as the 11 struggled to find their stride, mid-season surgery would save the racing operation.
Many people thought Denny Hamlin would be this year's driving champion, but tomorrow, unexpected surgery.
Decided to do it on an off week, and if I had to sit out a few weeks, then I was willing to do that. I knew Martinsville was the last great shot to try to win a race.
Here comes Kansas, 3 wide to the bottom. Kansas to the inside, takes the lead. He's got a tire down. He goes to the outside and hits the wall, and Denny Hamlin takes the lead. Keep coming, all clear, all clear, all clear.
It all worked out perfectly for Denny Hamlin. He scores his first win of the year here at Martinsville Speedway.
When we last left Denny Hamlin, he was winning the race in Martinsville and headed for knee surgery. Well, the operation went well. He did practice, but just in case, Casey Mears is standing by.
But the standby stood by as Hamlin held his seat. And a knee injury for a driver would become a facelift for a team.
The pain, had I not been so competitive, probably would have taken over, and I probably should have gave the car up. The competitive side of me wanted to stay in and help team morale, and it seemed to work.
Denny Hamlin, he's only 19 days out of that surgery on his left knee, and that wasn't some little thing. This is major reconstructive surgery.
Denny Hamlin playing hurt here today at Texas Motor Speedway as the winner.
I did it for the long run. I did it for the chase. I did it for the championship in the long run. So even though I knew I was going to sacrifice a month or so, that I knew once I came back I was going to be stronger.
If getting your knees repaired will make you run like he's been running, I'm getting both of mine done.
All we do is win.
Instead of a team hobbled, the 11 marched into Richmond, tied with Jimmy Johnson for a season-high 5 wins.
This NFL season,
Papa's in the house.
Not just this house, your house with Papa John's free topping football. Your choice of any 3 toppings free when you buy a large cheese pizza for just $10.
You like those vine-ripened tomatoes from California? Yeah.
Order at papajohns.com and get a large pizza $10 with any 3 toppings free. That's right, 3 toppings free. Because every day is your game day.
Welcome to the world of Louveza, where nature meets science. If you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, or diabetes, you may also have very high triglycerides, too much fat in the blood. It's a serious medical condition. Louveza, along with diet, effectively lowers very high triglycerides in adults, but has not been shown to prevent heart attacks or strokes. Louveza starts with omega-3 fish oil that's then purified and concentrated. It's the only omega-3 medication that's FDA approved. You can't get it at a health food store.
Louveza isn't right for everyone. Tell your doctor if you're allergic to fish, have other medical conditions, and about any medications you're taking, especially those that may increase risk of bleeding. Blood tests are needed before and during treatment. In some, LDL or bad cholesterol may increase. Possible side effects include burping, infection, flu-like symptoms, upset stomach, and change in sense of taste.
Ask your doctor about Louveza, the prescription that starts in the sea.
Hey, man, you coming to the draft tomorrow, right?
Of course, I'm the only one that knows how to pick a team around here.
Didn't you lose last year?
I can't be held responsible for that. Besides, this year, I'm going to sit back and let the draft come to me.
All right, you're up again.
Hang on. I got another scout calling in from Europe. Go, Rodrigo.
What happened with just letting the draft come to you?
ESPN Fantasy Football. Sign up today at ESPN.com.
In 2008, all three Richard Childress racing teams reached the chase for the second straight year.
RCR 1, 2, 3, Burton, Harvick, Boyer.
1 year later, RCR added a fourth car. The result? 0 teams went back to the chase, and Childress went back to the drawing board.
There's just a lot of things happening that really affected us. We just didn't come into the year with the same amount of preparation.
You couldn't just put your finger and pinpoint one thing that was wrong. It was several little things.
It's just such a long process to get that magnitude of stuff turned around.
We're in it.
RCR's turnaround is typified by Team 29, who took the 2010 regular season points title.
With everything that we went through last year, everybody wanted to achieve the same thing. Everybody wanted to race for a championship.
All need to come out here with a good, productive point day and roll.
Last year set you up for this year. Things went so bad in so many areas. Our guys, I think, are set for that.
It's the first time we've had to recover. Let's bring him in. Let's do what we got to do in here today.
The biggest resurgence of the day.
Hell, that's the toughest nice place we've ever got, but great job right there hanging in.
Last chance through the trial.
Here he goes! Here he goes! Kevin Harvick diving to the inside, and he's going to pick it off.
Awesome job, guys. Awesome job. I mean, that played out to the T.
The first part was just winning some races, and we were able to accomplish that.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series point leader, winning the race and picking up those bonus points.
The chase is the second step, and I think racing and being competitive for the championship all the way through Homestead is the third part.
Step by step, Jeff Burton steered the 31 back into chase contention.
We started this year with 2 goals: win races and win a championship. You know, we're on full kill to go out and win a championship.
For a veteran who finds comfort in consistency, race day mistakes forced Burton to drive outside his comfort zone.
We're gambling right here. Caution's out, caution's out.
The caution waves for Jeff Burton. Burton decides to come down to pit, but makes that call too late, hits the cone, violation.
So now Burton will go from the second spot all the way back to 32nd. Ouch, that's going to leave a mark.
You know, we do all this together. I make mistakes, Todd makes mistakes, we're all going to make mistakes. I believe that the mistakes that we've made, those are down payments on a championship.
Mistakes cost Clint Boyer in the point standings, but the 33 worked overtime to stay in chase contention.
You have to take care of the points to be a part of that chase, to have that shot at the championship. We haven't done that yet.
33 is dragging his jack around the racetrack.
Trouble on the backstretch. It is Clint Boyer. His car has hit the wall. Now we see some flames.
Finding that formula, the right recipe to get the job done is very tricky.
Clint Boyer, too fast exiting pit road.
You're kidding me. Nope, not kidding you.
The qualities that I like about our race team is we learn from our mistakes pretty quick.
Thomas Edison once said that every mistake is a lesson learned. For teams still harboring hopes of reaching the chase, Richmond would be the final exam. The 33 would have to hold off the last challengers for the 12th and final spot.
This place is electric tonight. 1 race to go before the chase starts, and all these guys want to win this thing.
Last one before the final 10. We can win this whole thing. Keep our heads in the game. Let's stay focused.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5!
The final race before the chase here at Richmond International Raceway is green.
You got that right front glowing so bad. You're the hottest car out there. Work on you being easy on your brakes, your right front tire.
Clint's been doing what he needs to do all night. He's been steady and moving forward.
338, that's 4 tenths faster than anybody. I'm coming.
He makes
makes it look easy.
I don't think he can afford to race you tonight.
Clint Boyer has clinched his spot.
Prisoners, lap them all.
And around the corner, and he'll be looking at the checker flag for his 6th win.
Denny Hamlin gets the victory.
Good fight there, points leader. I hope you guys are ready for a good 10 weeks. Congratulations. We're in the damn thing.
Yep, you got to be in it to win it.
For most teams, the season slips out of reach. But for 12 drivers, the moment is at hand. One chase for one cup.
This is the most competitive field that we've ever seen assembled for the chase.
When you get in the chase, your worst day has to be a top 10.
Once the chase starts, the intensity level picks up.
Now the contenders separate themselves from the fray as they get ready to go into the chase.
This year is going to be the most competitive chase field that we've ever seen.
Now the chase is on.
The focus now is on the 12 racing for just one trophy.
The thing that really matters is the championship.
This chase is really as wide open as any.
1 week ago at Richmond, Denny Hamlin won his 6th race of the year, clinching the top seed for the 2010 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. And right behind Denny, Jimmie Johnson is seated 2nd with 5 wins. And the drive for 5 is, of course, very much alive. Staying alive, well, that describes Clint Boyer as he clinched the final spot in the chase, giving Richard Childress Racing 3 challenging for the championship here in 2010. An all-important move is coming up, qualifying. And we are ready under overcast skies here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. As our race coverage, you'll see it on Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN. It's round number 1 of the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. All right, let's take a look at the qualifier, or actually the practice session from earlier today as we get ready for qualifying. And on the right side, it shows there where they ended up in relationship to the rest of the field. And just as we signed off, you'll notice number 6, Tony Stewart, right as we said goodbye, he ran the best lap of the day to put himself number 1. But you see a lot of guys in the 20s, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Matt Kenseth, Clint Boyer. A lot of guys still looking for some speed. And as we come inside our ESPN pit studio along with Dale Jarrett and Andy Petrie, you were telling me just before we went on air how crucial the next 2 laps of these guys' life is going to be.
Well, you know, as you get started in this chase, the last thing that you want is to be talking after this qualifying session about how we're going to make up all of these spots or what we're going to do as far as strategy goes, because we didn't put in a good qualifying effort. So these are 2 very, very difficult laps. I think this is the hardest racetrack to qualify on. You can't get any grip with the tires. We've got an overcast day, which means the track is cool too, so that only compounds the situation. It's just very difficult, but you really want to get your weekend and your chase started off with a good qualifying effort here, and that's very difficult, Andy. We saw the speeds continue to pick up throughout practice, so as a crew chief, what do you do there?
Well, it does make it very unpredictable. The track, by virtue of picking up so much, we saw that in the latter part of that practice, is a kind of a moving target. Now, they've got to figure out exactly how they want to set their car up and how they predict the track's going to be. Now, we've had some trucks on the track since then, so there's been more rubber laid down. I think it's going to be very unpredictable for these crew chiefs to figure out what they really need for their setup for qualifying.
You want to know how important it is to qualify well here at New Hampshire? Take a look at this graphic, and it'll explain it all. 4 drivers have won from the pole. Over 50% have won from the top 10. And all but one fall race has been won from 14th or better. Robbie Gordon did it from 31st. And the furthest back a winner has ever started was the July race in '99. Jeff Burton did it from the 38th starting position. But you want to be up front. And as we take a look at what's happening with the chase drivers, let's find out a little bit more behind the scenes. Jamie Little.
Well, Marty, you mentioned it. It was a good morning for 6 of the 12 chase drivers who found themselves in the top 10 on the boards in the one and only practice session we had this morning. Now, Tony Stewart, you mentioned right at the end, he turned that fastest single lap. He did 2 mock qualifying runs, and I went and spoke to him and his crew chief, Darian Grubb, following this session, and Darian said, this is the same car we finished 2nd with in the spring. We're very confident in our ability to turn the pole time here. They're looking for their 2nd pole here at Loudon. But there were a few non-chasers that turned some impressive numbers in that top 10. For more on that, let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you, Jamie. You know, there are 12 drivers who are totally focused on winning a championship. And as you said, there are 33 others lined up out here who just want to earn a little recognition and respect. So how do you do that? Well, how about winning a pole or winning a race here in the final 10 of the year? And who are some of the dark horses for the weekend? What about qualifying? How about Marcus Ambrose coming off back-to-back top 10 finishes for the first time in his career? He was third quickest in the morning practice session. How about A.J. Allmendinger, who was fourth overall in practice? Remember, he got his first and only pole this year on a flat 1-mile racetrack in Phoenix. This, folks, is a flat 1-mile racetrack. And what about a dark horse for qualifying, but really for Sunday for the race? It would be the first guy to go out right here, Casey Kane, driving the same car. He led the most laps here in June before losing the engine. Casey told me a moment ago, we've got a very good race car. May have a shot at the pole, but really have a shot at the win on Sunday. Marty?
Thanks, Doc. You know, to show you the difference, remember we were here in June. Qualifying was 80 degrees. You know what it is right now? 62 outside. Big change. All right, let's talk about what's going to be coming up. Because on NASCAR Now, follow us at 5 Eastern on ESPN2. And then our NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Sylvania 300 from right here at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN. And for the straight line fans, O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals from Charlotte, qualifying Sunday at 10 a.m. And then Sunday at 7 Eastern is the finals. Both of those on ESPN2. First car will be out. It'll be Casey Kane when we come back.
Beer and wine and cupcakes. I was doing the corporate grind like everyone else. But to be successful, I knew I had to be different. Ink, 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 ink. I mean, I love that card. It does things differently, too. Great customer service, going above and beyond to help me out as a small business. It's accepted in twice as many places around the world as American Express. And if I ever need to give my employees ink cards, they're free.
Make your mark with ink. Chase what matters. Go to chase.com/ink.
Ever have morning pain slow you down? Introducing Bear AM, an extra-strength pain reliever with alertness aid to fight fatigue. So get up and get going with new Bear AM, the morning pain reliever.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles.
Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear. Get there.
They can't focus on winning if they're hungry.
Yeah, and we're always hungry.
So I take them to their favorite place, Pizza Hut.
We love this new Big Italy pizza.
It's almost 2 feet of their favorite pizza for just $12.
This thing is so big, even we couldn't knock it all down.
Kind of like your open jumpers?
What?
Pizza Hut's new Big Italy pizza is bigger than 2 mediums combined. It's only $12 with up to 3 of your favorite toppings. And for a limited time, get a free 2-liter Pepsi Max when you buy any 2-liter Pepsi. The new Big Italy pizza, only $12 and only at your Pizza Hut.
I don't like commitment, that's what it is. No contracts when you sign up for Vonage sounds amazing.
I didn't know that you could have all these features and this incredible plan without a contract. Tell me more, let me switch.
For just $14.99, get unlimited domestic and international calling now without an annual contract.
I have some really good friends who live in Switzerland, and I call them quite a bit now.
It's really nice being able to keep our phone conversations longer.
It's a great feeling.
I switched to Vonage, and I'm never looking back.
You might have beaten me to Bristol, but there ain't no way you're getting to Dago for me.
Driving mighty slow to be talking like that.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor. Let me know how my taillights are working.
See you at the track. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we going to do what they say can't be done? We've got to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound up.
Got 10 speed east of 29.
NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying is brought to you by Ink, the new business card from Chase. Make your mark with Ink. And Bear Aspirin. Bear.
And hopefully nobody has any headaches down on pit road, because as we get ready to qualify, Casey Kane will be first out. Well, let's talk a little bit about how well the drivers that are in the chase have done here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. You'll notice Jimmy Johnson has 3 wins. Kurt Busch has 3 wins. Jeff Burton leads everybody with 4. But notice the 2 guys that have not won here. Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, both driving for Roush Fenway. Doc is with one of the winners, Greg Biffle.
Yeah, Marty, he won here in the fall of 2008. And, Greg, we're talking about how tough it is to qualify. Dale Jarrett says this is the toughest 2 laps a driver will have to go out and qualify all year long. Why is it so tough here?
Well, he's putting the pressure on us now. This racetrack, it's hard to get heat in these tires. You know, we saw 2 or 3 guys spin out in practice, qualifying, driving off the end of pit road. So you got to get heat in these tires. They chatter. You can't overdrive the corner. You overdrive the corner by 20 feet. You know, the thing will get out from under you and go up the racetrack and ruin the lap and maybe your second lap. So very important to get right to that edge, but not step over it, not make a mistake. And you're trying to get all you can, so it makes it difficult, and it is a tough 2 laps.
I sense a lot of optimism in you and this whole team with a brand new race car here the weekend. Now, what's it look like for you in qualifying, and what about on Sunday?
Well, I'm certainly optimistic here qualifying. I think we ended up in the top 10 in qualifying practice. I think the car's got a little speed left in it. I got to go out there and do the 2 perfect laps DJ's talking about and get a good top 10 starting spot and then see what I can do on Sunday. I think the car's going to be good, and I think we got just the greatest chance as any of these guys of winning on Sunday.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, a lot of drivers very intimidated, like DJ was talking about. A very tough place to qualify. You got to go out and be aggressive, but you got to be cautious as well.
And Doc, to clarify, the spins he was talking about was not when they were at full song. Denny Hamlin was one of them. They were just pulling out of pit road. Now, Greg's going to be our in-race reporter. If you want to ask him a question, just log on to ESPN.com. Your keyword is Ask the Driver. Who knows? Maybe DJ will be asking your question to Greg come Sunday. Still waiting for engines to fire on Casey Kane's, and there goes the signal. So qualifying is about to begin. Casey ranked 16th in the morning practice. His best time was 28.79 seconds.
Marty, normally I'd say this is a huge disadvantage to be going out first, especially at this racetrack. But with it being overcast, I don't see it being a big factor today.
I think the conditions are going to remain really close all the way through the qualifying session. I think the only real disadvantage to going early is not knowing exactly how fast the track is, and that's you get the indication from the cars going in front of you. You know, if you see a bunch of 28-second, 28, 40, 50 lap per lap laps, and you're going to say, hey, this track's got a lot of grip, and you'll probably go out and try to get a little bit more.
I'll go back to one thing that Greg Biffle said there, and he was talking about just overdriving this corner just a little bit. Couldn't mess up both laps. Where Casey Kane's going down to the backstretch, going into turn 3 on his first lap. This is absolutely the place that you can't make a mistake on this first lap, because if you lose it here, then you are going to mess up both laps.
Because you've lost your momentum getting out of 4,
exactly.
And you can't get the speed back up. Well, we're going to find out. White flag, 1 more lap to go. Casey runs 29.16.
Yeah, I saw Casey doing something right there, going down the back straightaway, even on his first time lap. Looked like he was trying to work some heat in the tires by going back and forth. I don't think you'll see it this lap, but I did see it that first lap.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you're just trying to do. The majority of these times, we're going to see drivers, once again, like we saw at Richmond last week, where the second lap is going to be the faster of the 2.
Well, he started second at New Hampshire twice, back in July of 05 and this past June. Second lap, 28.83, so he does pick it up by 0.3 of a second. And while he brings it on around, let's check in with the man who is seated 12th in the chase, Clint Boyer. Doc?
And Marty, he was the last driver to win from the pole here back at the first chase race in 2007. What do you got for him this weekend?
Hopefully a lot. They needed to work on it a little bit. We were a little bit off there in qualifying trim. Race trim car felt fine, but so far so good. Brand new race car for the Cheerios Hamburger Helper team, and this needs to be a big weekend for us. Getting things started off on the right foot is a big thing in this still.
A lot of momentum for you coming off 4 consecutive top 10 finishes. Had a great run at Richmond to be able to get in the chase.
Yeah, just really proud of all the guys. Have been digging deep and working hard, and the last month's been great. If we can ride that momentum wave a little bit longer, we're going to be just fine.
All right, Clint Boyer, you're trying to get it done here in New Hampshire again.
And as you finish up, Doc, we watch Kurt Busch out on track. His last 8 races, 4 top 10s, but 3 that are worse than 25th. Now, DJ, we've noticed that rear end hopping as they come out of turn 2. Do you notice that as much in the car?
Yeah, you sure do. Yeah, because of what the setups that they're running with these cars to make them quite a bit faster than what they were originally. That lap there is almost identical to what Casey Kane ran on his first lap, a couple of 100ths faster. But yeah, you feel that there's a couple of bumps on this racetrack, and then with the the stiffer setups that they're running. It's either a stiff right rear spring or a really big rear sway bar to help these cars get turned in the center.
Andy's looking good here on lap 2.
Yeah, you see it up there in the green. His car looks pretty good. I mean, it looks solid all the way around. Got a nice looking platform through the corner.
And he will take over the top spot, 28.66 seconds at 132 miles an hour. If you're wondering about the track record, it is 28.54. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Casey Kane got the lucky draw here, first qualifying laps of the day. Casey, how was it?
Wasn't very good. I was like after I took the checkered, I made another corner in 1 and 2, and it felt really good. But my front tires just wouldn't come in on either of the laps, so I was just kind of waiting on that and trying to scrub them in on the straightaways, but just needed one more lap, I guess.
Think it was a disadvantage to go out first today?
I don't know if it was first. We kind of struggled with that same thing in practice, just taking time for them to come in. As soon as they do, they're really good. I feel like we have a good Budweiser Ford. It just we needed 3 laps rather than 2 today.
Not the best qualifying effort for Casey Kane, but optimistic for Sunday. Marty?
Yeah, disappointed, but well, he'll get a good chance on Sunday to rectify that. As we go back out on track, Robbie Gordon back behind the wheel of his own car in the number 7. His first of his 3 Cup wins came here back in November of '01. In fact, that was his only oval win.
Yeah, just what you heard Casey talking about there. It's kind of a balance. There's some things you can do to get a little more heat. With the front shocks, you can do some things that will generate some more heat there. The other thing that you possibly could do, although it's not generating heat, is up that air pressure a little bit, especially maybe in the right front to get a little bit more grip there. But just such a fine line and balance there and trying to get the tires exactly where you need them in those 2 laps.
Robbie's going to have to dig deep. I mean, he's 25th fastest in the morning session, and that first lap was way off.
We'll see some guys, though, literally just kind of throw that first lap away just to let their car generate the heat in the tires and do some things and then really go after this second lap.
Looks like he's going to be about 0.2 of a second slower, and Robbie, yes, comes across 28.93 seconds. That'll currently slot him in 3rd. So as he brings it on back around the track to get back to pit road, next up will be Joey Logano, who holds the distinction of picking up his first Cup win here, and he did it younger age than anybody else in Cup history. The only one ever to win under the age of 20. He did it back in 2009 at 19 years, 1 month, and 4 days.
How many hours?
Probably 12
Come on, Marty. It's all about the details.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll work on that.
You know, I knew that this morning when you said that, but it came to light to me again. He won his first Cup race before I didn't drive a race car until I was 20 years old. So just how much things have changed over the years.
Well, and looking at the 12 Chase qualifiers, Jeff Burton would be the oldest to win at age 45 since they started the Chase format.
Logano had a great run last weekend, finishing 4th at Richmond. Very fast race car towards the end. Just couldn't never get his track position back that he kind of lost and didn't have a caution late in the race to help him get that and see if he could battle those first couple of guys.
Well, Joey tracked at 27th in the morning practice session. Right now comes across 29.03 seconds. We'll see how much better he can do on lap 2.
I think we're going to see somewhere between 3 3/10 and 5/10, half second. That most of these are going to happen. We heard Logano just hit the rev chip going by us here on the back straightaway.
How do you feel about hitting, using that rev limiter to gauge your lap? Do you like that? Some drivers do, some don't.
Yeah, sometimes, and I think some of these guys are using it to kind of give them an idea of where to back off. Although he picks up some, but that's not as much as others have.
29.03, currently 4th. So Joey Logano really not going to be happy with that run. Stay with us.
Introducing new Southern Comfort Lime, the new New Orleans original. The big, easy squeezy, ready to pour. It's the taste that's sweeping the nation. Try new Southern Comfort Lime. Please drink responsibly.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Hey fans, to find the largest selection of my gear, log on to NASCAR.com Superstore.
Saturday Night Football presented by Southwest Airlines, Texas, Texas Tech, and Notre Dame, Michigan State. Saturday at 8 Eastern on ABC or ESPN2. College football lives here.
IRS problems?
A tax relief agreement can help you. What you're about to see and hear is real.
I settled my tax debt for $800. This IRS tax relief program really did do what it's designed to do.
We owed the IRS over $134,000. Our attorney recommended that we use an IRS tax relief agreement.
Saved us $122,000.
Thousands of taxpayers across the nation have settled their tax debt for less than what they owe.
We needed help fast.
And the IRS accepted our offer, and we settled our tax debt for only $6,008.
This is now your opportunity to get a fresh start and settle your back taxes for less than what you owe.
I owed the IRS over $47,000 and I qualified for the IRS tax relief program. It enabled me to finally settle my tax debt for only $3,800.
Yes, you can do something about your IRS tax problems, and yes, the IRS tax relief agreement can help you.
For a free consultation, call 888-775-9482 now.
Andy Lowley out on the track now as qualifying continues here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway for Sunday's first of the 10 chase races. Andy, a multiple winner in the Grand Am Series. In fact, he had 3 wins in 2010 in the Grand Am GT class. He ran New Hampshire once before here in the 71, finished 37th in that. It was his first oval track cup race.
This has to really be difficult. The qualifying procedure in itself being different from what he's used to, even though he has been here, but trying to come here and get the car qualified. He's going to be in the show, but just trying to make a decent lap.
Yeah, the car is in the top 35 in points. 30.3 is the slowest first lap we've seen. He practiced 43rd at 29.81, so that gives you an idea just how much ground they're trying to make up.
Oh, see, it locks it up there, too, getting into turn 3. That's what happens a lot of times. You may get off turn 2 a little bit better than your previous time, and then you're carrying more speed and you try to get a little more out of it. You have to be careful of that.
So as he comes across, 29.59, that'll slot him in the number 5 spot out of the 5 cars that have taken times, but that is going to put him deep into the field come race day on Sunday. Well, we'll get an idea what the Ford contingent can do. Next up will be Greg Biffle. Of course, Biffle, the winner back at Pocono. You were talking during practice today how they couldn't wait to get out of Richmond. They knew going in. He says, man, we just do not have Richmond figured out, and they didn't.
That would be tough, though, coming here. I mean, not that the tracks are any like at all, but you know, it is basically, even though this is a 1-mile track, it still drives and acts like a short track. But they seem very optimistic about their chances here.
Coming off a 32nd at Richmond, and then prior to that at Atlanta, he finished 36th. So he's really ready for a turnaround.
Yeah, he's having to work the throttle getting off turn 2. Hear him just not, and could see on the throttle there that he just couldn't get it wide open. We'll watch him as he goes around turn 4. He should be, this is where the car should be gaining a lot more grip about this time with the tires. So he should be able to, if this car is pretty good, make this next corner a lot faster than what he has so far.
Tracking better here on lap number 2.
See, Greg Biffle, he really uses up the racetrack coming off the corner. It's kind of his signature. He really doesn't leave anything to spare on that wall.
He's looking good right now.
Yeah.
About 4 100ths the difference as he gets close to the stripe. Can he take over the top spot? No. Into the number 2 position. 28.71 seconds. But a good run for Greg Biffle. Puts him right behind Kurt Busch, who just happens to be with Jamie Little after we take a look at Greg's starts here in the Sprint Cup Series in his last 10. Let's check in with Jamie now.
Well, Kurt was just looking at the board saying, yes, you are still P1, Kurt. And you guys brought a brand new race car here, and you were, I believe, 18th overall in your fastest lap in practice. Seems like you picked up a little bit.
Yeah, race trim is what we've primarily focused on, and maybe we had a little new car blues this morning. We really had to get aggressive with some big changes that we don't normally do, and only got one good qualifying run in practice, and then I was hoping the sun would come out. I mean, this track is really hard to get a hold of when it's overcast and cool. And right now, going out second early on, it's a decent lap, and we'll hopefully be okay with it.
All right, Kurt Busch knows how to get around this place. 3-time winner, Marty.
Yeah, the irony of this, Jamie, is we watch Clint Boyer. He's talking about you want the sun out here. Every other track we go to, guys are saying, please bring the overcast, cool it down.
Yeah, it's just the tires operate. They have a temperature they want to be optimum. And, you know, right here at this track, it is just hard to get there in just 2 laps when the weather's overcast and cool.
Clint Boyer, 29.06 on the first lap. Let's watch the second one. So far, so good.
Looks really good so far.
Yeah, he was able to get to the gas really hard there in the middle of 1 and 2.
Coming off that 6th place run back at Richmond, that was his 3rd straight top 7 finish. You talk about carrying some momentum, Shane Wilson.
Like this. He's going to like this lap.
This is good.
Yeah, he's going to be Shane's going to really like this one.
New provisional pole sitter, 28.53 seconds, 133 miles an hour.
53,
so
good job, man. Awesome.
New track record.
New track record. So we've snapped it already. How low will it go?
You might have beaten me to Bristol, but there ain't no way you get to Dago for me.
Driving mighty slow to be talking like that.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor. Let me know how my taillights are working.
See you at the track. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go, and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound and
Got 10 speed east of 29.
Today is the day.
The day I ignore the voice of reason.
The day I talk to the girl from accounting.
The day I ditch the bun
And demand 2 meaty fillets.
2 slices of cheese.
And 2 pieces of bacon. Yeah, I said bacon.
Today's the day I double down.
The KFC Double Down. Double meat, double cheese, double bacon, double awesome. Get yours today.
So good.
So S-O-G-double-O-D good.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
Great tailgate party, huh, Duke? Duke?
Excuse me.
What?
I'm from the Tailgate Research Institute. Are those Bush's baked beans?
Wouldn't tailgate without them.
Excellent.
Bush's baked beans are slow cooked with a blend of spices. So whether you're serving sizzling hot dogs at home or juicy brats at the stadium, nothing goes with game day like Bush's baked beans.
It's official. Bush's baked beans are a game day hit.
And no one recognized you.
Jay, I'm a master of disguise.
Home or away, nothing goes with a big game like Bush's baked beans.
I never noticed that. What? The grill. Looks like an overhead shot of a stadium.
Thank you. The grill lines are the yard lines, which is what I've been saying. Football was created to make us grill.
Here we go.
Look, retractable dome.
That's not retracting.
You get it. Plus, what are most mascots?
Animals.
Think about it.
You do know there's people in those costumes, right? Not all of them. Take your dome, please. Sorry.
Yo, Troy, you been using my shampoo? Because it's for guys who want thicker looking hair.
I didn't use it.
Didn't you?
No.
Didn't you?
Yes.
Head & Shoulders Hair Endurance. Thicker looking hair in 1 week, guaranteed.
Jeff Gordon. Man, oh man, 4 championships, but he's never won one under the Chase format. He's come close. Can he do it this year? Well, we'll find out how he does in qualifying. He was one of 2 drivers. He and Kyle Busch went out the very first 2 laps of the morning practice in a qualifying setup. And then we just watched them slowly but surely get lower in that order.
Yeah, a lot of cars just went out there in the race trim and did a lot of laps on the track and then kind of switched over, did qualifying runs, simulated qualifying runs in practice. And when they did that, Jeff Gordon and well, Kyle Busch seemed to pick it up quite a bit, but Jeff really didn't get a hold of the racetrack as it was changing. And We'll see if they've made some changes on this car. Try to make this fast lap. We'll see him make this lap. The next lap should be his quick lap.
Well, he's going to be off by quite a bit here on this first lap, though.
Well, he's going to have to pick it up, 29-26. He has started on the front row 11 of 31 New Hampshire starts, and he scored his 3 New Hampshire wins in those first 8 races here.
You can see he had a lot of speed going down the front straightaway from the exit of turn 4, but he's lost some time in the center of the corner. And
about 0.2 of a second off that little box right above the word throttle. You see it in the plus column. That's not what you want to see if you're a Jeff Gordon fan. He's going to be slotted 4th right now.
878 P4 right there. Yeah, we are too tight, guys. Too tight.
So you heard him say too tight.
yeah, you could see that he was using up a lot of racetrack in the center of the corner, and I didn't know if that was by design, but listening to Jeff there, it was just that that's where the car had to go. He just couldn't get it cut through the center, so then that kept him from being able to get to the throttle earlier and making a faster lap yet.
Well, while Jeff brings it in, gives us a chance to check in with Dr. Jerry Punch. He's caught up with Ryan Newman.
Thank you, Marty. And no one knows more about winning poles here at New Hampshire than this guy who's won 4 of them. And Ryan, what is the key to running 2 good laps here? I keep hearing you guys talk about finesse.
Finesse is the big part of it. There's not much banking here, so there's not a whole lot to catch the car if and when it does slide. So keeping the wheel from turning right at all is a very big part of it, just because once you get loose, you're going the wrong direction. And it's a real finicky track because of that balance of finesse and charging the corners and charging the mid part of the corner. It seems like you can gain or lose a lot of speed right in the dead center of the corner.
All right, Ryan Newman waiting to qualify. Thinks his teammate Tony Stewart should be on the front row. Maybe he would join him as well.
As you finish up, Doc, whoa, Elliott Sadler gets close to the wall, comes across the stripe to end lap number 1 at 29.35 seconds. Seeing anything interesting there, Andy, as you watch?
Just watching, you see how the tractor's going up and down right there. It's just kind of a relationship between what Clint Boyer ran and what his lap is. Just watching that front straightaway speed is kind of reflected in that first segment, you see. And it's like Elliott lost a little bit of time, maybe exiting turn 4 on his lap to come get the white.
And you see it right there. 28.81 seconds. Currently slots him in the 5th spot. His last 4 races here at New Hampshire, he has started no better than 23rd. Don't know exactly where that's going to shake out, but we've had a total of 9 come across the line. And coming up next, Smoke, Tony Stewart. It's DJ's pick to win the chase. And that's got Tony all smiles. And after that last lap in the morning practice that put him number 1 on the charts, I think he'd be smiling on that too.
I think that's probably what had him smiling more than me picking him. I'm not sure that was a good thing, but I do think that Tony and his team have been heading in the right direction, and these 10 racetracks, I think, fit Tony Stewart to a T.
And Clint Boyer's watching this, Jamie. You want to talk to him?
Yes, he is watching, and I'm sure he's really nervous right now. No, Clint, you were 20th in practice, and now you come out here and you broke the track record. Where'd you make up the time?
Well, just everywhere. Made some adjustments there. Shane and all the guys worked hard, as they have been. This last month, they've really been delivering for me. It's a brand new race car for the Cheerios Hamburger Helper team, and just really proud of that effort. That was a good lap. It felt good.
You said the driver got up on the wheel, too. What do you think of Stewart? You think he'll be able to give you something here, run for your money?
The first lap was big. I mean, I tell you, the difference between a first lap and a second lap is unbelievable. You go out there and you feel like you're on hockey, skates out there. The first lap, slipping, sliding around. He's pretty close, huh?
Sitting there hovering.
I'm telling you, the tracks, they just went to first. That's not hovering anymore. That's quite a bit better than first. But it looks like he did beat me, but, it doesn't matter. I mean, the guys have done a good job.
It's not over, man. Don't count yourself out.
Nope. Hey, I don't care. As long as we're starting up front somewhere, and more importantly, up front, Sunday when the rag falls.
You hung on. He's P2, you're P1. Hey, nice analysis as well.
Yeah, 28.54 seconds. He did do a good job watching the run.
Well, so he didn't predict where he was going to be.
Well,
that was a close one, though.
I think he was glad he was wrong, though.
Yeah.
So a good run for Tony Stewart. Missed it just by a few ticks on the clock.
It's very interesting. In our first 10 drivers that have qualified, we've got 5 chase drivers, and they occupy the first 5 spots right now. Isn't that why they're in the chase?
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, Tony ran the most laps in practice, 37. Got him the number 2 spot right now. Paul Menard out there right now. His best start was back here in The spring race started 13th, ended up finishing 28th in that one.
Chasing the back end of that car a little bit through the corner.
Paul was pretty good in practice. Ran a 28.77, which was 14th quickest at that time.
Well, he had his best qualifying effort last week at Richmond when he qualified 7th. First lap, pretty good, 28.86. Everybody has been going much quicker on the second lap, except for Joey Logano, who just was a tick off.
It's a good lap, man.
Yeah, that's
you
actually,
looked at it in the green. I mean, he got to turn 1 quick.
Yeah, that
means
was
he made a good
first lap that anybody's run. Right, Andy. See if he can get off of the turn 4.
He's 4 100ths off. Now it's down.
He's hovering. Isn't that what Clint said?
This is going to be close.
It's going to be close.
Lost it right there.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That little
so
bit.
Close. Moves him into the number 3 spot, 28.61 seconds. What it tells us, folks, is don't turn the dial because this is going to stay exciting.
The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games.
What if I told you winning is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, Tuesday.
Saturday Night Football continues with 2 full national coverage games. First, it's Mac Brown's Texas Longhorns facing a tough road test in Lubbock against Tommy Tuberville's undefeated Texas Tech Red Raiders in the Dr. Pepper Rivalry Series game. And Brian Kelly's Notre Dame Fighting Irish hit the road to face the Michigan State Spartans. It's Saturday Night Football presented by Southwest Airlines, and it can be seen nationally on either ABC or ESPN2 tomorrow night at 8 Eastern. And both games are also available online at ESPN3.com.
If I heard Lou Holtz right, I think he said that Mac Brown's only 3-3 at Texas Tech, so that could be a big game for those guys there.
Big game right now is qualifying. Who is going to sit on pole here at the first race of the 2010 Chase? Right now, Clint Boyer, who has gone 107 races without a pole, is the man to beat with a new track record of 28.53 seconds. And Tony Raines out there right now, and Tony was 42nd in the practice session. He was struggling all session long.
And the best he's ever qualified is 15th in 06. Best finish was 20th in 07.
It's going to be about a second off of the pole speed here.
Well, as he comes across, picks up a little bit, 29.58 seconds. It puts him 11th out of the 12 drivers that have taken times. Let's check in on Carl Edwards with Jerry Punch.
Marty, he's climbing in, and he was second quickest in practice today. He ran a 55. Let's ask him, Carl, you got to beat a 53 from Clint Boyer to be on the pole. Can you do it?
If I can repeat what I did in practice, I think we'll do it. But it's just like you guys have been talking about up there, this is one of the toughest places to qualify. And the first lap is going to be whatever it is, and then you got to get that second lap perfect. So we're just watching the clouds. There's a big hole in them coming, and I don't know if that's better or worse, but we want to run, while it's cloudy, while it's just like it was in practice. But the Aflac Fusion could be really good.
All right, Carl Edwards waiting to go out about 4 cars away, guys.
All right, Doc, as you finish up, Sam Hornish Jr. out on track now. And earlier this week, Tim Cindric from Penske Motorsports was saying how basically they'd have no sponsor for this car next year, and Sam is basically free to look. There's also another report circulating out there that with Verizon leaving and going to the IndyCar side of the program, that Justin Allgaier could be replaced by Sam Hornish. So a lot of question marks for these guys, and right now all Sam wants to do is get a good performance and get a good race under his belt. Saw the little patch of blue that Carl was talking about. First lap, 28.99 seconds. That's good for 10th.
Sam was pretty quick in that practice session we had. It was 13th. Ran a 76.
He's looking better here.
Yeah, he's on pace to better that a little bit if he can get off turn 4.
Well, he finished 8th last June from a 26 starting position here at New Hampshire, and right now up to the number 6 spot, 28.73 seconds, 132 and a half. So as Sam comes in, Ryan Newman's going to roll out. Let's talk to Ryan's head man at Stewart-Haas Racing, and that's Tony Stewart. How about it, Jamie?
Well, after practice, I had a chance to talk with Tony and his crew chief, Darian Grubb, and you guys seem pretty optimistic after practice. What happened there in qualifying?
I just missed it a little bit. I tried a little too hard, I think. So we got a really good race car. I'm pretty proud of everybody at Stewart Haas, and we got a great engine from Hendrick this week, like we've been getting all year, and this old Spice Chevy with the Office Depot on it, it's pretty fast. So it may not have got the pole here, but we're going to be something to deal with, I think, on Sunday.
How about your man Ryan Newman? He's up right now. Think he's got anything for the pole, Clint Boyer?
I don't know. We'll watch. I get to watch a monitor like you do. It's not looking like on the first lap he does, but we'll see how he gets through here, I guess.
Did you have a chance to talk to him after practice?
I didn't actually. We had. This has been a busy week media-wise, getting ready for the chase. So we've had stuff since we got out on the car today. But hopefully Ryan will have a good run here. So we try to get both these cars up front.
Ryan on his second lap right now. We'll see if he can get any better. Seems like the track conditions staying about the same, Tony?
I think so. I don't, and it looks like it's probably going to stay pretty consistent through the session too here. So I think guys' times are going to be pretty honest times right now.
Okay. As Ryan comes to an end, we will say goodbye to Tony Stewart, and we will see you on Sunday. Thanks, Smoke. Marty?
Well, and as he comes across, Ryan ends up 10th, 28.84 seconds. Two pretty consistent laps. And actually, for a guy who's got 4 pole wins here and has the best average start all time at 8.1, he's going to be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, he had the fastest first lap of anybody so far. And I'm sure he was expecting more out of that second lap, but it really just kind of mirrored the first lap.
Yeah, it looked like that he lost his time off of both turns 2 and 4, where his nemesis there. So not sure if he couldn't get the throttle down, or if maybe it was just too tight and holding back the speed.
Martin Truex out on the track right now. Martin practiced 33rd on this morning. Back in the spring race, he qualified 26th, finished 22nd in that one. A year ago here, though, he did qualify 7th. Brother Michael looking on.
Just not getting off of the corners there once again, where he's losing some time.
Comes across 11th quick on the first lap, 28.90 seconds.
I think one thing that we're seeing some guys run faster on their first laps, but they're not picking up as much on the second as what we saw earlier in the session.
Yeah, his first lap was faster than he ran all of the practice session. So kind of encouraging. Looks, his second lap looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think I said brother. I should have said boss Michael looking on.
Yeah, that's not his brother.
Yeah. Well, you guys are stuck with me for another week.
Yeah.
Here comes lap number 2. He's up to number 7 at 28.76 seconds. And, well, Michael doesn't look all that pleased with it, but we'll find out where it shakes out.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Ever have morning pain slow you down? Introducing Bear AM, an extra-strength pain reliever with alertness aid to fight fatigue. So get up and get going with new Bear AM, the morning pain reliever.
You might have beaten me to Bristol, but there ain't no way you get to Dago for me.
Driving mighty slow to be talking like that.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor. Let me know how my taillights are working.
See you at the track. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we going to do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go, and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound just like east of 29.
I'd like to show you the most versatile bag on the market today, the Soft Super Cooler. It's a waterproof lined bag with super insulation. Pop the water seal like that, put your clothes in it, go on vacation, unpack. Now you have a cooler, a day bag. Two ends of the bag, they pop open like this. Heavy-duty YKK zippers never rust or bind. The same zippers they have in wetsuits. They'll never rust on you. This opens up here, mesh pocket there, plates, knives, forks, tackle boxes, anything you want to put in here for storage, even a beach blanket. You can even crush it down for easy storage. Drop the whole bag in the water, it floats. The whole liner pulls out for easy cleaning.
The money I save in ice is amazing.
Call the number on the screen now and get the soft super cooler and deluxe shoulder strap for just $69.95 plus processing and handling. You'll also get the incredible reusable Techni-Ice free. Just pay separate processing and handling. Ask about the larger deluxe soft super cooler and optional hand cart. Order now. The soft super cooler, the most versatile bag in the world.
All right, back here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, where qualifying is continuing. We've had a total of 15 cars take times. Martin Truex has just completed his run, came across 7th, and I tried to make him related to Michael Waltrip in a matter of seconds. I'll try not to do that to David Reagan.
David was fast in practice. See if he can back it up here.
Yeah, he was 6th quick. He turned that lap in late. Look out.
Well, he put some heat in those tires.
I think it's the front ones the guys won't heat most of the time, but doesn't hurt to have a little in the right rear.
Oh, that's a great shot. You can see his hands work on the steering wheel there. Lap number 1, 29.31. Here's the one that's been the money lap for everybody.
Only one car has gone faster the first lap. That was Joey Logano. That's a good lap right here. He can hit these last 2 corners.
His car was really good. A little late getting back to the throttle. May hurt his speed right here at the end, but still going to be a very solid lap.
David comes across the stripe, and yes, a good solid run. 4th right now, 28.64 seconds out of the 16 that have taken times today. We have 45 cars to make the 43 field. And as he rolls it on out, Carl Edwards, one of the guys who has not won here at New Hampshire of the 12 that are in the chase. He'd like to change that. He started 2nd here back in 08.
Yeah, if you look at his sheet, he definitely wants to change his fortune from what he's done here in past years. He's got a couple of top 5 finishes, but nothing much else to brag about that much. He's going to need to, he would probably be looking coming into this race that, hey, if we can get out of here with a top 10, let's take it and run.
Well, remember what he said in his interview, if I can get that 2nd lap perfect. He wanted the cloud cover to stay, and so far it looks like it has.
I don't think that's going to be a factor. Getting that perfect lap, now that may be a different story. You know, we talked about Tony Stewart slowing down, you know, what happened from practice. Well, he slowed down 4/100ths of a second, so that's just very minute.
29.22, that's not the one to worry about. This is it right here.
Well, it's going to be a big pickup if he's going to challenge Clint Boyer for the pole, though.
Well, he's tracking pretty good right now.
Well, that's about 800s he has to pick up in 3 and 4. Nobody's been able to really do that with Clint Boyer. It's like almost everybody's lost speed.
Yeah, but he's later getting back. Clint, I think, got in there a little easier, but got back to the throttle hard. Still going to be a solid lap.
And it'll move him into the number 4 spot. 28.62 seconds. Right behind Paul Menard, right ahead of David Reagan.
Just incredible. We talk about that. I mean, he's 9/100ths of a second difference, less than a 10th off the pole. And these guys have these cars just so good, and the competition is just so keen now.
Let's talk a little bit about Matt Kenseth, because the former Sprint Cup champion was not very strong in the practice this morning. 28th quickest, and it seemed like whenever he picked up a little bit, everybody ahead of him also picked up the same amount, and he never really jumped up and then was bumped down through the leapfrog process that we saw.
That's the problem with this deal, Marty. All the rest of those guys are trying to beat you.
Yeah.
And he's the other chase driver that has not won a race here.
He did sit on the pole once here in his 20 New Hampshire starts. That was by points, actually, back in July of 03. But he started 33rd in the June race, and right now you see lap number 1 at 29.32. And here we go with lap 2. And it is not going in the right direction.
No, definitely headed in the wrong direction. They're having a difficult time with their car in the center of the corner. We can watch it kind of bounce here. You see, he's just having to stay out of the throttle so long before he can pick the gas up. He gets in it hard when he gets it, but by then he's lost a lot of time in the center of the corner.
Second lap, 29.07 seconds. He picks up about 0.2 of a second on the second lap, and it leaves him in the 16th spot out of 18 drivers. He is not going to be thrilled with that one. While he coasted on out, let's talk to Dale Earnhardt Jr. How about it, Doc?
Hey, Junior, walking along beside the car up here. How's your week been, Junior?
Do what now?
I said, how's your week been?
It's been pretty good. Skins won, and that made me feel a little bit better after last Saturday night, how he ran. But
talking about your Redskins now.
Yeah, my Redskins won. And then, you know, we had a good week's worth of work and everything, and looking forward to coming here because we ran pretty good here last time and unloaded a pretty good car this afternoon and race trim and feel like we can make it a little bit better tomorrow. And we got a little bit more speed we gained in qualifying trim. We didn't qualify good here last time, so hopefully we can make up for what we did last time and get a little bit of a better starting position.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
A lot of optimism here. I was just talking to them a moment ago before they went out to qualify or get ready to go out to qualify. They think they can really pick up a W here the next few weeks. They're getting better and better with this 88 car.
Well, another guy who might be picking up is David Rudiman, Doc. He just turned in 28.77 on the first lap.
That's by far the fastest first lap. Yeah, the lowest that we've seen anybody run on the racetrack, too. Rudiman's got those left sides down on that part of the track that's almost off-cambered right there.
He's in the green. Oh, sliding a little bit here.
Right here, Clint Boyer beat everybody.
He's back on it. Oh, this is going to be close. Coming to the stripe and third.
Well, he made a run at it.
28.58 seconds, 133 miles an hour. He falls in behind Clint Boyer and Tony Stewart. More qualifying when we come back.
At the start of the chase, the door's wide open. It's time to put the pedal down, leave the pack, and get that cup.
The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN.
The Longhorns and the Fighting Irish face difficult tests on the road on Saturday Night Football. Texas, Texas Tech, and Notre Dame, Michigan State. Saturday at 8 Eastern on ABC or ESPN2. College football lives here.
Was it the number 7 train that carried his barrels across the land? Or was 7 simply his lucky number? Some say there were 7 women in his life, but one held a special place in his heart. Truth is, only Jack Daniel knows the true meaning of old number 7. And we won't be hearing from him anytime soon.
We get pinched. Remember whose idea this was?
Heisting banks is a trade in Charlestown.
You do it like pros. No one needs to get hurt. You hate prison, but you can't wait to get caught.
I want to go with you.
I'm putting this whole town in my rear view.
You're gonna die in prison.
I'll see you again, this side or the other.
The Town, rated R, now playing.
Yeah! This is why we do this! Freedom! The open road!
No doubt! And Progressive has great coverage and policies starting at just $95 a year!
I dig that!
Most bikers do! That's why Progressive is #1! Let's ring you up.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Do I have any bugs in my teeth?
Nope, you're good.
#1 in motorcycle insurance. Now that's Progressive.
Where do I get my daily NASCAR fix? Log on to NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com.
They have everything.
They have highlights,
Interviews, preview shows.
me shows. You say me shows? My show, Kyle's Corner. Tons of videos.
I like the articles myself.
Articles?
Yeah, the articles, Track Smack, Splash and Go.
Hey, look, whatever you need, I promise you, NASCAR.com has it.
NASCAR.com. 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 Check it out.
Out on the track right now is Marcus Ambrose, and boy, he surprised all of us by being third quickest in the morning practice session. And it was a pleasant surprise. Remember, he's coming off that great finish at Richmond just last week.
This is going to be a pole contender right here. Marcus had a great practice session. He's got some momentum coming out of a top 5 finish last week at Richmond.
Yeah, he only needs about 1/10 of a second over what he ran in practice to be able to do that. Of course, he's not going to happen on this first lap. Just getting everything warmed up and ready to go. And right here's where literally the second lap starts, right now when you get back to the throttle.
And the tracker's going south, which is not a good indicator.
That's okay. You want to watch this first segment of this tracker. See, that's kind of indicating how much speed he carried off turn 4, and you see it staying up there pretty good. Losing a little bit of time in 1 and 2.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to get the throttle back down all that he wanted to. So you can see not carrying the speed down the straightaway then. And there's just nowhere to make that up. You try to go harder into this corner, then you're just going to lose more time.
Well, Marcus didn't live up to the hype. I thought he was going to be a pole contender.
Well, he qualified 12th back in June, his 3rd New Hampshire start. He comes across the stripe now in the 14th provisional spot, 28.83 seconds at 132 and change. So Clint Boyer still hangs on to the top spot here, as we now have a total of 20 cars that have taken official times. How about Denny Hamlin? Boy, you talk about a guy at Atlanta, had a great car, of course had the motor go away, and he ended up 43rd, and then comes back to win at Richmond in his home state and take over the #1 seed by his 6th win by 1 over Jimmy Johnson. And there you see his last 8 starts, the 1 win, the 4 top 10s, but that 4 that are 15th or worse, that's what you want to eliminate for these last 10 races.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, literally, you might get by with 1 race outside of that, but that's been the problem. These guys, they had 2 or 3 early on, and even though they win some races, you just can't make all of that up. This has been a good racetrack for Denny Hamlin, though. He has the best average finish of any of our chase guys and has never finished worse than 15th at this track.
Finished 4th in this race last year. Of course, won the 07 event. I should say he started 4th, finished 2nd in this race last year.
See Mike Ford, he's up on top of the hauler where you can get a good look at the car, where Denny's running on the track, and watch the lap time from that monitor that they have wired up there. You see just a little smoke coming off the splitter.
He was 10th quickest in the morning practice. Tracker close, but still in the red.
Yeah, it looked like he had a hard time getting the throttle down all the way as quick as he wanted to. Carrying pretty good speed here, but really losing it off of 4 now. It's going to hurt him quite a bit.
It's not going to be at all what they were hoping for qualifying. 14th so far.
28.83 seconds. 21 cars have now taken times. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Well, Doc talked to him before his qualifying lap, said you just wanted to get faster on the 2nd lap, and you did, Carl, but what'd you find there?
I wasn't as fast as I wanted to be on the 2nd lap. You know, our Aflac Fusion was really good. I just didn't put together the perfect lap. And these guys up in the booth hit it on the head. I mean, this is one of the toughest places to qualify. And I've never done that well at qualifying here, but I think this will be, 8th or 9th, maybe hopefully a top 10. And that'll be just fine. It'll be a good start. And, now we just work on race trim, which is totally different. Multiple laps, long runs are really going to be important.
All right, thanks for your time, Carl. And his teammate Matt Kenseth had an oil pressure issue in practice, and he said he was still experiencing that on qualifying, guys. So that's something that 17 is looking at.
Thanks for the update on the 17 as well, Jamie. Appreciate that. Jeff Burton, you're looking at the man who 10 years ago today won this race. He led all 300 laps. And do you remember that race?
I remember.
I do. Yeah, he spanked us.
Restrictor plates were used that day.
Sure were. Yeah. Totally different track. And I tell you what, it made us start looking at things a lot differently in a lot of ways, because you had to figure out how you could keep the momentum up, and made us change our setups quite a bit.
I'll tell you, this is a good lap right here for Jeff Burton. So he was just a 10th off of his teammate Clint Boyer getting into turn 3. This is going to be a really good lap for him.
He's able to get back to the gas pretty hard. This is going to be nice.
Spent some time with Todd Barrier, his crew chief, and Jeff in the garage, and they really are confident coming into this chase that they're going to have the equipment and cars and what they need to be a real contender.
8th out of 22 so far. Let's check in with Dr. Jerry Bunch.
Well, Marty, I'm told they said if a non-chaser is going to win a pole, it's going to be this guy right here, A.J. Allmendinger. What do you think?
Man, I hope so. The Insignia Best Buy Ford was really fast to practice. Race trim was really good. We went to qualifying trim. It was pretty quick. So this isn't one of my best qualifying racetracks. The days went really smooth so far. So Just got to put 2 solid laps and see what we got.
Now, you want to pull on a flat racetrack like Phoenix. This is a flat racetrack like Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. For about 2.5 years, I hated this place, and then came here. Mike Shiplet, he's got a great setup for this place, so I've really started to enjoy it. See what we got now.
All right, he was 4th quickest in practice, Marty. He could be a factor.
We'll keep our eyes on him when he comes out. Right now, our eyes are on Brad Keselowski, who started 14th here earlier this year. And look at the lap tracker.
Well, that's where you saw that tracker go up is not really where you want it to, going in the corner. Sometimes that's hard to hold on to, but that's a great first lap. That's, again, that's the fastest lap. First lap that we've seen.
Yeah, if these tires have any grip left in them.
Well, he started in the green.
See, the same thing in turn 1. I mean, it's tracker's going. You can see he's really making up a lot of time getting into the corner, getting right to there. You see, it's in the green.
Yeah, not a lot of brake that he's using, but he
got to carry the momentum here. It's going to be close,
This
boys.
is going to be close. Keselowski comes across the stripe. Can he do it? Can he take over? Yes. 28.
Good job, buddy. 28.51. Good job. 28.69 first lap. 28.51. Excellent job. Water and oil.
You know, one thing I'm seeing right here, though, is a little sun on the racetrack.
Right, son. You're damn right.
You think he's a little happy?
Maybe.
He should be.
That is a great run for Brad Keselowski.
Just wondering what this sun is going to do to the racetrack. I mean, that's, you know, we didn't know. We heard some of the drivers say, and they didn't know whether the sun would help or hurt. I think it was Carl Edwards.
You can see the clouds breaking up, and there is sun on that front straightaway. And it is now basking the entire track. A shadow for the first time today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. We're back here at the June race. He qualified 31st. Came back with a nice run to finish 8th. His best finish was 3rd back in 04 in the September race. Looking better on lap 2.
Well, he was saying that he thought they'd found some speed for their qualifying effort here. Going to need to make a good turn 3 and 4 here. Get back to the throttle hard.
Still going to be a little disappointing.
Yeah, sliding off again down the wrong direction for Dale.
Slows down about 2/10 from what they were in.
That felt terrible.
Well, you heard him. It felt terrible. 29.04, and it's 21st out of 24 cars.
Can't tell you how many times I said that after going on a qualifying effort here.
So as Dale brings it on in, Brad Keselowski has taken over the top spot, and there he is climbing out of his Dodge. There's his record right now.
They can't focus on winning if they're hungry.
Yeah, and we're always hungry.
So I take them to their favorite place, Pizza Hut.
We love this new Big Italy pizza.
It's almost 2 feet of their favorite pizza for just $12.
This thing is so big, even we couldn't knock it all down.
Kind of like your open jumpers?
What?
Pizza Hut's new Big Italy pizza is bigger than 2 mediums combined. It's only $12 with up to 3 of your favorite toppings. And for a limited time, get a free 2-liter Pepsi Max when you buy any 2-liter Pepsi. The new Big Italy pizza, only $12 and only at your Pizza Hut.
What if we told you there's a new utility vehicle out there with the most advanced engine in its class? That it has 3 cylinders with dual overhead cams. That it has 50 horsepower. And intense acceleration. Now what if we told you it was a John Deere? Prepare to have your expectations shattered by the fastest, most powerful Gator yet. The all-new XUV 825i, exclusively at your local John Deere dealer.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
What a great event to drive to.
Especially on new Fuel Max tires.
Introducing Goodyear Fuel Max tires. An innovative tread compound saves you 2,600 miles worth of gas over the life of the tires.
2,600 miles. Now that would be a long race.
Goodyear. Get there.
I think everybody's interested in saving money. It's just making yourself do it. Sometimes we're just complacent.
Because we're afraid of change.
The fact that Vonage does not require an annual contract, I'm definitely going to make the switch.
No contracts with Vonage sounds
like how business should be done.
What more can you ask for?
For just $14.99, get unlimited domestic and international calling now without an annual contract.
Now I can talk however long I want.
My mom wants me to call her every day.
The sound is terrific. It's like they're next door.
I switched to Vonage, and I'm never looking back.
When NASCAR fans think about NASCAR, they think performance. They think precision. They think quality. And when NASCAR fans think about their own car, they should expect nothing less. When looking for automotive brands that represent performance, precision, and quality, look for the NASCAR Performance family of automotive brands.
Back here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, where, well, for 20 minutes, Clint Boyer held the track record. Now it belongs to Brad Keselowski. We'll wait and see how long he can hold on to it. Scott Speed out on the track right now, trying to qualify for his 4th New Hampshire race. First lap, 29.16. He's not had a lot of good results the 3 times he has raced here. 36th, 31st, and 27th, but this lap's looking pretty good.
Yeah, lost a little bit. Yeah, you can see it
whole
wiggle
world
right
there.
in the center.
It's going to cost him quite a bit. And as he comes across the stripe, he'll be in the 19th position, 28.91 seconds. You heard Carl talk about you got to run the perfect lap. And you saw where it cost Scott a lot. Well, can you guys get ready to sing happy birthday?
I'm not. Oh, it's Jimmy's birthday.
Jimmy Johnson, 35 today.
We'll
and
wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah,
we're not
and
going to
if
sing.
you were with us earlier today, there's some fans that are wishing him a happy birthday. He shares a birthday with the legendary, you guys remember?
Sterling Moss, I think.
There you go. He's 81 today.
See, Jimmy was wiggling his car back and forth, trying to get some heat in those front tires coming down the back straightaway. Artie, you were talking about the track record. When we first brought this car out, it really didn't drive that good. And just to give you an idea, the first time that they qualified this car here, they qualified at 29.34 seconds. So about 0.8 of a second faster now than just 2 years ago.
It shows you just how much progress these teams have made with this race car. And so really amazing. You know, we have had a change in the spoiler to the spoiler from the wing. But otherwise, it's really the rules that stay pretty consistent. It's the teams that have developed this car to go faster.
There's Jimmy's first lap, 28.98. You know that time you said 29.34? Right now, that would get you about 24th out of 26 cars that have taken times.
Yeah. Jimmy's not going to be real happy with this lap. Matter of fact, he's not going to be happy at all with it.
I'm thinking we might have seen our first effects of the sun, maybe?
Yeah, I really believe that. I know some guys were wanting the sun to come out, but I know they think that might get some more heat in it, but I think that's wrong. Man, that's 19th. Woo, Jimmy Johnson.
That is going to be something. Let's find out what the current pole sitter thinks about the sun, Jamie.
Well, it's kind of fun to watch him get out of the car. He was kind of jumping around, high-fiving his guys. And then you were worried about Jimmy. Jimmy wasn't a factor here. You still sit on the pole. How did you do that considering the sun had just come out?
You know, we've had a really good race car in qualifying trim since practice started. Weren't very happy with it in race trim, but really good in practice and for qualifying trim. So felt like we had a shot at the pole. It looks like we had about the right draw right before the sun came out. And I don't think it's going to speed the track up. I think it's going to slow it down. I know there's been a lot of talk about the tires getting warmer and working better, but I feel really good about that lap. At very least, it should be in the top 3, and I'm just really happy for everybody on this 12 team. It's been a struggle all year long, and we're just looking for that spark, and hopefully this is it.
Very impressive run. His best start here, 14th here in June. Marty.
All right, thanks, Jamie. As we watch Jamie McMurray out on track right now, I'm looking over the record for Jimmy Johnson, and keep this in mind, during his 4 championship runs, the worst he's ever started here was 23rd. He finished 9th in that particular race. We'll keep tabs on that, because right now, he's 19th. See the numbers on the right for Jamie on his first lap? Whoa, that was close.
Going good here on the second one, though.
He's had 12 top 10 starts in 17 races here at New Hampshire.
Yeah. Looking good. Get off of turn 4. He's going to come up a little shy of the pole.
Big run. Up to 4th. Nice job. 28.55 seconds. Puts him in the number 4 spot out of 27 cars that have now taken official times. Stay with us. More qualifying.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
That's cool. 1800 just poured me a shot. What can your top do? Nothing. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
Come on! Iron Man 2. Own it September 28th on Blu-ray with digital copy.
TJ, thanks for coming by so early.
Yeah, man, what's up?
Man, look at these guys.
Adam and Mort, they're just trying to find a scoop. What's the problem?
That's the problem.
Corn.
And that.
Hey, Dwight, is this your shake weight?
And that.
Mort, get away for this.
I'll talk to him. Jackpot.
Sunday NFL Countdown presented by IBM. Sundays at 11.
If you have credit card debt, please listen.
A program has been introduced that could reduce your debt, decrease the amount you owe, and allow you to make only one low payment each month. You may qualify for an assistance program that can have you debt-free without filing bankruptcy or going through credit counseling. It's confidential and just takes a few minutes to see if you qualify. Call for a free consultation. Get relief and become debt-free.
Call 1-800-324-8991. That's 1-800-324-8991.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, call now to get the new talking meter. These new meters are more accurate, they're easier to use, and the best news is you don't have to prick your fingers anymore. Arriva makes it simple. They bill Medicare directly. There are no upfront costs, and they deliver your supplies right to your door. For free.
For more information, call 1-800-264-5993.
Kyle Busch, he's been smiling, especially after Bristol when he became the history maker, winning all 3 touring series at the same track, the same weekend. And he's running the truck race this weekend here as well. Nationwide, of course, has the weekend off. And right now, Kyle out on track. He was 5th quickest as he turned that lap in on his last mock qualifying run during practice.
We'll see what he's got here. I kind of agree with Brad. I don't think that the sun coming out is going to help anybody get speed here, but Jamie, oh, goodness. Man. He was working the wheel there.
Not sure he didn't touch the ball there.
I think the guys that are riding shotgun with Kyle in that special series we're running on ESPN, I'm glad they think they were really happy.
Not really riding on it.
Well, they're real happy they weren't on that one. They would have been scared out of there, you know what.
You see, just having a hard time getting to the throttle. You can hear it, but a lot smoother this time.
One thing I see that car, it looks like it rolls a little bit more than most of the cars we've seen.
Yeah, got a good lap going right here, though.
Really good lap.
This has been the key coming out of 4. It's about 800ths off, heading for the stripe. Got awfully close to the wall again. Kyle comes across, currently 7th. 28.61 seconds. While Kyle brings it on around, gives us a chance to talk about the calendar of events that we got coming up. And today at 5, when we get finished, NASCAR Now on ESPN2. And then our NASCAR Sprint Cup Series will be the Sylvania 300 at New Hampshire. Sunday, 1 Eastern on ESPN. And the O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals qualifying is at Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Then that night, Sunday at 7 Eastern on ESPN2, final eliminations. And, of course, they are in the countdown over there for the championships as well. Brad's still doing interviews. Still want provisional pole.
You think this weekend that he looks around and thinks he's supposed to be doing something else since he's always running 2 races a weekend that doesn't feel right?
Almost like a busman's holiday?
Yeah.
All right, A.J. Allmendinger Boy, he was looking so good this morning in practice and looking pretty good right now.
Especially since this is his first lap. You can see that tractor really climbing right off turn 2. Lost a little bit down the front, back straightaway, but this will be the money lap right here.
Really solid first lap, though.
28.80, almost good enough to be the fastest first lap.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski was a little quicker than that on his first one. He's on the pole. You see AJ
Look
really
at that right there, man.
Speed.
That's big time right there off turn 2.
Oh, he got a 10th.
He's got a 1/10 of a second. Now it's dwindling.
Yeah, you can see he's doing it a little bit differently. He's letting that car roll through the center, but when he gets back to the gas, it's a lot of speed. Is it going to be enough?
Not quite.
This is going to be close as he comes to the stripe. Nope, he's not going to make it. Going to slot in the number 5 spot, 28.57 seconds.
Boy, if Brad Keselowski was watching that tracker, he was nervous.
Yeah, sure was. You know, earlier whenever I talked about the first 5 spots were all chase guys, well, now our top 7, there's only 2 chase guys in that. So
what happened to
these
that?
other guys come, yeah, they came to show what they can do.
Of course, AJ was one of the first-time pole winners in 2010. He got it back in Phoenix. Joey Logano picked up his at Bristol. Youngest ever by 1 day over Kyle Busch in that one. And who knows, maybe we get another one. If Brad Keselowski can hang on to the spot right now, his best Cup start, 3rd at Kansas back in 2009, and the spring race at Richmond this year he started 6th. Well, we talked about Mark Martin and the tale of 2 seasons this morning during practice, and here he is qualifying outside looking in on this year's chase.
Whoa, slid that left front just a little bit getting into 3.
Yeah, looking at Mark's record here, though, when he has not qualified as well as when he's had his better races. When he's qualified well, he seems to have struggled in the races here. You don't ever want to go in with that thought process, but just saying.
That's just what the numbers say.
That's, yep. They give them to us.
When
for
do
a
you
reason.
use those numbers? When they work?
When they
to your
work
advantage?
for you, yes.
Yeah.
Never when they're against you as a driver.
Right, the driver. I was going to say the qualifier there is the driver. Well, a better lap, but still not going to be good enough to contend. Mark brings it across the stripe, 23rd right now at 28.85 seconds. That's
so
right
far
behind his teammate, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, none of the Hendrick cars have been fast in qualifying.
No, Jeff Gordon is 16th. Jimmy is 22nd. Mark is 23rd.
And Dale Jr. 27th.
Yeah.
I did, searched around the garage just trying to see how many new cars that people had brought out for the chase. And Jimmy Johnson was one of the very few of the chase contenders that did not bring new cars.
Reed Sorensen on the track right now. His best start was 3rd back in 07. His best finish was 6th back in 08. His first start in this 83 car was here in the June race. He started 29th and finished 24th. Sun still shining on the track, as you can see, and maybe having an effect on some of these drivers. See Reed's first lap at 29.3 seconds.
Yeah, and I just have to think, if it's nothing else, and unless you just have your mind set,
Hang on. Well,
looks like we'll have to use that first lap. Oh, no, man. Oh,
he did get it in.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain, and it was probably real wet down there.
As soon as he hit the grass, it started skidding. I thought he was going to be okay, and then you're right, Andy. The wet grass just did it. It rained all night here. And everybody in New Hampshire wanted the rain except for Reed Sorensen.
Yeah, it got minimal damage. They can fix that, but it's not what you want to be working on. Obviously, they need to be working on the car. Try to making it better rather than fixing damage.
Watch how this skates.
It's like it actually picks up speed right in here. Man, that's too bad.
So our first incident of the day involves Reed, and he did a great job of keeping it off the wall. Only problem is there's the tires. All right, well, we'll have to take a few minutes to get everything cleaned up and get Reed's situation all squared away. Right now, he's 29th out of 31 cars that have taken times here at New Hampshire.
purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games.
What if I told you winning is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, Tuesday at 8, part of ESPN Films 30 for 30.
With a number of those other sites, it's kind of more of a numbers game. It's very similar to just going out to a bar and meeting somebody kind of casually, and you get 1 million people on there, and you're emailing some girl, and you know she's getting 100 emails the same day you email her, and you have to rifle through thousands and thousands of profiles and seeing if this person is really right for you. And it's a totally different experience here when you use eHarmony, because they just kind of do most of the work for you, actually, and they make it kind of easy.
Review all your matches for free at eHarmony.com.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
What's your 230 feeling like?
Well, it's like my brain just stops working.
Feel fuzzy, groggy.
I can barely keep my eyes open.
So what do you do?
I used to get another coffee.
Yeah, coffee or soda.
Then another coffee.
I switched to 5-hour energy.
Just one 5-hour energy.
The rest of the day, I'm great.
0 sugar, only 4 calories.
I don't feel jittery. I'm in control.
It's me. Just a better, more awake me.
Gotta try 5-hour energy.
5-hour energy. Hours of energy now. No 230 feeling later.
Inventors. InventHelp can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Call 1-800-232-4033 for free information. That's 1-800-232-4033.
If you were going to create the ideal NASCAR driver, how would you begin? How old would they be? How tall?
What color would you make their eyes, their hair, their skin? Would English be their first language? O su segundo?
How long would their hair be?
The definition of ideal has never been more wide open. The NASCAR Drive for Diversity ensures the only barrier drivers have to cross is the finish line.
Oh, we've got college football on ESPN continuing Saturday night. 2 games featuring 4 unbeaten teams. Kyle Parker leads Clemson against Cam Newton and the Auburn Tigers at 7 Eastern. Then at 10:30 Eastern, it's Ricky Stanzi leading 9th-ranked Hawkeyes against Nick Foles and the Arizona Wildcats. It's college football primetime presented by Hampton Hotels on ESPN Saturday, and both games are available online and also on your phone.
Tigers going to win that first game.
Yeah, my money's on the Tigers. Sounds like it's going to be a cat fight.
I do like that Cam Newton quarterback for Auburn, though, with his Tigers.
Oh, golly, I'll tell you guys. On track right now, David Gilliland. Gilliland practiced 36th this morning. First lap at 29:47. Second lap almost mirroring the first, Andy.
Yeah, it is. Just almost laying right over. But it shows that he is, about 7/10 off the pole. Still losing time there, getting a little loose off 4.
Well, he qualified 39th in the first race here this year and went on to finish 35th. And right now he is currently 30th out of the 32 that have taken time. So let's check in with Jamie Little. I think she's caught up with Kyle Busch.
And Kyle, 8th on the board right now. And at the end of your run, you said, I'll take it. It was all right considering the sun came out. Kyle, take us through your run.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, just, you really slow getting up to speed, just trying to save the tires and make sure they stay under you and you don't overheat them too fast. But overall, the M&M's Camry's been good today. Dave's done a nice job. We unloaded pretty smooth in qualifying trim and just made some little changes trying to make it a little bit better, trying to get some speed out of it. And, we're happy with that. It's better than where we were in the spring starting-wise and, better than some of the other guys we're racing with. So, feel good about it. Should be good pit selection, hopefully, and stay in the top 10 and go race them on Sunday.
A lot of people out there, including myself, seeing more of you on TV this week than we've ever seen riding shotgun, our series on ESPN. What's the feedback been?
It's been positive. There's been a lot of positive, a lot of fun around it. People are asking if we're going to do it and do like a wedding show or something like that and whatnot. So we'll see. We've had a lot of positive about it, and it's been fun. It's been good. Samantha and I had a blast doing it. So it's over now. The last episode airs today, but if anybody's still interested in that Tundra is still going for November. So winkylestundra.com is where you go. Raffle tickets for $18.
Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. And yes, he said his show's coming up today following NASCAR Now. You'll see the final episode. Marty?
And as you finish up, Jamie Regan Smith on a nice run here, losing a little bit in turn 3.
Yeah, look at Tracker. I mean, down, off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Had a nice lap going.
Still going to be good for him, though. 18th, 28.82 seconds out of 33 cars that have taken times. So as he rolls it on back towards pit road, next up will be the man who has sat on pole here the last 2 races. Finished 3rd in this event last year, Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yeah, he might want to reclaim his track record here.
In his last 8 races, all of them he's qualified in the top 10. 4 have been on the top 5. And he has 3 poles in the last 10 races, so it's not out of the question that he might reclaim it.
Pretty good first lap going here so far.
Got the Energizer paint scheme instead of the traditional Target red. Little slip through 3 and 4.
Definitely there, yeah. Had really worked the wheel getting down in right in the center. That might have cost him some time for this second lap, too. Yeah, you can see that.
He's looking.
He's so close to the line right now. Picking it up, going down into 3. Can he carry it this time?
Yeah, this is where Brad Keselowski was really good, though. See if Montoya can get back to the throttle challenge.
Oh, this is going to be close. He comes out of 4 by about 5/100ths. He comes across the stripe. It'll slide him into the 5th spot.
That shows just how tight this qualifying session is. That's only just a few hundredths of a second. Puts him down in 5th.
5/100ths to be exact puts the difference between 1st and 5th. Kevin Harvick won the regular season. And, of course, with the reseeding process, the man with the bonus points. 6 race victories. Denny Hamlin, and then, of course, Jimmy Johnson. And here's his chase resume, his 4th appearance. He's had 30 starts with 2 wins and an average finish of 12.3. And we were talking about this during practice today, in case you weren't with us. You're talking about how you guys feel you've got to do much better than 12.3 on the average if you're going to win this championship.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to have to be somewhere in that 8th spot or 8th place finish if you're going to be in there. Other thing I'd like to see is, we've talked for years, does the guy that's leading the points after 26 races, does he get a trophy, some bonus money? I'd like to see him, at the very worst, be equal with as far as bonus points go. Maybe not set a number, but, if he's just like Harvick's 30 back, I think he should be no worse than tied for the lead. Just an opinion.
Good point.
See him back into that car, really wiggling getting down into turn 1 on that lap. See if he's got good speed out, though.
Yeah, got good speed off turn 2. This is the last real bullet that Keselowski has to dodge, I think, for this pole.
Oh, a little loose right there. That's going to cost him.
Yeah, look at it dive. 1.
That's going to cost him a lot.
Yeah, you heard him say it. Got loose.
Wow.
And 28.88 seconds, and that one little slip up is the difference between being in the top 10 start and being where he is. To give you an idea of how important qualifying is, here's where the chase people are. Kyle Busch is 9th. This is thus far. Tony Stewart 3rd. Of course, that could still change. A lot of guys are going to have their work cut out for them come Sunday.
It's Ram truck season, and the 60-day handshake lives on. That 5-finger bond that communicates trust, honor, follow through, and follow up. It's a promise that says go ahead and buy a Ram 1500 or heavy duty without a payment for 60 days. And if it doesn't do everything you ask it to do, bring it back. Ram.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra, a revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
Introducing new Southern Comfort Lime, the new Orleans original. The big, easy squeezy, ready to pour. It's the taste that's sweeping the nation. Try new Southern Comfort Lime. Please drink responsibly.
Today is the day.
The day I ignore the voice of reason. The day I talk to the girl from accounting.
The day I ditch the bun
And demand 2 meaty fillets.
2 slices of cheese.
And 2 pieces of bacon. Yeah, I said bacon.
Today's the day I double down.
The KFC Double Down. Double meat, double cheese, double bacon, double awesome. Get yours today.
So good.
So S-O-G-double-O-D good.
Ever have morning pain slow you down? Introducing Bear AM, an extra-strength pain reliever with alertness aid to fight fatigue. So get up and get going with new Bear AM, the morning pain reliever.
Sunday starts here, and week 2 is ready to kick off.
Bring it on! I'm man enough to be me.
One wears his heart on his sleeve.
This isn't the same old Jets.
The other keeps everything under wraps.
Good football player. Glad he's on our team.
We'll examine the press conference styles of polar opposites Bill Belichick and Rex Ryan. And Peyton and Eli, the sounds of a football sibling rivalry. Plus, get to know overnight sensation Arian Foster. Sunday NFL Countdown, presented by IBM, 11 a.m. on ESPN.
To find the largest selection of my gear, you can log on to the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Back here at New Hampshire, a total of 35 have taken times now, and as we get ready to roll, the first of the go or go homers is Mike Bliss.
Really locked that left front up down in turn 1. That's going to definitely hurt that tire anyway. I don't know how much it'll hurt the lap.
He was wanting to get heat in there. He got plenty of that. But
the only problem is he did it on one spot.
Flat. Yeah, that's right.
We've got 45 cars trying to make the 43-car field. And Mike, in practice, was the 9th quickest of the go-or-go homers.
You know, these cars that have run up till now, if they get a good lap, great. If they don't, oh, well, they'll just race on Sunday. But these guys right here, they got a little more at stake.
Well, he is fighting it, too. Mike brings it around, takes the checkered flag, and where will it slot him? 29.29 seconds. 32nd quickest overall right now. But again, we'll compare him to all the go or go homers. Let's talk to Reed Sorensen. How about it, Jamie?
Well, we saw him spend. He's 33rd on the board right now. Reed, what happened there in your qualifying run?
We're just going for it. You know, obviously the second laps should be a lot better than the first lap, and I'd been having problems all day with having to lift off that corner, and I held it wide open, and that's what happened. So just I hate it for these Red Bull guys, but they do a great job, and I think we're going to fix this one. So just barely hit the tires. I didn't think we were going to hit it, but we did. So get this one fixed and work hard tomorrow, and we got 300 laps to get it up towards the front. We've had 2 really strong finishes the last 2 races, so trying to build that momentum a little bit, and this will slow us down a little bit, but we were going for it, and it's just a mistake.
Good news. You can fix it, though. They'll be back in this car in practice tomorrow, Marty.
Well, another guy who had an incident earlier today was that man right there, Michael McDowell. He's pounded the wall on the right-hand side. Second of our go-or-go homers.
First laps he's made in this car, and he only made 1 lap in the other car.
Yeah, it was the second lap when he hit the wall. 29.78 seconds on the first lap. He's trying to make his 5th New Hampshire Motor Speedway start. He's going to make it interesting the way he's going right now on Lap Tracker. Brings it across the stripe. The time clicks in. And he is slower than Mike Bliss, 29.40 seconds. And we mentioned what happened to him earlier today. Here's where it got painful.
It looks like they might have had an oil line to come loose or something like that. And He just had no control over the front tires as he came off of turn 2. That was just the second lap on the track for him.
So we've had 2 of the go or go home cars take their times right now. And so we'll start comparing the lap tracker to the fastest, and that would be Mike Bliss. And his fast lap, 29.29 seconds. And on the track right now is Johnny Sauter. Johnny doing double duty today, one of 3 drivers who's going to be running the truck race. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, the other 2.
See, Johnny overdrove that corner just a little bit. You see by the tracker and by the smoke you saw trailing off the left front. He went way up the racetrack.
He's going to have to get a lot here in this second lap.
Yeah, so far 29.82 isn't going to do it.
Yeah, even the lap that he ran in practice, he's going to have to pick up from that, I think, if he's going to want to be considered pretty safe in this.
Well, this is looking a little better.
In the right direction. Can he get to the throttle?
No. Nose diving coming out of 4. Takes the checkered flag, and the time will move him, well, into the 36th spot overall, 29.56 seconds, but he is now the slowest of the 3 that have taken times in the go or go home group.
Mike Bliss locks in.
Yep. As we mentioned, only 2 cars will be going home. So now the new benchmark will be Michael McDowell's 29.40 seconds. And Casey Mears will be the man next up. Casey was the quickest of the go or go home group. He had a time of 28.86 seconds. He was 22nd quick overall. Tracking well here on the first lap.
Yeah, it's got a really nice lap going.
In case he shouldn't have any trouble at all locking in with just 2 cars going home. I'm sure he's really looking for bigger things. He wants to try to get his car up in the top of the running.
Yeah, well, he's going to lock himself in here on the first one. So if they tell him that, he can see what he can get out of this now.
Yep. He is locked in, and now we'll compare him to Brad Keselowski's time.
Much better lap right here.
He is definitely going to help his cause, starting further forward in the field. Here he comes out of 4.
Yeah, good lap.
Casey Mears on a good lap, and he goes from 32nd all the way up to 18th with that lap, 28.81 seconds. So he and Mike Bliss are locked in, and Michael McDowell's time is still the time to beat, 29.40 seconds for the remaining group in the go or go homers.
Well, anytime you can look at that qualifying order and you've qualified ahead of Casey Kane, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman, Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick. That's today's work right there.
Well, and some of the things that we were talking about, I mean, Denny Hamlin right now is 22nd. Johnson, he's going to start his worst ever in the 4 years that he's won the championship. That's now guaranteed. He's 25th and may fall even farther. Now let's compare Ryan to the pole right now. Or I should say Bobby, as he is a past champion. We'll see how he does here on lap number 1.
See, Bobby looks like he's having a little difficulty getting his car turned in the center of the corner.
Only 37th, quickest in practice.
And this was 40th as far as time right now, 29.94.
A lot better run off turn 2 there.
And obviously the reason we're comparing him to pole sitter Brad Keselowski, with his past champions provisional, he is guaranteed of being in the field.
Really struggling 3 and 4. 1 and 2 was pretty decent. And we're just lost a lot right there in 3 and 4.
28.57 seconds, the slowest of the go or go home group, the 5 that have taken times. But as we said, he will be in the show because of his past champion status. So puts more pressure on McDowell and Johnny Sauter. And as we get back out on track, here comes Dave Blaney. Now, Blaney was looking real good during practice today. He was second quickest of the go or go home group.
Yeah, he was one of the first cars to do a real qualifying run in that practice, or one of the first few cars. So he was way up there. He was actually third for a little while on the practice sheet, but then everybody got him qualifying trim, and business really picked up in practice.
He has the distinction back in 2007 of sitting on pole. What made it important was it was the first pole ever for Toyota. In the green right now, that's well above Michael McDowell's time. He could be locking himself here on the first lap. And he does. Now let's switch him over to Brad Keselowski, see how he fares.
Got a good solid lap going here again. But locks it up a little bit getting into 3. That's what happens.
Just a borderline deal right there. You want to try to drive that car down in there as far as possible, but you can really step over that line pretty easily.
Yeah, and this is a difficult place in a lot of ways, as we talked about, the lack of banking and everything. But there's not a lot of marks, even though they have some things on the wall. It makes it difficult to know exactly where to get off the gas and onto the brake.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Hello, I'm Patrick Cox, founder of Taxmasters. If the IRS is calling or sending threatening letters, you have years of unfiled tax returns, your wages are being garnished, or you're being audited, we can help. Listen, don't take on the IRS by yourself. Our former IRS agents and tax professionals have helped many good people just like you. The IRS has recently stepped up their efforts. Now more than ever, you need Taxmasters. Don't wait any longer. Call right now to get started today. Taxmasters, we solve your tax problems. Call 1-877-229-7254.
ESPN College Football Primetime presented by Hampton Hotels. Clemson Auburn at 7 Eastern and Iowa versus Arizona at 10:30. Saturday on ESPN. College football lives here.
Hi, I'm Howard Dvorkin, the founder of Consolidated Credit. For almost 2 decades, Consolidated Credit has helped millions of Americans just like you. We've helped nurses and doctors. We've helped police officers and firefighters. We've helped homemakers and home builders. We've helped over 5 million people suffering from credit card debt. And now we want to help you.
Consolidated Credit is the one company you can trust. Our exclusive Freedom Quest program can help you find options and solutions to your financial challenges. We can reduce your monthly payments by up to 50%, consolidate your bills into one easy payment, save you thousands in interest and fees, and help you get out of debt fast.
When credit card debt is the problem, we're the solution. We've helped over 5 million people. Let us help you.
You're one call away from financial freedom.
Call Consolidated Credit now. 1-800-461-1877. 1-800-461-1877.
Well, we're in the go or go home group here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and 2 guys that are sweating bullets right now are Michael McDowell and Johnny Sauter. McDowell's time is the time you got to beat to lock yourself in at 29.406 seconds. On track right now is Landon Castle, looking to make his first ever New Hampshire Cup start, the 21-year-old from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Again, the line compared to Michael McDowell's time, and he's going in the right direction. Landon did run one nationwide race here, and he won the pole for that one back in 2008, but he ended up finishing 34th in the race. Comes across for lap number 1, 29.30 seconds. That is good enough to lock him in. So McDowell and Sauter still the guys outside wondering what's going to happen.
That's pretty solid for him. His car, I actually wondered if they might just take their one lap being in and be happy with that. See if he picks it up a little bit.
He does a little. 29.11 seconds, but as we said, he's already locked in. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
And Casey Mears 18th on the board right now. And Casey, it's been, what, 4, 5, 6 races now you've been with Germain Racing. How are things working out so far?
I really enjoy it. I'm having a lot of fun with all the Geico Toyota guys here. We've been, it's been a slow progress here. We've just been, working with the MWR guys as much as we possibly can to kind of get all the information we can to get a good base. And Booty's done a great job. I've really enjoyed it. We've been fast. We've had competitive race cars. I think we got to sort out some little things, around the program. And I honestly think we're going to be really good. So, fortunately, I got this position. I'm very happy to be here. And the other thing is we're just looking for a little bit more funding for next year. And if we can get a full season, I think we'll be really good.
Nice qualifying effort, considering he does have to get in on time, Marty.
Yeah, he's solidly in. Right now, we're watching Travis Quapple. 3 cars to go. And right now, he's heading in the wrong direction here on lap number 1.
It looks like he's really got his hands full in trying to get this car around the track, especially through the center of the corner.
Well, lap number 1 for the 2003 Camping World Truck Series champion is the slowest of the 43 times that we've seen so far, 29.76 seconds.
We can see this a lot better lap here.
Looking much better. He did not qualify back in June for this race, so he's got some unfinished business for 2010. And look out,
the wrong way there.
Going the wrong direction.
This is good news for Michael McDowell, though.
Yes, it is. And Quapple locks in McDowell, and now it's Travis that is the time to beat at 29.479.
Just 2 cars to go.
So it's Quapple and Johnny Sauter that are sweating bullets, with Jeff Green and Joe Nemechek still to come. And there's Jeff Green out on the track. He's run 15 races here in New Hampshire. His most recent, though, was back in September of 2007. His career best cup finish was here. He's running for Richard Childress Racing. Came home second in July of 2002. Well, we've noticed everybody, for the most part, has been quicker on the second lap, but I don't think he wants to be this far behind.
No, I don't think so, but it looks like that he's found that maybe his car just doesn't have the grip in that first lap. See him really sliding it off of turn 4, but
he's about half a second off of what he needs. Remember, the time he's got to beat is 29.479. Here we go.
Yeah, and that was faster than that time that he has to run, faster than what he ran in practice, and doesn't look like the adjustments that they made were any better for him.
If he does not make it, Travis Quapple will be in. He needs to pick up another 2/10. He's going in the right direction, but he's running out of track. Jeff Green is going to be 0 for 2. Did not make it in June and is not going to make it here as well. So that locks in Travis Quapple. And Jeff is already eliminated because he is slower than Johnny Sauter. Let's talk about what's coming up next. NASCAR Now at 5 Eastern right here on ESPN2. And don't forget our Sylvania 300, first race of the chase here at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN. And drag racing fans who can tune in for the O'Reilly Auto Parts NHRA Nationals. Qualifying is Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, and the race is Sunday night, 7 Eastern. Both of those on ESPN2. So Joe Nemechek, the last one to take time here, the 45 drivers. We already know that Jeff Green is going to go home, and now it's between Johnny Sauter at his 29.56 second run and whatever Joe Nemechek can do right now.
Joe's going to try to take care of business on the first lap here.
Joe's first of his 544 Cup starts was right here at the inaugural running of New Hampshire back in 1993.
And he's going to get in the race here on the first lap.
Which means Johnny Sauter is going home along with Jeff Green.
Only thing left to see where Joe's going to start. Better lap here.
Joe is one of 4 drivers to be in every single one of the 31 New Hampshire races, and he's just ensured that that string will continue. Comes on through, takes the checkered flag, and moves up a bit. 29.14 seconds. Puts him 35th right now on the provisional grid. But it is all over, and Brad Keselowski is going to have his first pole. Let's talk to him, Doc.
44th career start. It is official. You are the pole sitter. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That feels really good.
Hey, what kind of expectations does this give you and this team? What's it do for this team overall?
I think it's just a spark. You know, our year's been up and down, been very tumultuous. So hopefully we can, carry this momentum into some of the other races. It's great to do it in the first race of the Chase because, I really want to be in it next year, and, it'd be a great start for that. But, we know we still have a lot of work to do. We got to make our car faster in race trim. Didn't feel really good about that, but we're fast right off the truck with our AAA Dodge Charger and in qualifying trim. So felt good about this effort, and proud of my guys for keep digging throughout the year. And like I said, it's been a rough year, so this is an effort to be proud of.
Now, you do have a top 10 finish here last spring driving in a Chevy. What about this Sunday?
I feel good about it. Felt really good about Richmond. Ended up 15th. The short tracks have been our stronger part for our program, so I would call this a short track, and we want to have a strong run for this whole team, like I said, and even to help out Kurt. Anything we do to help him out in the Chase, we're certainly pulling for him. And for our sponsor this week, AAA, that came on board to support us. Got a lot of great things going on, and we want to carry this momentum.
Hey, congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Feels great.
Brad Kay there getting his first ever pole in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
And his teammate Sam Hornish Jr. here. Sam's shaking his head. A little bit surprising to see your teammate pull it out there.
Yeah, he had a real good run. He came over to me after some of our race run stuff, and he said, "Man, this thing is a piece of junk." And I guess they got it figured out, so that's good for them. They definitely deserve it, but. We tightened our car up a little bit because we were too free in qualifying, and then all of a sudden now we went out and actually qualified and we're too tight. So we need to be somewhere in the middle there. But one Dodge is really good in race trim stuff, so looking forward to getting going on Sunday.
Now, your other teammate, Kurt Busch, obviously qualified for the Chase once again. What is your role and Brad's role maybe together to help him win another championship?
A lot of places that we've gone and tested where Kurt and I have actually been there, at the same time, we a lot of times like the same things out of our race car or like similar feels. So I thought it would be a good idea for us to come and try to help them out. They're the only team the only car that doesn't have teammates in the Chase. So figured, on any given weekend we could try some things out that they might not have time to do, and to do the best we can help them out. They've helped us out many times, so whatever we can do to try to help them and make them better, that's what it's all about.
Well, it's a team effort, and so far it's paying off here. Sam Hornish Jr. will start 15th on Sunday. Marty?
And it's the 3rd pole for Dodge this year. The other 2 provided by Kurt Busch. And it's the 7th for Team Penske. That's the most of any team owner for the pole position here at New Hampshire. Stay with us.
Running a team and my racing keeps me pretty busy. I need insurance. It's on my side. That's why the Earnhardt family's had nationwide insurance for more than 30 years. I get the coverage that I need at the right price for me. That's what you can get when you call 1-866-500-5555. I trust them. You can too. That's on your side. Get a quote today.
This is Rachel, a busy mom. She starts at dawn and so does her back pain. That's 2 pills for a 4-hour drive. The drive is done, so it's a day of games and 2 more pills. The games are over, her pain is back. That's 2 more pills. And when she's finally home, but hang on, just 2 Aleve can keep back pain away all day with fewer pills than Tylenol. This is Rachel, who chose Aleve and 2 pills for a day free of pain. And get the all-day pain relief of Aleve and liquid gels.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
What happened to tequila? These days, it's all velvet ropes and posturing. I don't know about you, but when I drink it, I really like to kick back and be myself. Oops. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
In this life, you only get a few chances. It's what you do with them that separates the horses from the ponies. Better know when it's time to put the pedal down and leave the pack. Cause at the start of the chase, the door's wide open for the best to get that cup. Why? Cause it's racing.
The chase begins with the Sylvania 300 at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Enter this code at CodeSpotter.com for a chance to win a Roush Ford Mustang.
Well, qualifying's over. In the top 10, we have 1 Dodge, 4 Chevys, 3 Fords, 2 Toyotas. Hey, young man, how you doing? Here is the starting grid, and take a look at the top 10 because 6 of the top 10 are non-chasers, guys. This could get very interesting.
It's definitely not a group that we're accustomed to seeing up there, so it should make it a lot of fun as we get this race started on Sunday.
Yeah, what that means, you got a lot of chasers that are going to be starting back in the pack, and you see right here as we move back, Jimmy Johnson starting 25th. Kevin Harvick even behind him, so a lot of work to do for those guys on Sunday.
And so is Matt Kenseth. Kenseth is going to start 33rd in this field, so that gives you an idea. I mean, they are spread out all the way. For the 48 and the 11 for Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson, it is their worst start here in chase competition. Now, let's talk a little bit about Michael McDowell, because this guy had 1 good lap, and then this is what happened.
Boy, it never goes good when you start your weekend off like this, and this is probably some kind of an error on the team's part where they left maybe a line loose and just a terrible consequence, but they did a good job recovering, Doc.
They really did, Andy. Let's ask him what happened. We just saw the video of the Chevy and smoke billowing out. What happened with that car?
We just had an oil line come loose on that first lap there. Got back to the gas wide open, and then just the car just took off straight, and oil line just got all over the tires. And it's really unfortunate. We only have one of those Chevrolets, and ECR gives us great motors, and we just we had an oil line fail. So we had to break out the Dodge, and Tony Furr and the guys at Whitney Motorsports did a great job, and excited to get into the race. It's pretty tough with no practice.
What does that do for a team? I don't think I've ever heard of you bring a Chevy out to practice, you qualify Dodge, you're going to race a Toyota on Sunday?
I know, it's a lot of bouncing around there, but we just try to bring the best piece we can every weekend, and we felt that the ECR Chevy was our best shot at getting a top 15 qualifying run, and it was really great for us in Atlanta, but excited to get in. Those guys had to work really hard to get that car turned around, and this pays back Dusty for last week. I made a mistake in Richmond, missed the race. It was my fault. Car was plenty good enough, so this weekend I felt like I made it up a little bit.
Hey, well done, Michael.
Thank you.
Michael McDowell and the Dusty Whitney Motorsports second car gets in the field here at New Hampshire, guys.
And I'm glad that we were able to give him a little airtime there, because that is amazing for those guys, because they are on a limited budget. I mean, as you can tell, they don't have manufacturer dollars supporting them because they're running 2 different makes. I mean, it's the other end of the scale that we very rarely get to see.
Yeah, we talked about just how difficult it is to come out here when you've had practice with good race cars and have any idea what your car may do. Michael McDowell did it, having no idea what this car may do on the racetrack. So, Michael, fantastic job.
Yeah, 3 total laps on the weekend. Go out there and put it in the field, and that's not an easy thing to do. But he does a good job of getting that car in the race every week.
All right, let's shift gears and talk about the guys that are not qualified very well, that are in the chase. How much at risk are they now, starting further back in the field with this track having the characteristics that it has?
Well, I think it's just like Dale said, those numbers, you don't let them worry you too much whenever they're not in your favor. So they're just going to go to work. They'll go out there and do a lot of race runs, get their car good. They'll have plans on making this track position back up, but it's not a good place to start for some of them.
And the top 2 seeds have their worst starting position ever when they've been in the chase here at Loudon. So some work to cut out for them. There's Kevin in 27th. And then we also got to talk about the pit selections, because obviously this is going to be important. You talked about how tough it is here.
Yeah, these pit boxes are not very big, so instead of being able to choose where they want to, they're going to choose where they have to now because they're back there. And then again, going back to starting the race, this is a very slick racetrack at the start, and you start back there, you only put yourself in a worse position, but should make it fun to watch.
And you got some of the guys like Chad Canals, they'll find a place where they know there's somebody that's going to fall out of the race and get them a good spot. They're always good about picking that right spot.
So the field is set for tomorrow's race, or I should say for Sunday's race. The chase for the Sprint Cup will kick off Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN. And our coverage will begin with NASCAR Countdown at noon on ESPN2. And there you see the schedule, and you can already see the changes being made to the cars as they will switch back from qualifying mode to get ready for that race. Coming up next, more from New Hampshire, from NASCAR. Now for our entire ESPN crew from here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, I'm Marty Reed. Till we meet again.
Enough talk, enough hype, time for actions to speak louder than words. The chase begins today, and we are live from New Hampshire Motor Speedway, where for the first time in his Sprint Cup Series career, Denny Hamlin is the points leader. But does that mean he is the driver to beat? And then, a day in the life of Kyle Busch. Behind the scenes and a tour of ESPN. It's all next on NASCAR Now. NASCAR Now, coming to you from Bristol, Connecticut, but all of the action is happening some 182 miles to the north of us, and that is where we'll find Marty Reed, Andy Petrie, and Dale Jarrett.
For weeks, you've heard a lot of people across the country talking about how this could be one of the most interesting chases for the Sprint Cup in a long, long time. Well, if qualifying is any indication, guys, it is going to be.
Yeah, we knew coming into this racetrack that this was going to be one of the most difficult qualifying sessions that these guys were going to encounter, and our chase guys found that to be very true.
Yeah, and a lot of teams had high hopes. They came in here wanting to get a good start and started off with a bang. And now that they've qualified and some of these chasers have looked and said, okay, reality is setting in. We've got some work to do.
Take a look at the column on the right side, and there aren't a lot of single-digit numbers. Kyle Busch is 9th. Clint Boyer is going to start 2nd. But look at some of these numbers in the 20s and in the 30s. And the number 1 and 2 seeds, 22nd and 25th. This was just a week ago for Denny Hamlin as he took over that number 1 seed, but he's going to have his worst starting position ever here at New Hampshire.
Well, it's a long race, and he'll have time to make up some ground, but they'll have some work to do on Saturday.
And the drive for 5, likewise, the worst starting position in the career of Jimmy Johnson, 25th.
Yeah, and it's only very little that you have to get off a little bit, and you find yourself way back because the competition is so close and the times are so close, and that's just what happened to Jimmy Johnson. He'll have to pass a lot of cars, but he can do it.
Couple of things. One, a non-chase driver has never won this race since the chase began, but we have got 6 guys in the top 10 that are non-chasers, including our pole sitter, Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, a lot of hungry drivers out there that want to get a win. And yeah, Brad Keselowski just having a great qualifying run. He's hoping to turn that into a great race for his team.
Yeah, Jamie McMurray's had a fantastic season already, but he would love to win here on Sunday.
But those 6 guys could take away a lot of points from the guys that are in that chase.
And that's their goal. They want to beat these chasers. They want to be the guy that everybody's talking about. Instead of all the talk about the chase, they want them talking about their team.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Brad Keselowski because he broke the track record. I mean, he just had a great run here.
Yeah, he had a great run. And, listen to him talk. I think he surprised himself a little bit. He said they had a fast car to start with, but you could see the sun had just come out. I don't think that changed track conditions, but he really did a fantastic job in qualifying this race car.
Yeah, you can tell just how hard he drove the car into the corners and looked like he made up a lot of time on the brakes, what I call getting down to the corner.
His first career pole. I want to put you both on the spot now. Now we've seen qualifying, we've seen practice. Who looks good going into this race?
Well, I think there's 2 guys to me that are up there, obviously qualifying 2nd and 3rd. Clint Boyer and Tony Stewart both had momentum. Boyer had to really race hard the last 4 or 5 races to ensure being in the chase, so he has a lot of momentum. Tony Stewart is my pick to win the championship, and he's been fast through the practice session and qualifying so far.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to pick Tony Stewart as a favorite for this race and maybe the chase overall, but Richard Childress' cars are going to be strong on Sunday.
On the flip side, the Hendrick cars aren't looking too good right now. Let's send it back to the studio in Bristol.
2010 Chase contender, Jimmy Johnson.
Checkered flag in the air, and for the 5th time, Jimmy Johnson is a winner at the Auto Club Speedway.
Great job, Jimmy. I'm very proud of you, buddy. Way to go, Ed. Make it down at the end. Hell yeah.
The chase is
Jimmy Johnson, who as of today is 35 years old, is this year's 2 seed. In 60 previous chase races, he has scored 18 wins and has an average chase finish of 8.4. Denny Hamlin is the 1 seed who likes his short tracks, and at this track, he owns the best average finish among active drivers. And then, a season ago, no RCR cars made the chase. This season, all 3 of its drivers are in the show, including the regular season points leader. But Jeff Burton and Clint Boyer are 2 of the 5 winless drivers in this year's field. That means they, along with Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, and Jeff Gordon, start 60 points in the hole. There are also a few others to watch. Carl Edwards, he owns the best average over the last 10 races, but keep this in mind. He is one of 2 chase drivers without a win at Loudon. He's finished 12th or worse in the 7 of the last 8 races at New Hampshire. On the flip side, Jeff Burton, he has 4 wins, which is the most in the track's history. And of course, someone has to play spoiler besides Brad Keselowski. How about Juan Pablo Montoya? Over the last 5 races, he has been the hottest driver in all of NASCAR. His average finish, 6.2. But back to Jimmy Johnson. He already owns 1 spot, at least in the NASCAR history books. 4 straight titles might do that for you. But there is only one other active driver who claims 4 Sprint Cup championships, and he's been driving for 5 since 2002. Johnson officially begins his title defense and drive for 5 this weekend. And on that note, we bring in our NASCAR Now lead reporter, Marty Smith.
Good afternoon, Nicole. Yes, you're right. As we've heard so often over the past couple weeks, the prevailing sentiment in the garages is that this is the most wide-open chase to date, that all 12 drivers involved have a legitimate chance at winning this thing. But there's no question, today in the garage, there's also an undercurrent that the man to beat is still that 4-time reigning champion, Jimmy Johnson.
I think he's still the guy to beat. I mean, he's won the last 4, so how can he not be? Until somebody beats him.
I think what stands out to me is no matter how he's run through the season and how many times you guys want to say, oh, he's vulnerable, boom, he's right there in the chase. You know, it's like they flip the switch on and they're there. They know how to do it.
The only one with the sheer advantage, in my opinion, is Jimmy Johnson. He's won 4 in a row. Everybody's chasing after him, and there's got to be a level of intimidation there.
Johnson is the lone driver to qualify for all 7 chases to date and has 32 career wins at the 10 tracks that make up the chase. 3 of those victories came here at New Hampshire, including the last time the series was here in June.
Either way, I know that I've got great tracks coming up. I know that we respond well to pressure, and I'm excited for it. I put a lot of weight in a past champion's hands when it comes to a championship battle. You've been there, done that, and you know how to deal with the pressures that come with it. So I think it's going to be a really good chase.
Tony Stewart, too, was asked today if he felt like Jimmy Johnson and the 48 team could win that 5th consecutive championship this year. And he said if anybody can do it, it's them. But the fact is there's 11 or 12 guys that can win this thing. Stewart said it's not about winning 5 in a row. It's about winning this one. Nicole?
Marty, at some point, someone will likely knock Jimmy Johnson off that pedestal. But who does seem to be the biggest threat, at least this season?
Well, right now in the garage, that's what everybody's asking. There's been a poll taken in the garage, and it seems right now the 2 drivers that everyone's discussing are Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin for obvious reasons. Hamlin has the most wins. Harvick, the points leader by a substantial margin before the points reset, consistent all year long. But, you know, you also hear Kyle Busch's name mentioned. You hear Tony Stewart's name mentioned. Carl Edwards because of the upswing in momentum he's experiencing. But right now, it looks like the 2 guys that everyone's looking at are Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin, Nicole.
Marty Smith, thank you very much. Right now, let's go under the hood where we will continue to talk about the guy who may dethrone Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin. We asked the question, is he the real deal? That's coming up. And then we'll talk to a driver who says winning the chase is as much about sacrifice as it is success. Marty Smith talks to Jeff Burton. Plus, Kyle Busch spent his Thursday here at ESPN. Coming up, he's going to give you a behind-the-scenes tour of how we get this show on the air. That's next.
I never noticed that. What? The grill. Looks like an overhead shot of a stadium.
Thank you. The grill lines are the yard lines, which is what I've been saying. Football was created to make us grill.
Here we go.
Look, retractable dome.
That's not retracting.
You get it. Plus, what are most mascots?
Animals.
Think about it.
You do know there's people in those costumes, right? Not all of them. Take your dome, please. Sorry.
You're at the age where you don't get thrown by curveballs. This is the age of knowing how to get things done. So, why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
I just got a text from you that you're breaking up with me.
Don't worry about that. I switched to Sprint's $69.99 plan, so I wasn't charged extra.
Okay, I just got your breakup email.
Emails are unlimited too. And look, I just changed my Facebook status to single, but internet's also unlimited.
Yeah.
Only Sprint gives you unlimited text, web, and calling to any mobile for just $69.99. Sprint, the Now Network.
The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games.
What if I told you winning is the family business? The House of Steinbrenner, Tuesday at 8, part of ESPN Films 30 for 30.
NASCAR Now is brought to you by Kingsford Charcoal. For more football fun, play Kingsford's College Showdown on ESPN.com.
2010 Chase contender, Denny Hamlin.
And you say red hot. That describes Denny Hamlin and the FedEx Toyota team.
You can catch Denny Hamlin, but can you get around him and take the spot away?
And around the corner, and he'll be looking at the checker flag for his 6th win.
The chase is on.
And if one driver has stood out this week as confident, it has been Denny Hamlin. For the first time in his Sprint Cup Series career, he is the points leader. And Hamlin says if he has learned one thing over the past year, it's how to win races. But does that also mean he has learned how to win a championship? NASCAR Now reporter Angelique Shengelis joins us now to answer just that question.
Nicole, Denny Hamlin has won 6 races this season, including last Saturday night at Richmond. And he said he feels like this team is tough, and this is absolutely his best opportunity to win a championship.
We're competitive everywhere. Competitive as in we can win races everywhere. We've shown we can win races, and that means that we've been up front a lot during the course of this season, and that's what it's going to take to win the championship. And this is at the point where we see where we stack up with our competition over the next few weeks, and from what I've seen over the last couple of weeks, it looks like our stuff's going to be pretty competitive.
He looks really, really strong. I really go back to last year at the end of the season, and I felt like he was the team. They had the team to beat, and with him winning 6 races, with him being strong in Atlanta and winning at Richmond, I don't think anybody has more momentum than that team does right now.
Well, Denny Hamlin enters this chase as the #1 seed, Nicole, and he does consider himself one of the favorites to win the championship. He's not saying that he is a favorite. He's putting himself in a group of about 5 drivers. In fact, he said any of 12 could win this thing, but he said you've got to look out for the 4-time champion.
The 48 is definitely the favorite with the 29 right behind him, in my eyes. I just think that those guys, one has shown the consistency to win the championship this year, and the other has shown that when it comes game time, he's ready to play. So it's, in my eyes, we haven't won one yet. We're 0 for 4, so it's time for us to step up.
One thing Denny Hamlin said he learned from his experience in the 2009 chase, Nicole, is that you cannot look at the scoreboard. Much like a golfer in a major championship, you don't keep an eye on what everybody else is doing. And he said his focus has to be on what he is doing, what the 11 team is doing every week, and not worry if another driver is dominant week to week. And he said you absolutely cannot panic. He has to focus solely on what he can do each week.
In years past, Angelique, we've talked about the 48 and Jimmy Johnson having stepped up their game, having momentum heading into the chase. Denny Hamlin has that momentum this year coming off the win at Richmond. How important is it, though, for the momentum to start for these drivers now and get off to a strong start this race?
It's really interesting, Nicole, because several drivers talked about that today in New Hampshire. And Greg Biffle said he doesn't think that you really have to look at this race, and Denny Hamlin also said that, as a way to gauge how the chase is going to go. Now, some of the drivers said this is absolutely a tone setter, and that you will see how a driver finishes in this race will dictate how he does in the final 9. But Denny Hamlin said this track is so much different than any of the other tracks that you really can't get a sense until next week at Dover.
Angelique Shingelis, thank you very much. And coming up next on NASCAR Now, it is a pole sitter coming from a chase team, but not a chase driver. How Brad Keselowski got it done, and then we will hear from Jeff Burton why he says this chase isn't about what he can't do, but what he can do. That's ahead on NASCAR Now.
Ever have morning pain slow you down? Introducing Bear AM, an extra-strength pain reliever with alertness aid to fight fatigue. So get up and get going with new Bear AM, the morning pain reliever.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Pennzoil Ultra, a revolutionary synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine, and nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than Pennzoil Ultra Motor Oil.
Ever have morning pain slow you down? Introducing Bear AM, an extra-strength pain reliever with alertness aid to fight fatigue. So get up and get going with new Bear AM, the morning pain reliever.
Saturday Night Football presented by Southwest Airlines, Texas, Texas Tech, and Notre Dame, Michigan State. Saturday at 8 Eastern on ABC or ESPN2. College football lives here.
If you have credit card debt, please listen.
A program has been introduced that could reduce your debt, decrease the amount you owe, and allow you to make only one low payment each month. You may qualify for an assistance program that can have you debt-free without filing bankruptcy or going through credit counseling. It's confidential and just takes a few minutes to see if you qualify. Call for a free consultation. Get relief and become debt-free.
Call 1-800-324-8991. That's 1-800-324-8991.
I may be in my pajamas right now, but I'm not going to bed. I'm going to college online to get a degree. Education Connection will connect you to the right online college for free. And log on now, and Education Connection will send you their free success kit stuffed with information on online schools, scholarships, even degrees that take the least amount of time. This is a $100 value, and it's yours free.
Log on to myschoolnow.com. That's myschoolnow.com.
Dr. Lou, which one of us do you think is the best athlete?
I can't tell who the best athlete is, but I can just tell you this. I wouldn't recruit any of you three. But it's nice. I really admire what you do and the talent and ability y'all have.
You can see more of Dr. Lou's advice for the Sprint Cup Series drivers this Sunday on NASCAR Now. We'll be back with you 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We will also be joined by Kurt Busch and Greg Biffle.
2010 Chase contender, Jeff Burton.
Burton on the inside has the advantage. He'll lead that lap by a foot. Jeff Burton gets the nose ahead. Hanging on to the lead here in Texas. Jeff Burton just drives to the inside. No contest. He'll take the lead back.
The chase is on.
Jeff, you said earlier in the year that the biggest disappointment of your career is failing to win a championship to this point. How would you say, what is your potential to do so in 2010?
Well, I think we have great potential. I look at what we were able to do early in the year and even through the middle of the year. I feel like we can get the speed we need. We've got to do it at the right time. So, 10 races, a lot of stuff can happen, and we're as prepared as we've ever been for it. So I'm expecting to be able to go out and compete at a high level.
Your 4 wins here, the most in the series, but it's been a while. What's been lacking?
Well, when they changed the track, I thought we lost our advantage. Before they changed the configuration of the track, we seemed to understand how to get around the racetrack. And honestly, since then, we've been in position several times, but hadn't closed it out. Like the first race here, obviously we had a great chance to win, and we just didn't close it out. But I think that some of it is just I didn't adjust to this configuration of racetrack.
You're a sports guy. I kind of feel like the BCS and the Chase are the same. If you falter early, it's very hard to get back into contention. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it depends on the Chase. I think that if you you can go back and watch the Jimmy's second championship, I believe they didn't get off to a good start. They had trouble here. They had trouble early, and actually they were like 8th or 9th in points and still came back and won. So, if you come here and have trouble, and then other people don't have trouble the rest of the 10, then you're in trouble. So it really just depends on what kind of chase you get, and you just have no way of knowing that.
Jeff Burton, 4-time winner here at Loudon, very confident for his championship chances.
Yes, but what do the experts say at the MGM Resorts International? Well, they have Jimmy Johnson as the favorite to win this year's championship. He is listed at 11-5. Among the other favorites, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, and Kyle Busch. As for the mayor, Jeff Burton, he is 25-1 underdog. But what do our experts have to say? Here's Alan Bestwick and the rest of the roundtable.
12 drivers, 10 races, and 1 champion as we get set for the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. A field that many call the most wide open in the now 7 years the chase format's been used to determine the champion. Let's talk about why with our panel of champions. Ray Evernham, Andy Petrie, and Dale Jarrett. Why is this the most wide open chase?
Well, I just think that this has been the most competitive season that I've seen. I think all of these teams have pretty much caught up to each other. Horsepower-wise, chassis-wise, they know these cars a lot better. Hendrick had an advantage at one time, but I believe everybody's there right with them, and I really believe that it's going to take consistency to win this championship. You may not have to win a race, but if you can be consistently in that top 10, I think you have a good shot at winning.
And some people will say, well, Jimmy Johnson's won it 4 years in a row. He's got to lose it sometime, so maybe it's this year. But it's still wide open. He looks beatable, but maybe not.
He's still a guy.
Well, I agree with DJ. They definitely have closed the advantage on Hendrick Motorsports, but overall, we've not seen anybody be able to stay in charge of the competition for more than 2 or 3 weeks at a time. This is a 10-race chase, so believe it or not, it could come down to consistency rather than the performance of wins.
So if it's the most wide open chase, it'd be the hardest to handicap the field, right? Let's do it anyway. Who do you like to be the champion and why?
Boy, I said when Kyle Busch in the 18 won his first nationwide championship, he was going to mature enough to be able to take on a challenge for the chase. I believe that he, coupled with his new crew chief, Dave Rogers, are in line to win this thing.
Well, how do you bet against the guy that's won it 4 years in a row? I'm picking Jimmy Johnson to win it again for a 5th time. He really shines when the chase starts, and it starts this week. So Jimmy Johnson's my pick.
Well, I don't know how any of us can't pick Kevin Harvick, who looks like the man to beat these first 26 races, but I'm going against him too. I'm going to take Tony Stewart. He's really on an upswing these last 15 races. Nobody's been better in getting points, and I look for him to continue that for these next 10.
The chase does begin this coming Sunday on the mile track at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Our coverage on ESPN of the race at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And don't forget, NASCAR Countdown is on ESPN2 starting at noon Eastern. We hope you'll be with us for both of those as the chase gets underway.
Coming up next on NASCAR Now, she may be in Japan this weekend, but next weekend, Danica Patrick will attempt to pull double duty. We'll fill you in on her Dover plans coming up next.
Where other hammers can only dream of going, the Craftsman Hammerhead goes every day. Driving home nails quickly and easily in the tightest spaces. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
At Polaris, we designed a trail-dominating legend, the Sportsman XP, to lead a new team of smooth-riding trail runners. We made a versatile, powerful, mid-size Ranger, launching a new group of value-minded workhorses. And we made the ultimate hunting vehicle, the Ranger XP, even better, heading up a new team of hard-working hunting machines. From a #1 maker of ATVs and side-by-sides, Polaris, hardest working, smoothest riding.
Our dad used to say, when you work hard for something, protect it.
That's why he got nationwide insurance more than 30 years ago.
We're still with them today because no matter what changes in our lives, whether it's starting a business or building a house,
Having kids or buying a car.
with an on-your-side review from Nationwide Insurance, we get the coverage we need at the right price for us. Call 866-500-5555 for a quote today.
Oh, Grandmaster, finally we've found you. We've traveled to the farthest corners of the world to ask you to energize and invigorate our minds.
Energy? From me? That's why you have come all this way?
Yes, Grandmaster. We would like you to show us the ways of meditation.
Here, don't you have Red Bull where you come from?
Red Bull gives you wings. Also available in shots.
Right, next please.
Week 2, Saints 49ers. Drew Brees, he's very tough to beat, John.
But watch Patrick Willis. He will bring the heat.
ESPN Monday Night Football, Saints 49ers at 8:30. At the start of the chase, the door's wide open. It's time to put the pedal down, leave the pack, and get that cup.
The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 Eastern on ESPN.
Next weekend will mark Danica Patrick's return to NASCAR. It will also mark her first attempt to pull double duty. Danica will attempt to make the K&N Pro Series race on Friday from the Monster Mile. She is also scheduled to race in Saturday's Nationwide Series event. In other news, all 4 Richard Petty Motorsports transporters, plus those of the 88 and the 18 teams, made a special pit stop in Manchester, Connecticut Thursday en route to Loudon. They stopped at Hartford Distributors, which is the site of the tragic workplace shooting just last month that left 8 people dead. New Hampshire Motor Speedway also donated 250 tickets to Sunday's race for HDI employees. Before we go, Ryan Newman won the pole for Saturday's Wayland Modified Tour at Loudon. Newman has won his 2 other tour starts this year. James Busher was the fastest in Truck Series final practice, qualifying on the race is Saturday. And NHRA star Antron Brown revealed to reporters that he has talked to NFL star and Truck Series team owner Randy Moss about testing for his team. Brown also added that he still has some unfinished business in drag racing.
I know what I'm saying first.
Okay.
Do we have like cue cards? No, we don't have.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to remember all this. You know that, right?
You know, it's a real neat experience here to do some interviews and to interact with some of the, the fellowships that you see on the TV all the time.
The guy sitting next to you is totally, he's already checked out. He's like the little kid in class. He's got a camera, he's coughing in the mic.
That's what my job is. I've been assigned to babysit him today.
How's that working out for you?
So far, he's where he's supposed to be, so it's a good thing.
He's at the 50. He's at the 40. The 30. The 20. 10. 5. Oh, no, he didn't. Touchdown! Woo!
And Riding Shotgun is up next right here on ESPN2. How about what happened on the track? Brad Keselowski won his first Sprint Cup pole Friday at New Hampshire. He breaks the track record set in the fall of 2009 by Juan Pablo Montoya. It is the 3rd pole of 2010 for Penske. Dr. Derry Punch caught up with Keselowski.
44th career start. It is official. You are the pole sitter. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That feels really good.
Hey, what kind of expectations does this give you and this team? What's it do for this team overall?
I think it's just a spark. Our year's been up and down, been very tumultuous. So hopefully we can, carry this momentum into some of the other races. It's great to do it in the first race of the Chase because, I really want to be in it next year, and, that'd be a great start for that. But, we know we still have a lot of work to do. We got to make our car faster, and race trim didn't feel really good about that, but we're fast right off the truck with our AAA Dodge Charger and in qualifying trim. So felt good about this effort, and proud of my guys for keep digging throughout the year. And like I said, it's been a rough year, so this is an effort to be proud of.
Now, you do have a top 10 finish here last spring driving in a Chevy. What about this Sunday?
I feel good about it. Felt really good about Richmond. Ended up 15th. The short tracks have been our stronger part for our program, so I would call this a short track, and we want to have a strong run for this whole team, like I said, and even to help out Kurt. Anything we do to help him out in the Chase, we're certainly pulling for him. And for our sponsor this week, AAA, came on board to support us. Got a lot of great things going on, and we want to carry this momentum.
Hey, congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Feels great.
Brad Kay there getting his first ever pole in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Meanwhile, Clint Boyer is 12th in points, but no chaser had a better qualifying run. Boyer will start second in Sunday's race at New Hampshire. Tony Stewart qualified third. The Chase points leader, Denny Hamlin, will start 22nd, while Jimmy Johnson will start 25th. And thank you for watching NASCAR Now. Remember, we're back Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on ESPN2. I'll be joined by Ricky Craven, Greg Biffle, Kurt Busch. So have a great early part to your weekend. We'll see you Sunday. See ya.
Busch taking everybody to the woodshed this afternoon. Wild Thing wins.
We are in the presence of greatness. What's the weekend, baby? Oh, yeah.
I'm angry and I don't run at 8 o'clock in the morning. At least that's what everybody says. I'm an angry person. Thanks, man. We'll see you in a bit. All right.
Yeah, it was an early morning this morning. We woke up and got going, ate a little bit of breakfast in order to get out the door and get over to Sirius Satellite Radio and do some interviews over there and see Mike Bagley and the boys and talk some NASCAR racing.
Did you put on some bronzy cream? No, but I should have. Ladies and gentlemen, he has arrived with quite an entourage. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Busch joins the morning drive. Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on?
You know, I've been watching your show this week. Before we get started, are you kidding me? A Cold Stone Creamery Slam in the game room?
Hell yeah. That was Sam's idea, man.
I didn't know you rolled like that.
Well, I don't. But we get free M&Ms, so we could make our own deal if we want to. And so we just got it to the house, and you know, you get some ice cream, you get some M&Ms, you get some Snickers, and whatever else you want to throw in there. If you want some pedigree, have at it. But it's not quite my flavor. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I feel like we've got a really good opportunity to come out here and run strong, and you know, I don't think we're going to shock the world, but hopefully we steal one out of the bag here.
All the best.
Thanks.
That's Kyle Busch joining us live in Manhattan. We'll continue the morning drive live as we visit with the Chase drivers here on this Thursday, this Friday Eve on your home for NASCAR.
Got to take a quick break and then we'll get right to you. Kyle.
No problem. How's it going?
How are you, buddy?
All right. If you guys left the lights off, I might take a nap.
Kyle, it's early.
All right, how's it going?
Gary Williams.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you. All right, 34 past. Kyle Busch in, the driver of the number 18 Toyota for Joe Gibbs. Now, I met my wife randomly in Indianapolis. You met your future wife randomly in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. She's 23. She's a psych major. You realize what you're getting into?
Oh, yeah.
She's going to be psychoanalyzing you for the next 50 years.
That's, yeah. She says, no, it's not that kind of psychology. And I'm like, any kind of psychology is that kind of psychology. So I'm sure I've had some played on me.
All right, did you ask for her number or she asked for yours?
I asked for, she had no idea who I was. She thought,
she didn't? Well, that, you know, let me tell you something, Kyle. That's a good thing.
Well,
because otherwise I'd be a little worried.
She didn't know who I was for about 6 hours, probably.
I've never been to Central Park, and a lot of people are like, you've got to go see it. It's beautiful in the morning. You got to go walk there. And they weren't kidding. It's gorgeous. The bridges and the pond. It was so pretty.
I didn't have the courage to ask her for a phone number, so I sent my PR girl over to get it.
The thing on ESPN was hilarious.
Yeah.
That was good.
Well, they're still here.
If you've had a a heart attack caused by a completely blocked artery, another heart attack could be lurking, waiting to strike. A heart attack that's caused by a clot, one that could be fatal. But Plavix helps save lives. Plavix, taken with other heart medicines, goes beyond what other heart medicines do alone to provide greater protection against heart attack or stroke and even death by helping to keep blood platelets from sticking together and forming dangerous clots. Ask your doctor if Plavix is right for you. Protection that helps save lives.
Certain genetic factors in some medicines, such as Prilosec, reduce the effect of Plavix, leaving you at greater risk for heart attack and stroke. Your doctor may use genetic tests to determine treatment. Don't stop taking Plavix without talking to your doctor, as your risk of heart attack or stroke may increase. People with stomach ulcers or conditions that cause bleeding should not use Plavix. Taking Plavix alone or with some other medicines, including aspirin, may increase bleeding risk, so tell your doctor when planning surgery. Tell your doctor all medicines you take, including aspirin, especially if you've had a stroke. If fever, unexplained weakness, or confusion develops, tell your doctor promptly. These may be signs of TTP, a rare but potentially life-threatening condition reported sometimes less than 2 weeks after starting Plavix. Other rare but serious side effects may occur.
Give yourself an edge. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. New One-A-Day Men's Pro Edge.
Just in time for the chase. NASCAR ESPN calls its racing gear now available. Only at NASCARSuperstore.com and ESPNShop.com.
All right, time to go. Come on, beautiful. Let's go. We got to go to Scott Van Pelton Radio right now. All right.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully there's a restroom on the way. Oh, yeah.
Restroom on the way. All right. All right.
Let's head this way. Okay.
Yeah, we had a good Tony time today. It's been fun flying on his plane and giving me a lift over here and a lift to Loudon. Is there a visit at the cafeteria around noon?
Yeah. What we do, we'll get you on a show or two.
That guy's got to eat, man. Spending time with him here in ESPN today and, messing around a little bit. And that's what we like to do. We just like to have fun. We like to joke around and poke each other sometimes and whatnot.
Right in here, gentlemen.
Oh, righty.
How you doing, Kyle? Sean, one of the producers.
How's it going?
All rise.
Are we part of this riding shotgun now?
Yeah. You been watching?
Nice to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Yeah.
The 12 drivers and teams that made the chase this year, have run well all season long. It's not the last 2 or 3 guys have kind of fallen off the back of the pace, so to speak, and just kind of got in because there were spots left. These guys all earned their spots and all at times have been running good throughout the year.
The guy sitting next to you he's already checked out. He's like the little kid in class. He's got a camera, he's coughing in the mic.
What my job is, I've been assigned to babysit him today.
How's that working out for you?
So far, he's where he's supposed to be, so it's a good thing.
A lot of the blogs have been having a field day with you because they're trying to figure out how it is that you have landed the lovely Samantha. She seems like a delight, and she's the star of this show, and they all want to know how it is that you landed her. I guess it was with that winning personality.
It is, man. Yeah, I'm witty. I got some good inside.
I was a little frustrated this morning because we rode in the same plane together, and I thought
Samantha was coming.
So this is going to be a good day.
Why'd we name the show Riding Shotgun Kyle Busch? We should have named it with Samantha, right?
The next one, she'll be in the
I'll ride
headline.
shotgun with Samantha any day of the week. No problem with that.
I know, I've heard. Tell me.
I'll ride shotgun, I'll ride back of the bus. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just put me in the vehicle.
Pleasure to meet you, man. I'm a big fan. Enjoy the way you do your thing. Man.
Thanks.
Stay healthy.
All right, we'll do it.
He's at the 50. He's at the 40. The 30. The 20. 10. 5. Oh, no, he didn't. Touchdown!
What are your chances this weekend at winning the... How weird was it to have cameras following you when you were walking around New York City?
They're still following me.
What tracks are you most looking forward to in the chase, and is there a track that worries you?
I'm looking forward to going to Dover and Charlotte, Texas, California. Those are probably my favorite chase tracks. And the other one that really worries me is definitely Talladega. You know, it's always a crapshoot, not knowing what can happen there. many questions did you get about me and my show?
It was half of my interview.
His whole ESPN interview was about me and the show, and they asked him if he's seen it and stuff, and I haven't seen it, but I guess I'm gonna have to now, so that's pretty good.
The clip was you standing on the front of a boat.
Yep.
I thought, oh boy.
My romantic sunset cruise.
I'll be honest, I was moved.
You wish you were there.
What's up? Flew around?
Yes. Not much. How you doing? I can't stand too close to this guy.
That's right. I don't want to be a part of this reality show.
Whoopie can't be.
Yeah, Schmoopy or Whoopie or whatever.
Is it safe to assume that we're going to do this, each ask a question and just start that sequence over? You're starting us off, he's going, then I'm going.
Yeah.
That's this guy.
Looping around.
Yeah, I'm good to hear. This one, I don't even know.
Jeff, you good with what you're saying first?
I know what I'm saying first.
Okay.
Can we have like cue cards?
No, we don't have.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to remember all this. You know that, right?
Yeah. I mean, but we can stop down and
Cue cards.
We need cue cards, man.
Hey, I think can I just stay on the phone with you, Patrick?
Grab a question out of here.
I think you can probably get a little closer, Coach.
Well, hey, if I want to know something, I don't ask the monkey. He told me stand here. Welcome to another edition of Dr. Lou. I've entertained questions from very successful people. Never have we had more successful people than the three we have with us tonight. First question.
Dr. Lou, years ago, I helped this kid out named Jimmy Johnson. For the past 4 years, he's been beating up on everyone, including me. So is that any way to treat a mentor? Give me some advice.
Here's what you do. You go to him and say, why are you winning? Why you beat me? And remember this, I never learned anything by talking. I only learned by listening. Next question.
Hey, Dr. Lou, I got another one for you. Now, I'm not what you would say... Okay. Say when.
And go ahead.
So, Dr. Lou, I'm not what you would say universally loved. Now, how do I become better anointed with my fans?
Well, I think this. Number one, don't worry about people that don't really like you. Because don't let somebody that doesn't really know you and going to have a thing to do with you affect your attitude because of something negative they say. I used to get a lot of nasty letters when I was coaching Notre Dame. Don't let anybody else control your happiness. Make sure you're pleased with yourself.
Dr. Lou, which one of us do you think is the best athlete?
I wouldn't recruit any of you three. But it's nice. I really admire what you do and the talent that
Good one.
you have.
Dr. Lou gave us some advice a little bit as a group.
Right.
You don't ever want to level off at a plane. You always want to keep going up and striving to be better, because anytime you level off, guess what's next? You're on your way back down.
Let me give you some advice in this chase cup. Keep turning left and get back as fast as you can.
There you
go. Dr. Lou, see you next week.
Best advice I've heard in a long time.
Tony, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
You got it, man. Good to see you.
You guys are great sports.
Being able to spend some time with Dr. Lou back in the green room a little bit.
I saw a bumper sticker the other day. I thought of Mark Van Beeley. It said, God, Jesus loves you. Everybody else thinks you're a I wish I could use that on TV.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power, the original Gatorade. The after, the gratitude, the protein to recover. Introducing the G-Series from Gatorade, Prime, Perform, Recover.
So tell us your story.
This whole lunch thing was completely out of control, man. I mean, putting a mini blizzard in a meal deal with a grill burger and fries for just $4.99? It's insanity.
Actually, that sounds pretty good.
I know, it's great.
So why are you here?
I just wanted to hear my voice like this.
Lunch will never be the same. The DQ Mini Blizzard Meal Deal with a quarter-pound grill burger with cheese and fries. Just $4.99 for a limited time.
ESPN College Game Day is on the road with a new start time, 9 a.m. on ESPNU. Chris, Lee, Kirk, and Desmond roll into the heart of Dixie for a clash of the Tigers, Clemson versus Auburn. Plus, Aaron Andrews meets with the QB everyone is talking about.
There's going to be a lot of hype. How do you think you're going to handle that?
Stay humble, because if you're not winning, what the hype got to do with that?
ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot, Saturday at 9 a.m. on ESPNU, continuing at 10 a.m. on ESPN.
IRS problems? A tax relief agreement can help you. What you're about to see and hear is real.
I settled my tax debt for $800. This IRS tax relief program really did do what it's designed to do.
We owed the IRS over $134,000. Our attorney recommended that we use an IRS tax relief agreement.
Saved us $122,000. Thousands of taxpayers across the nation have settled their tax debt for less than what they owe.
We needed help fast.
And the IRS accepted our offer, and we settled our tax debt for only $6,008.
This is now your opportunity to get a fresh start and settle your back taxes for less than what you owe.
I owed the IRS over $47,000, and I qualified for the IRS tax relief program. It enabled me to finally settle my tax debt for only $3,800.
Yes, you can do something about your IRS tax problems, and yes, the IRS tax relief agreement can help you.
For a free consultation, call 888-775-9482 now.
Can you add a little color to the top of my head so it looks like I have hair?
Sure. You don't need that, but I have it.
I'm kidding. You're right.
You're perfect. Oh my gosh, you're so good.
That's a far cry from what other people say. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day.
Oh, we will.
On the campus.
And Kyle Busch is with us. You have been the highest seed in the chase. You missed the chase. Now you're back in it. How have the disappointments and the ups and downs of the last 2 years prepared you for this year?
Well, it's been a big learning curve for me, just going through the 2008 season, making the chase on a high, being the top seed and going in, and then having the struggles we had in the first 3 races, just basically taking our chances for the championship right away. For myself, coming in this year, to look forward to trying to tackle down the chase and win the championship. Should I give away all the secrets? Here's the set. Look, it's just a corner of a rim. See? That's it. All done. Smile, pretty. Put the teeth away. Give me some zoom. Where's some zoom? Oh, yes. All right, good. I'm on it. Whoa.
Everybody that made it at times during the season, whether it was earlier, I couldn't pass. There's always been a couple of guys that made the chase that really there wasn't advantages for them.
That's the man boob shot. Today was a fun day, my first opportunity to come to ESPN and see exactly what the headquarters are like here and checking out everything there is to see and the sets and all that stuff. It's pretty cool, there's a lot going on, a lot of stuff, a lot of people running around, and I'm sure they're all doing something. And, it's a real neat experience here to do some interviews and to interact with some of the, the fellowships that you see on the TV all the time.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
You're back on.
Gotta go to work.
What have you learned about that guy?
I just saw some clips for the first time. I was doing Sports Center, and wow, what an entertaining show it looks like. I only saw like 30 seconds, and I'm like, this is going to be good. I don't know how he's going to walk into the garage area after this, but it's going to be good.
The helmet's a little snug already, right?
That's why Jeff chose to sit on that side. I got stuck on this side.
I need somebody to fill the seats. Billy, you want to sit up too?
No, I'm good.
So you just sit there right up here in the back.
Everybody. So I don't know if you guys have seen the show, but we encourage heckling, cheering, more heckling than cheering, so be loud.
You live in Vegas?
No. I was born there. Yeah, I live in North Carolina now.
Oh, you live in North Carolina too?
Yeah.
Everybody lives in 14th County.
Say I got a little accent in North Carolina.
Why don't we bring Tony Stewart out here to address Witt's little stand that he made?
Oh, yeah!
I'll be honest, I find him very and it's a little disturbing, a guy named Whitney wearing a pink shirt that's
No
kidding. NASCAR.
You'll bounce back. You got to bounce back strong.
I'll try my best. Should have picked Jimmy.
We like to pick on Whit. That was perfect.
No, I wouldn't say one of us. Just anybody but Jimmy. See, you're on the bandwagon.
Clint Blair?
Yeah. I mean, Clint Blair would have been good. See, you could have been the guy. Hey, I'm going to pick the guy to go worst to best. From last to first. I got one more. Smoke.
No, it's for these guys, so we'll be quick. We don't have to go anywhere. We just go outside.
There's no way you can lose this thing, right?
There shouldn't be. Right. There shouldn't be.
So these are you make these things or something?
Traxxas is a company that sponsored my truck.
So there's no excuses. We should have brought
So I should just take you out in the first.
That would be
a bad idea.
We should run speed as I come back for revenge.
Yeah, but it's still my only shot. It sounds to me like.
Cool. What do we got here? Yeah, check out my hot rod. Easy with her. Whoa, boy. Hey. Are they?
Yeah,
you been driving them already?
Yeah, we did a test lab.
Look at that, man. You got them pretty painted up here, looking good.
These things go, huh?
Oh, whoa here.
What's going on?
He's putting right front shim in it, so it makes the spring stiffer.
Oh, dude.
You got the same setup. You want that one?
I want one in mine, too.
I don't want one. I don't want one.
Show me, Tony. Hold on. Let me see what yours does first.
Watch it fall over worse.
Oh, baby.
yeah, leave it. No, you're leaving it. It's done.
I'll drive it like you do.
Not quite prepared the same here. That's what happens at Hendrick Motorsports, right?
Huh? What?
Everybody always says they're not the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Did all the rest of you guys sign a waiver?
I would highly recommend you guys over there step away.
I would put ankles above anything else.
Welcome to the NASCAR Now 5, a 5-lap race here on the ultra-flat, ultra-fast 1/26th of a mile, Bristol Motor Speedway North. Green flag is waving. Kyle Busch with the quick jump out of the gate, but here comes Jeff Gordon to the outside. Fenders banging with Tony Stewart. Stewart gets the advantage as Gordon falls back. He's about 7 car lengths back.
His air got me loose. Is it already the white flag?
Lap to go. Can Kyle Busch close the door? An interesting route through the infield. He rolls it. Takes Tony Stewart off his path, but not enough to take him away from victory. Tony Stewart picks up a win here in the NASCAR Now 5.
You guys waxed my butt.
Tell me what.
Tony, you won.
Yeah. Tony, I guess that shim wasn't a bad thing, was it?
He was playing with us. The RC car race was fun. You know, it was different. You know, something that's probably never been done here, or maybe been done, but not to our level. Not with Traxxas coming in and supporting the whole deal, and M&Ms, and then painting up the cars like, you know, just like our race cars. And of course, being able to do it out on a flat course was a little bit different. I'm used to the jumps and jumping around and turning and going back the other way. My car turned a little bit too good. I mean, that just tells you, you know, when you can have a good turning race car, you get a little bit loose.
Kyle, it seems like remote control racing is no exception for you. You gave it everything you possibly could to get that win. Talk me through that move through the infield.
Yeah, I mean, Stewart got me loose early and took the lead from me, but then, you know, I got loose again down here on my own and decided, man, my only shot's going to be to get back to him. So cutting through the infield, I got over there and I thought, man, I can T-bone this guy. And man, I thought better of it. I backed off. I didn't want to put the car in the grandstands.
Yeah. Should have been like, second sucks. Next.
Yeah, I should have thrown my remote down and just walked off.
Dude, that's the nicest interview you've ever given when you lost.
Yeah.
Man, that is a coveted trophy you will never forget.
telling you.
We're good, thanks.
The plexiglass and sheet metal screws. And
Don't cut it. Don't cut yourself.
It's the Fusion Pro Glide Challenge. Woo! Hey man, how you doing? How's your shave?
Kind of like tugging and pulling.
See how shaving can cause irritating tug and pull?
That's why Gillette's introducing the revolutionary new Fusion Pro Glide.
It glides, like literally.
Now Fusion Pro Glide has been engineered with Gillette's thinnest blades ever, so it glides for less tug and pull. Turns shaving into gliding and skeptics into believers. New Fusion Pro Glide. And warm up before you shave for incredible comfort with new Pro Series Thermal Scrub.
We're the Lunds, and our family has owned 5 Camrys.
I drove the 92 Camry.
I drive a 2007 Camry.
I was expecting the 2005 Camry, and my sister got it.
I was driving the 94 Toyota Camry, and my dad surprised me with a 2005 Toyota Camry.
I drove all of them, but I drive the 2009.
Why Camry?
Reliability,
Yeah.
affordability.
Share your Toyota story on Facebook.com/Toyota.
Every day you check the weather, check the time, check the news online, check the wife, check the kids, check your email messages, check the money in the bank, check the gas in the tank, check the flavor from your shirt, make sure your bits don't stink. Check the new hairdo, check the mic 1, 2, cause I'm about to drop some knowledge right on top of you. You check a lot of things already, wanna add one more that can help your situation for sure. Check your credit score, freecreditscore.com. Free credit score. You won't regret it at all. Check the legal, y'all.
Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
In this life, you only get a few chances. It's what you do with them that separates the horses from the ponies. Better know when it's time to put the pedal down and leave the pack. Cause at the start of the chase, the door's wide open for the best to get that cup. Why? Cause it's racing.
The chase begins with the Sylvania 300 at New Hampshire, Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
I think we've really set ourselves on a high pedestal. You know, we have come into this chase wanting to win the championship. We can win this championship. And it's been really good to see us be able to be championship contenders like that.
All I know is, do you know how to get out of here?
I bet you we can try to figure our way out of here.
See you, boys.
Hey, man. Good to see you. Thanks for everything.
Thanks, pal.
All
Good
right.
luck, you guys. Appreciate it.
So I'm ready to head on out and get to Loudon, catch some R&R for tonight, and get ready for some practice tomorrow. Get back after the racetrack stuff.
Oh, it's good to be back at the bus.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to be back in the motorhome and to just be able to relax a little bit and get to bed early, actually get some rest, get some good sleep, and of course, you know, get ready for the weekend.
Well, you ready for it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. You know, we're here in Loudon. It starts tomorrow. Practice and everything, getting ready for qualifying. I mean, here at Loudon, you always have to have a good starting spot, so that's going to be one of the big things tomorrow. It's going to be important to do everything possible to run well, kind of keep your mind off it sometimes, but yet you got to concentrate on the big task and win the cup deal. And
Well, New York was fun, and week 4 with Matt Ashley was good, but you ready for the next 10 weeks?
Yeah, it's back to serious business, so
Well, whatever
get
you
to go
need.
back home and have a party.
If I can lighten your load at all, whatever you need.
Yeah.
So you can focus on the chase. I'm here for you.
I know, that's good. I appreciate it. It's fun to do this together, of course. Well, the biggest thing that Sam's been able to help with is just being able to bring me back to reality.
I'm exhausted.
I hear ya.
Let's go to bed.
What time is it? It's like 8 o'clock or something like that.
It's okay. Let's go be old people. I'm so tired.
I can be an old person tonight. I feel like it anyway, so let's go.
Let's go read.
It's been a long week, yeah. I might have been tired. I might have had a few nosses in order to keep going throughout the day. But the thing about it is just, you know, you want to get the rest in order to make sure you're energized and ready, and you know, you're fully capable of concentrating and keeping your mind focused at the task at hand, which is the Sprint Cup Championship.
Ugh.